There was a loud honking on the street as cars drove left and right. While all this was going on, there was one annoyed man walking on the street, tapping at his phone and not paying attention, as if he were trying to get hit by a car. Apparently he had reason to be upset because his dad was meeting up with someone that evening. He was supposed to feed some creature called Doobie, and he was not supposed to fight with Junho as well. It was his mom who was meeting up with his dad, so that cleared up any awkwardness. He was just a sulky teenager. The sign was free for pedestrians to cross the road, so the main bro got busy doing just that. Then the boy got another message from his bros, who were waiting for him at the gaming room. He apologized and told those losers that he was on his way. After all, he was the one who wanted to play in the first place. Those jerks were getting on his nerves though, and threatening to leave. He bumped into some dude on the street, and that guy cursed at him. Today really sucked, but he apologized to that guy and kept it moving. His day was already going badly, but that dude who bumped into him had made him feel worse. The boy sighed, groaning all about how sick and tired he felt of people. Bro was so done with humanity that he wanted to live in a place that did not have people. With a lame wish like that, one can immediately tell that this story was set up for endless monologues with no form of reasonable interaction. Just like that, there was a huge explosion. It seemed our main character would not be getting the luxury of the isekai truck, because people started muttering and wondering what on earth was going on. They thought it was an earthquake. It was not an earthquake, unfortunately, but a lightning bolt from Zeus himself that hit that town like a targeted shot. The explosion that resulted from that one epic hit was lethal. Things started scattering and falling apart in epic momentum. Naturally, anyone with a brain cell hit the ground running away from that mad disaster. That flash was unfortunately not a one-time thing because it looked like someone had gotten Zeus a machine gun and he was going wild with the bolts. The people frantically ran through the dirt and the falling debris, crying out in fear and some mourning their friends and family who had passed away from the shock or injuries. It was truly a maddening sight, but they did not have the time to stand and process any of that. They needed to run. More and more lightning bolts fell from the sky. It was a huge storm. It looked like some divine being had taken our dude's wish personally and was now working to wipe out all of humanity. There was a flash and a bang every random 2 seconds, and so many casualties resulted from all of that lightning and thunder. It was like the gods set off a fireworks show, with humans getting the butt end of the joke. So many people were panicking and running, and fortunately our main character was not a brain-dead idiot because he was running too. It was one thing to wish for extinction, and it was another thing to actually see it happen. So many people were crying and screaming for help, but it was a dog-eat-dog world out there, every man for himself. Some people were even getting slammed by ambulances. The attackers sure had a funny sense of humor. Our dude ran as fast as his long legs could carry him, wondering what on earth was going on. Of all the times for his prayer to be answered, it just had to be this one. It sucked. This could not be real, and he must be dreaming. Suddenly there was a huge horn. Truck-kun had come after all. What a considerable isekai machine. He had gotten the double package too because that truck was gigantic. Our dude barely had a moment to process that truck before a huge flash happened. That was his life flashing before his eyes, because he definitely got slammed. Protagonist could run, but there was no escaping Truck-kun. The lightning continued to rain and spark and descend, and our dude opened his eyes for some reason. That boy was absolutely bamboozled. One minute he had been getting mowed over by a giant truck, and the next he was waking up wide-eyed and nude in the middle of the woods. It would send anyone into shock. The protagonist had no idea where he was, but he did remember getting hit by a truck. There was the loud shout of a wild bird, so he slowly turned his eyes and saw that it was not birds in the sky. In fact, birds were an understatement, because the creatures in the sky almost looked like griffins. Our dude was shell-shocked. He had no idea what he was looking at. He was lying on his butt with no shoes or shirt, just gaping at the strangest-looking creatures in the sky. Suddenly there was a deep growl in the forest, and that motivated his naked bum to stand up immediately. There was a large boom too coming from the woods, and sweat began to form on his brow. Our dude was definitely not in Kansas anymore. He had wished for a world without humans, but perhaps he should have covered bears too, because there were bears in the room with him standing there nude. It was a ghastly-looking sight too, because there was a huge bear being attacked by multiple carnivores, all biting into its hide with blood everywhere. It looked like he had stepped into a scene of a horror movie. Bro was standing there like he could not believe his eyes, and like he belonged in a therapist's office at that moment. The therapist would have useful information, like telling him that he had woken up on a planet with 2 moons and a forest full of monsters that he had never seen before. Then a giant bear and a pack of wolves popped out of nowhere, fighting each other like dogs fighting for a scrap of meat. The therapist wanted to know how this boy had survived madness in a place like that, and how he had made it back to Earth. The survivor was quiet as he recalled that grisly and difficult night. It seemed in his dreams that he managed to escape that terrible situation. In the present though, he was watching a bear get mauled down by wolves, spitting blood from every pore in its body. Once the wolves had taken it down, they then proceeded to very violently feed on that thing, as if it were their last meal. Our dude watched terrified, defenseless and nude. He knew that it could be him next, and he was not a big fan of that. He was trying his best to hide, or so he thought, but a wolf pup spotted him. Bad news for our dude, because he trembled and cursed at this messed up situation. Our dude had run away with maximum efficiency. This was not a feel-good story where he would get adopted by Mowgli's little wolf family. The boy huffed and panted and ran, racing away as fast as he could. All of that adrenaline was doing great favors for his speed, because bro hit accelerations that he probably would never reach on a normal day while swinging the whole way. He ran for his life. As the bro ran, he suddenly got a notification informing him that his stamina had gone up by 1. This shocked the boy so much that he ended up tripping and falling. He hit the ground so fast that he could not believe it. He even ended up rolling a couple of times. He rolled off the hill and smacked against the forest trees, landing in the bushes in the most comical position. Bro coughed and spat and hacked. Today was not really his day, but he was not about to give up on himself. Just now he had heard something. The system voice told him that his loser behind had upgraded even slightly into something worth more. Now that was something worth noting. He wondered if he had imagined that voice, but everything was silent, and he could not hear anything in that moment. Our guy gave it a beat or two, but then he realized that there was some juicy-looking fruit on the floor. He was starving, and he wondered if this odd-looking fruit was really safe to eat. He could see the ants eating it though, and ants were not usually stupid, so bottoms up. Bro ate hungrily, biting into that fruit when he realized something with shock. There was a rustling sound moving through the grass. Bro had only just gotten here, but he could not catch a single break. The brunette froze in his munching, noticing just the thing he did not want to see. A big reptilian eye. It seemed that the stupid snake had left enough food around the area to gather some prey so that it could go ahead and devour that prey. Yeah, that much made sense. Well, the brunette was not about to stick around and become lunch for the jolly neighborhood serpent, especially since that snake was very, very big. There was no reason for that creature to even weigh that much. It looked like a hate crime. Bro was actually quite done with this world at that point. He was just trying to get some chow, but now there was a giant snake trying to chow down on him. Before it could even touch him though, an even bigger frog-looking creature hopped out of nowhere and ate the snake. It was a triple threat trap, with the frog at the end of the food chain. That large creature hopped right back into the water, taking the giant snake with it, and it gave our dude a huge watery bath in the process. The boy was so shocked that he still could not say anything, and he hiccuped around the food in his mouth. This place was strange, too strange for him to process, and he had nearly died way too many times. Things were moving so fast that his mind could not take it anymore, and he finally passed out from the anxiety and the exhaustion. At this point, Bro was convinced that there was something wrong with him. The rain came down sometime later, and our dude had not yet been eaten by a strange creature, so he had to get up after a while and find something to drink. Water from a leaf was pretty good, and he seemed to have found some fabric to make himself some necessary drawls, because he could not go about chaffing and scratching all over the forest with his sensitive bits. He had been stranded for 67 days, and the wolf pack that had been chasing after him was still roaming the area, so he had to hide in a tree. 67 days, and he still could not catch a break. He could not let his guard down, not knowing when those creatures would attack him. It was not just the wolves either. The whole forest was teeming with danger. He had to find somewhere safe, or he would truly become someone's breakfast. Time passed and our dude had to keep moving, learning and growing. Somehow, enough time passed, and he had been stranded for a year. His survival skills had improved. His clothes had not, but at least he had found the giant bananas. He had been working hard at that time, and his strength had increased by 1. Bro had really leveled up his muscles, but going up by 1 in an entire year was kind of pathetic. Still, it was amazing that he had somehow managed to even survive this long. Bro took his huge win of a giant banana, and he took it to his very special tree so that he could chow down. He was still alive even though he could not believe it. It seemed the boy had been able to adapt to this place, considering that he had managed to live this long, but there was a wolf cub that would not stop following him. He had become so used to that little stalker that he sometimes missed it when it was not around. He was happily chewing on his banana when suddenly drool hit his prize. It was run o'clock once more, and our dude put his legs to work because some monkey wanted to share in his bananas. Yeah, well, the main character did not feel like sharing, and he swung out of the monkey's way, taking his bananas with him. The giant gorilla was messing around way too much and ended up falling down the tree, which our dude could not even slightly feel bad about. That was what he got for messing around and finding out. Unfortunately, that big ape had unsettled his puppy stalker, and the poor creature got a hurt leg. That big monkey had no soul, and he was really about to kill the small creature, slamming his fist on the ground and making the poor pup fall over. Our dude was not about to stand by and watch that jerk bully his friend. He swung in like a hero, with no powers, no cape, no abs, no credibility, but still a hero anyway. Then he stabbed that monkey right in the eye. Bro was shameless about playing dirty, but he had to, considering that everything that breathed on that island was biologically stronger in every way. That evil creature cried out in agony and tried to grab our bro. Our bro got tossed like he was yesterday's dirt, and his landing was absolutely hilarious. Both he and his puppy were losers getting thrashed by a giant monkey. However, they were at least both alive. Though our dude did curse himself out because he should never have started a fight with a beast that big, especially not over a cub. Even his therapist asked why he would do something so stupid. Well, the boy admitted that he could not continue to avoid a turf war. Eventually, he would need to stand his ground, or he would spend the rest of his life running away. The therapist looked shaken by such idiot talk, but our dude still laughed like he was making sense. Wherever a person went, there would always be someone in charge. That was just common sense. That giant gorilla was rumbling right at him like an unstoppable train. It was quite a terrifying sight with its gushing blood from its one wounded eye. However, before that monkey could turn our dude into a banana sandwich, a giant white wolf popped out of nowhere and took a bite out of him. Now this was shocking to our main dude. It sure reminded him of the ugly first scene with the bear. Just as he was thinking this, lots more wolves suddenly showed up and tore that poor monkey to pieces, like it was an all-that-you-can-eat buffet. After seeing the red wolf pack attack the beast, our guy's delicate sensibilities could not take it anymore, and he passed out. He thought for sure that he would be wolf chow before he even woke up, but on the contrary, the wolf pack must have thought that the dude had saved their cub when he attacked the beast. The little white wolf cub, of course, happened to be the heir to the king of the wolves, and the king was the leader of the red wolf pack. So, when the moon rose high in the sky, the wolves ran to the beat of that unstoppable instinct, and as they raced across the horizon, our clown ran right beside them. It seemed that this would be a Mowgli story after all, because he got adopted by the wolf pack. Of course, the lazy bum was way weaker than monster wolves. After all, he was just a human, so he couldn't run as much as they could. Still, it was rather sweet of the wolf cub to pause and check on our dude, because he was slowing down. He tried running again and noticed that the poor cub was also a lazy bum. It was the youngest member of the pack after all, and could not run as fast as the others. The two bums had to stick with each other, so our dude grabbed the little wolf and helped him out. Time seemed to pass because, in time, both our dude and the little pup had gotten considerably better at running. At this point, our dude had been stranded for 2 years, so he had spent a nice and successful year running around with wolves. Their pack leader howled at the moon, and our dude followed suit because he had to make friends somehow. It seemed like the pack had accepted him as one of them, since they had not managed to kill him within a year. The more time passed, the more feats our dude could accomplish, thanks to all of that running around. He had been stranded for 31 years, which was actually insane because he should be bent with hip problems if all of that time had really passed. Our dude raced forward, now wearing a lot more clothes than he had earlier. He still lived in the forest, and he could leap right at the mouths of giant snakes without fear. He had upgraded from Mowgli to Tarzan, and was now slicing up baddies left and right. Unfortunately, our dude had not been able to escape or make it out of this terrible situation. He still had not found a single human being, and he was feeling considerably sore about his wish. Still, he at least had a life slicing up snakes while his wolfy friends chomped into their scaly hide and made quick work of their prey. Our main guy sure was living an interesting life where his only friends were wolves, and they ran around every day just hunting prey. It was almost surprising that his body was not exhausted from this lifestyle after that many years. Plus, there were turf wars to maintain their pack's way of life. So outside of hunting, sometimes they had to fight invaders all day long. Of course, after living like this for a set amount of time, the dark-haired guy had of course gotten bigger in boobs and pec size. He swung around and fought those beasts relentlessly, though he probably also smelled like a tiger. The boar hit the ground as it was beaten into pieces. After the battle, the birds were greedy for the remains. Our dude had now been stranded in this place for 120 years. At that point, there was no way he was aging normally. He thought that he was the only human on the planet, but there was no way that he was human when he was not even aging. Bro had fought every day of his life in this world to live, and he had made a lot of furry friends as time went by. Unfortunately, he had also lost some friends, and he was very sad about it. It had been so many years since he had gotten catapulted to this place thanks to his poorly thought out wish, and Bro had just about given up counting how many years he'd spent there. Bro had not only surpassed the life expectancy, but now it looked like his life would never run out. This was very depressing news. The therapist grinned and tried for some optimism. On the bright side, our dude had become king of the wolves with more than 500 years passing by, but he never found any signs of civilization. Civilization was a stretch. He had not seen humans. Non-human societies were plenty civilized. Then the doctor asked how he was able to come back to Earth. Well, all of a sudden, there had been a rumble of mighty gorillas fighting an intense battle against the large wolf pack. This was a fight for the control of the Moon Hill, the place where the wolf pack resided. It was a battle for the ages as the bloodthirsty wolves charged forward, determined to beat the roaring gorillas. Our dude raced ahead as well, and the two sides clashed in a large battle royale. This was a fight for the future, and for the land that they had lived on for centuries. The dark-haired guy was used to the rumble of day-to-day battle, so he faced this difficulty like a pro, charging ahead with the weapon that he had carved out for himself to make up for his lack of fangs and claws. It seemed he had not let go of his eye-cutting gorilla technique. Suddenly there was a huge flash as he charged that giant monster. That brilliant light, so awe-inspiring and sudden, had come upon him with a great surprise, and suddenly our dude found his face twisting out of shape. Bro had been trying to have a very serious battle with a gorilla just to get whisked away to who knew where. There was a huge zap on the battlefield, and it reminded him of the rain of thunder that happened right before he saw humanity for the last time. Hopefully he was able to make a proper wish this time, before getting blown into another dynasty. His sword seemed to be the only thing left of him. Meanwhile, we are taken to a pretty run-down city that looks like its buildings have not seen any care in years. There was a lot of loud beeping as two people made their way through town. One lady mumbled that this was good and she had traced the beeping sound to a particular location. The blonde was hot, and there was no denying it. Her long golden hair trailed down her back like she was Rapunzel. She was the boss, and she knew it. There was a lot of loud beeping, and the blonde felt rather concerned because this was a bit more than usual. The dimensional energy reading was off the charts. Typical fantasy slang for something was happening, and they had never seen it before. They had to immediately send the coordinates to the portal management team because they had no intention of handling this on their own. The coordinates were sent in, and the team waited as the light around them began to intensify. A portal was about to open, so they braced themselves. They had no idea what was about to come out of it after all, and they had to prepare to activate their fight or flight mode. They were also not total idiots. After all, they did the wise thing of hiding because they may not be able to handle whatever popped out of that portal. Instant retreat had them running as their lives depended on it, and one of the officers joked that he had suspected that something like this would happen when he had a nightmare the other day. There was a huge explosion, and everything shook when that portal opened and dumped its contents on their world like a hot pile of dung. The people did not even stop to glance back, they just kept running. They were all wise. Still, the explosion rocked the ground hard enough that it sent them flying. The portal was now open, and they were all worried about what would happen next. They were exceedingly worried because one dude started to panic about how he did not want to die. The girl stayed firm and reached for a katana that she somehow had on her waist. The blonde was willing and ready to sacrifice her life for their sake, buying her colleagues time to run and get some help because she might need it. The pathetic dude with her hit Mayday mode, and he desperately called for backup in their current location. The portal had opened, and things could go downhill very fast if nothing was done on time. The golden-haired girl stood firm in the face of that zapping portal, ready to fight whatever came through to the death. She wanted that beast to show itself now, because she would slice it to pieces. There was a sudden bright pink light like our dude was leaking his pheromones into the atmosphere, and our girl's eyes widened in surprise. The monster that had popped out in front of her was a different type of beast. It was a human man, and the lady was so shocked that she was rooted in place by the sheer force of his stink. That stench was so darn foul that she could not even move her weapon. The beast in front of her, which looked like a man, suddenly roared like some kind of animal. Our dude was clearly screaming his head off because they had been in the middle of a very important battle. However, Blondie did not know this and could only stare in shock. So a huge explosion zapped through a particular location in the human world, looking like a throbbing sexual experience, except that when it orgasmed, it pushed out a living and breathing adult man. Portal work was intense. The man who popped out was a real piece of work too, because the blonde could not believe the stench of him. His foul odor was so intense that she could not even make herself move out of the way. Her body struggled to unsheath her weapon, but it was the stuff of nightmares, because that filthy man was making his way straight for her, and worse, he was nude. The poor blonde had been preparing to battle a monster, but now she had to fight off a crazy, charging pervert. Still, blonde business meant business, and she was definitely willing to face him even though the force of his mind-bending smell was almost enough to knock her down. Fortunately for her, Bro had been so twisted up from the world switching that he hit the ground before he even reached her. The blonde could not help but feel a little sorry for the floor. It looked like it was decaying just from having 120 years of filth lying on it. It was also a possibility that the cracks were from the portal too. Well, there was a lot of awkward silence at first, until the dudes that she had been running with finally asked what on earth had just popped out of the portal's booty hole. It seemed to be a person too. The girl stared down at the filthy caveman that had plopped out of nowhere, still reeling from the force of his stench. It was an intense pressure that she had never even felt from the monster in a high-rank dungeon, even though those guys bathed from time to time. Well, the stranger sure was lucky that he was pretty. Since he did have some beauty to his features, they figured that they might as well pick him up and clean him up too. The situation was under control, and the announcement went out that they got a returnee. It seemed that the dude had not been the only one who had zapped out of reality, so people suddenly popping back into the human world was something that people were kind of used to. Usually they did not come back in such huge explosions though. Anyway, they had to call the ambulance, and it would be for the best if those dudes came with soap. They had 120 years of scrubbing to make up for. So our dude got scrubbed, and they introduced him to a doctor, and that was how he had told all of his stories to a therapist, who had to make sure that he was not mentally bent. At any rate, his test scores looked pretty good, and the doctor informed him that his testimony and health status would be shared with the returnee control department. His health was stable, so he would be free to leave the hospital in a few days, and he had been scrubbed so hard that he now smelled of mint. Our dude did not seem to appreciate the scrubbing because he very rudely called the doctor bald. However, it turns out that he was not upset. It had been about 1,000 years since he had gotten the opportunity to yap to anyone, so he was absolutely pleased that Baldy had heard him out. He did not know the doctor's name, so he could not hold back his excitement at the pleasure of dishing out nicknames. Our bro was lucky that he was handsome, or his nickname would be Stinky. The doctor grinned all professional and kind, saying that it was his pleasure, and he was happy that our guy had shared this remarkable experience with him. He then nicknamed our guy the Warrior of the Wild, who had survived a 1,000-year adventure, and he should forever be grateful that they had worked so hard to scrub off the 1,000 years of filth. The doctor headed out, thinking our dude was a really interesting case, and he would make a great novelist if he penned down all of his vibrant and colorful descriptions of his very sad life as a loner with animals. At least he was not in danger of suffering depression because any other sane person might have gone mad. Meanwhile, at the Returnee Control Department, the RCD, Blondie was looking through her files, and she gasped that there had to be some kind of mistake. This boy was an F-ranked hero. Once again, it was the old beaten dog trope of a low-ranked power scaler, who gets all the powers and all the babes despite being tagged F-rank. Well, it could not be helped that their interdimensional loser was an F-ranker despite the force of his stench and his power. The boy could have received a government pension if he were even an E-ranker. Now he was not just lonely and homeless, bro was also broke. That was embarrassing. He might even prefer going back to the jungle with the wild animals. The dude was supposedly an ordinary civilian if he was ranked F, but the blonde was not buying that nonsense. She had felt the force of his riz when he had stepped through the interdimensional butthole. Her boss was not taking the situation seriously, and said that the boy had probably gotten lucky to survive all of that chaos and still come back when he was such a loser. He was not even a boy anymore at this rate. Bro was 1,000 years old. He was an old man. The boss at the Returnee Control Department figured that the loser probably found a return stone while hiding and got catapulted right back. That was not what happened at all. The man had even received the doctor's report, and he shared it with the blonde. It was just as feared. The doctor thought that our dude was mentally ill, and had a psychotic episode where he really thought that he had lived for 1,000 years by the side of wolves. If they wanted to call him crazy, they could have just said it to his face. This was plain insulting. The doctor even dared to say that he was deluded by his own imagination. That was way too rude. They even said that he had returnee post-traumatic stress disorder, and that was one of the things that he did not have. The blonde sighed when she read the medical report. It was so absurd that even she started to feel crazy. Apparently the stranger had wolfish behavior. Yeah, that checked out considering that he had growled at her as soon as they had first met. It was almost a wonder that he could still engage in any form of intellectual conversation after going through 1,000 years of growling and howling. Then she grabbed the file for the returnee Suho Park. He was in a frank, but he was still a returnee, so they would go by the book in handling his case. So his name was Suho Park. The blonde was intrigued by this wild, weird boy. His violent, animalistic nature had charmed her, so she was going to go ahead and do some more private investigation. The boss was surprised that she would be going as far as giving him his file in person. Well, she wanted to see for herself if she had been mistaken about his riz, so she headed off into the wild to see for herself. The girl stepped out into the bright and beautiful morning. It had been 2 weeks since Suho Park had returned to Earth, and he lay in his bed doing nothing. It had been ages since he had the privilege of doing anything like that. He had longed to come back for so long, but now that he was back, he was bored to death with doing nothing. He had no idea how to live his life after scraping for food and killing monsters every day of his life. His nurse came in with his morning meal, and the boy looked at the very nutritious and seasoned food that almost looked bland compared to the colorful meat that he had been eating all day in the other world. He figured that he would try it out since he could not look a gift horse in the mouth after all. Suddenly the blonde burst into his room demanding to see Suho Park. The old man was kind of in the middle of eating like an animal, so she could just come back later. The blonde was absolutely stunned, and now she started to doubt the riz that she had seen earlier. The boy paused when he saw a girl walk in. It had been a while since he'd seen a girl, and usually he would be charmed, but right now she looked like a threat that had come to take his munch. The girl introduced herself as Soo-young Choi from the Returnee Control Department. Our bro happened to recognize her smell and her blonde hair, and he said all that like that was not creepy at all. He crouched to the ground, sniffing her just to make sure. Blondie sure had a lot of patience because she had not kicked him yet. The girl smiled kindly and explained that she was the first person he saw when he returned. The guy sure seemed like an absolute predator the moment he stepped out of the portal. However, now the guy just looked like a bum licking at the food on his plate. There was no way this animal had the handsome riz that she had felt the other day, and she wondered if she had lost her touch. Well, our dude was done with the food, so he decided to carry on with normal conversation, as if anything could be normal after what he had done. He asked about her department, and she asked how he could be so demanding when he was so young. Bro was already older than her by a lot. She had no room to talk. He confidently said that he was over 1,000 years old, and she confidently believed that he was definitely mentally ill. Well, she explained that her department was in charge of helping returnees, just like him, to adjust to society after they returned. She showed him the basic information that he should look through about his name and identity. He had to read through it and then check the information sharing agreement box on each page. After that, he had to sign. She had a lot of confidence that he could do all that after 1,000 years away. The old man picked up the pen, a little lost when handling such a small object. It had been so long since he had used it and he happily sniffed it for nostalgia's sake. The blonde just wondered why he had to sniff everything. 1,000 years had passed, so he was amazed that pens were still in use. It seemed that Jungle Boy failed to realize that 1,000 years had passed, but only for him. Everyone else was pretty much in a standstill, and they lived out normal lives while he was going through hell. Blondie told him to stop messing around and sign the darn papers. He was acting like a caveman, and she was done with that. She showed him all the places to sign and decided that he was a completely hopeless bird brain, and she had definitely been wrong about his riz. The more he got busy on her paper, the angrier she got until she had to ask a very important question. She asked if he had taken any art lessons while he was away because he was busy drawing a wolf on the documents that he was supposed to sign. Bro explained that he knew how to draw before leaving Earth. The girl then asked if he had learnt anything while he was gone, like magic, enchantments, martial arts, anything like that. The main character smiled and said that he lived in a forest and fought giant beasts to survive. The girl scoffed that he had been running for his life for 10 years. The old man fell silent. In order to become a truly awakened returnee who could pass through portals, one had to kill a monster and steal its dimensional energy. However, the blonde thought that our dude had survived in a peaceful dimension, and then got lucky when he found a return stone and passed through the portal. Subai was very confused about what the blonde was saying. He had not been gone for 10 years. He had been gone for 1,000 years. He had counted every blooming day until he could count no more, so he was very sure about it. The blonde muttered that he was getting on HR nerves, but she was annoying him too. The girl pointed at the record that stated that he had in fact been gone for just 10 years. He had gone missing, and then he had come back in a 10-year gap. Subai could not believe it. He grabbed the records in shock to learn that only 10 years had passed. Time moved differently across dimensions, but it really explained why he had not died. He had been moving in dog years instead. Then, Sueong handed him his returnee identification card, and our dude stared at it in awe. His hospital fees would be transferred onto that card, so if he lost it, he had to report that right away. He also had to read through the document that she had given him very carefully because it would help him navigate life from now on. Once he was well, he should go back to his family and live a peaceful life as a normal person. As the girl left, Subai sat and wondered about his family. For 1,000 years, his only life had been the wolves in his pack. The bro was just now realizing that his human family could still be alive since only 10 years had passed in this world. Poor abandoned Subai had since given up all hope in the long time that he had spent in that other world. It had been 1,000 years, so he was very sure that his friends and family had hit the dust after that huge explosion, especially after so much time had passed. When he did return to Earth, he would also have to accept the loss of his wonderful forest family that had coddled him in their fur and spit and claws. He had been with them for 1,000 years, so it made sense that he was kind of attached. The boy was devastated, thinking that he would be alone again in this world. However, it turned out that he was wrong. It had only been 10 years, and his family was up and running. He could go and see them again. He quickly read about how father and mother, well, his dad had kicked the bucket after the first dungeon break, and so had his mum. Dang, Subai's life was so depressing. How dare Sugang give him false hope like that? It was embarrassing. Then the boy desperately searched for any information on Junho, and his eyes widened with joy. Junho was alive. That boy burst right out of the hospital room. He could not even spare a second there anymore, not when he knew that there was family to return to. The workers were trying to slow him down, but our guy did not have any time for that. His parents had not survived the unfortunate tragedy of being related to the main character, but he had one person who did survive. Bro broke into the bald doctor's office, completely ignoring all those who told him that he could not do that. It was not like that could stop him anyway. He needed the doctor's assistance right away. The doctor was busy being calm and collected like he was talking to a mad person, which was really annoying our dude, but he could overlook it. His brother was alive, and he needed to find him. He wanted the doctor to sign his release immediately before some unknown force took his little brother away. The doctor was not taking the situation seriously at all. He told Subai to just wait until they found his brother for him, which almost seemed like a good idea. However, the old man growled that he had not come all this way to ask that bald rat for permission. He was telling him and he was leaving. The doctor seemed to be tapping some kind of code on his lap, and he did look rather suspicious. The doctor told the mad wolf that he could go under one condition, and the wild wolf wanted to know what condition. Suddenly, our dude was dressed in proper clothes, and he was in the back of a car, telling the man that he owed him one. The doctor laughed that he would be talking to our dude soon. Then he informed the cab driver that the crazy person in the back seat was not fully recovered yet, so he wanted him to please get the dark-haired dude home safely. The taxi guy could easily do that, so he sped away. Meanwhile, the nurse could not believe that the doctor had paid for that bum's hospital bills, bought him clothes, and even gave him money. Not even the returnee department would give any of that grace to an F-ranker, especially a rude one that kept mouthing off and calling the doctor Baldy. The bald man just laughed about the situation and said that he had just wanted to hear more of that guy's stories. The nurse could not believe that the man wanted to hear more about those outrageous cock and bull stories. Well, the bald man was tired of talking about it, and he asked if there was anyone who could fix the door that the patient had broken. The nurse had already put in a request, but that door handle was beyond bent. The nurse wondered what on earth had happened to the handle of the door. It was a very intriguing situation, and the old doctor just sat down on his chair, smiling to himself because this was the second time that the handle had broken in that manner. Meanwhile, our dude was attempting to speed through the streets of Korea, but it was pretty hard to do that because of a huge traffic jam. There was no way there were still that many people around after the very first dungeon break that had wiped out so many. Where had these people even come from? While our main character was busy stewing in traffic, an announcement rang out for all to hear. Due to a time miscalculation during a dungeon portal break, a flood of monsters had escaped in an unprotected field near Hongcheon in Gangwon province at 3 in the afternoon. The video cam even showed the footage of the ugly-looking monsters running wild and letting loose. The Ministry of National Defense urgently deployed both the tank and aviation battalions, and brought the situation under control within 50 minutes, which was what counted for a speedy response to such a large-scale problem. In addition to the destruction of 2 tanks, there were also a total of 12 casualties among the hunters and soldiers on site. Updates would be made as soon as the officers had gathered additional information. Suddenly, they had to interrupt that program for a pretty good break titled the Supernatural Power Fighting Championship, also known as the SPFC. This was an event that marked and hailed bloody combat between world-class S-ranked heroes and anyone who was dumb enough to challenge them. It was a serious tournament, and ranked 34th in the world was the Russian brown bear, Mikhail Jorvas. His opponent was also ranked 48 in the world, Beyond Horizon. The winner of this match would qualify for the title match against the #1 hero from Japan. Now they were so excited to see the flame hero, Horizon, attempt to stop the Russian brown bear in 7 consecutive matches. Dungeon breaks seemed like a very big deal in this world, but clearly they were not big enough because they still had time to map out nonsense like this. Fighting between heroes when the world was burning was insane. The world had changed substantially since our dude got tossed into that forest, and it was a completely different place now. There had been a rise of mighty hunters, and the rise of guilds that would also offer the provision of hunting dividends in situations like this. Korea's 4th-ranked guild, the Shilla Guild, happened to be hiring, and they were running an advertisement for the day. The cab driver grinned as he listened to the news, mumbling about how he could have made so much cash from hunting in the field instead of being a cab driver, but he was not suicidal, and he understood his limits. Of course, Subai did not understand anything about the hunting field, and the taxi driver felt rather sorry for him, so he decided to explain it. He had nothing else to do, so he might as well. 10 years ago, doors that led to the other worlds opened not just in Korea, but all over the world. People call that day the Day of the Catastrophe, a day when the first clash of the dimensions connected the Earth to numerous other worlds, allowing for an invasion of monsters. Back then, 10% of the world's population was lost that day. Ever since then, monsters had popped up all over, and their military was just not enough to keep fighting them. This is why hunters had appeared to fight against the monsters wherever the militias could not reach. Those who disappeared during the catastrophe, but returned to Earth, otherwise known as returnees, acquired a hunter's license, allowing them to then hunt monsters. After receiving their license, they would then form guilds, and Earth had become a place for them to earn money by hunting in fields or near portals. Our dude pondered all of this new information, especially the one about the hunter's license. Then he asked how a person even became a hunter, and the man chuckled that it was difficult for commoners to get in. In order to be worth anything around these parts, the dude first had to awaken, and then go to the returnee department to pass the hunter exam. Our dude had not expected this path of success to be laden with actual hard work, so he was not really feeling the complicated method. At any time, the car drove on until the evening came and the light began to ebb away from the sky. The taxi parked in a quiet neighborhood and informed the old man that they had reached his home. The kid that they were looking for was likely in the 2-story red brick house nearby. Now that our dude had reached his destination, the cab driver promptly kicked him out, wished him luck, and drove away. The whole thing felt rather ominous, with a black bird hanging around in the environment. The 1,000-year-old dude stepped forward, and a nosy neighbor happened to notice him. The old lady asked who he was, and the dark-haired dude said clearly that he had come for Junho. It was not particularly the best phrasing, and the old woman looked very suspicious about it. The boy stared right ahead, looking both handsome and confused because he had no idea why people always hesitate to help. The old woman was not at all impressed, and scolded the young man for speaking so casually to her. The boy stared in surprise when the old woman suddenly yelled that there was no one who lived there with that kind of name. She told the rotten jerk to get lost, and then she slammed the window in her face. It seemed the dude had finally met his match. Poor Subai started to worry that he had come to the wrong house. Suddenly he heard the old woman muttering about stupid loan sharks who came around way too often. Inside the house there was a voice that asked if the scary men had come back to the house. That voice was unmistakable, especially to the boy who had spent too much of his time living in the forest and being raised by animals. The grandma continued to speak softly to the boy that she was talking to, encouraging him to eat, and sighing that the world had turned into an evil place. The real evil was keeping his brother for him, and Subai was not about to stand back and accept that. Apparently the child's voice worked day and night, but they were still drowning in debt. Taking a peek at the window, the jungle dude could see that the mailbox was stuffed full of letters. The boy was asked to eat up as much as possible. While he was doing that, our dude grabbed the letter and read it to see. That letter was addressed to Junho Park. His brother was in debt, and he seemed to have started a family too. Carefully, the jungle boy put his hands into his pockets and started to walk away. In the wild, the strongest would always be the law, but the laws of the earth were so complicated. If strength was what simplified complexity, then the strength of any civilized world was money, so what our dude needed right now was a heap of cash. There was a beautiful and big building, gleaming in the sunlight. Our dude walked into the building and submitted his necessary documents to the right office. His request to take the hunter's exam was immediately denied. Unfortunately, loser F-class heroes like him were not allowed to participate in that kind of deathmatch. The dark-haired dude was rather upset, because he was a returnee and should be able to participate. However, he was classified as an F rank, but was still shy of 4 returnee points, so he was not allowed. Our dude was not about to back out, and was insistent on fighting for his rights. He had come through that butthole portal 2 weeks ago, and he refused to have endured all of that nonsense for nothing. The poor lady at the desk had to explain that civilians could not pass through portals, as they would immediately be shredded to pieces. Now was just rubbish, considering that he had in fact passed through a portal, and he was clearly standing there with his own 2 legs. Their discrimination stunk because he had survived something that they could not even imagine, but the desk lady told him to continue his magical fantasies at home in the privacy of his room, and maybe with some oil. Since he was not going to get in the normal way, the lady did offer the option of signing up at the Awakening Academy, or he could rack up his points in the field. At any rate, his loser behind was not allowed inside until he had actually awakened. Our dude could not believe the discrimination. He did not understand how this system even worked, and he frowned when he saw a poster for the Suman Field Goblins. There seemed to be a bounty on that monster, so that was a pretty slick way to make some easy money. On another side of society, someone was cruising around in a taxi and getting information on some kind of barrier. They should be able to view it on the map. Seoul was currently divided into 12 districts, and there were over 100 gates that were connected to each district. There were dozens of outer gates that connected to the fields as well. Our dude considered this information, and the fact that he needed to get his hands on a phone. Finally, the taxi did come to a stop, and it informed the dude that they had now arrived at the Suwon Field Gate 27. It was time for him to start hunting. Our guy got out of the car, stretched out as he checked out this forbidden area that would elevate him in status and cash. There was supposed to be a hunting field behind that gate, so he had to focus on finding it. As soon as he stepped forward, there were some soldiers standing by the gate. That already spelt trouble for the F-ranked Gigachad. The soldier asked what the dude had come to see, and our guy explained that he had come hunting. Naturally, the soldier took a look at him and saw that he had no equipment or any gear whatsoever. They immediately asked to see his hunter's identification card. It was unfortunate that our guy did not have anything like that. Of course, they were not looking to let in a loser who had no gear, no equipment, and no identity card. Before they could kick our broke dude to the curb, there was a sudden loud noise. A large military truck seemed to be charging right out of the gate. Now that was dangerous. The guards cursed and hurried to close the gate, but it was much too late, and that loud vehicle bashed right through their defenses. It was accompanied by some ugly-looking monsters that immediately went to town on the poor soldiers standing around. Those unfortunate guys had just been doing their job and now found themselves on the breakfast menu of monsters. The truck drove on and bashed into the wall, crashing entirely. It was like the people who had gone in with the truck had not come out alive. They had even had the audacity to bring monsters back with them. Everyone was panicking. Squad 5 was called in to move out immediately. They had to maintain their position, and they all prepared for what monster was going to crawl out of the fallen vehicle. It was rattling like someone's deranged pet was trying to claw its way out. The soldiers all aimed their weapons, ready to riddle that creature full of holes until it gushed like a fountain. Suddenly, that thing popped right out of the car like a beast from a freak horror movie. It was a sight too, like a mix of a cat on a bullfrog, scaly with long claws and a flat-looking face. Immediately, the soldiers riddled that thing with bullets. The general idea was to kill it immediately, destroying every last cell of that awful creature. After the smoke filled the horizon, the lead told them to cease fire immediately. Everyone paused, relieved that the enemy had been eliminated. They had all been so focused on eliminating the enemy that they had completely forgotten about their afternoon visitor. Anyway, they hoped that the coward would have been scared silly by the monster and would just go back home. For now, they had to focus on calling an ambulance. Little did they know that our idiot would never do a thing like that. He was not about to turn back to a life of poverty and no rank. That was a life that was guaranteed to be filled with suffering. Our guy was going to achieve success or die trying. He looked around the monster field and realized that he could sense the weird monster aura. Funny how he suddenly acted less animal-like when there were no other humans around. Still, 1,000 years of wrestling with beasts meant that he knew their sound by instinct. He could tell by their growls which monster was which and where they would be located. He also recognized that smell. Walking around was such a pain though, and a part of him understood that he could not very well continue to function like this. He needed a car. The sun was bright over him, and he stared up in wonder at the beautiful scenery around. Bro actually stayed there until it got dark. His life was so empty that the dark of the night felt so much more like home. It was easier for him to sneak around like a little bug in the cover of darkness. Plus the bigger beasts were easier to spot. In other words, it was time to hunt. Our dude spread out his arms like he was auditioning for Rose's part in the Titanic, and he took a very deep and satisfying whiff of monster air. He could smell all the disgusting creatures that he had roamed with on that world with no human life, and he crashed to the floor with a landing. Suho groaned, his body was stiff. He was already out of practice from eating all of that healthy food and lying around in the hospital all day. That was no good. Our guy stood on the cracked floor that he had created thanks to his fat behind. Slowly he pushed to his feet, getting ready to relaunch the previously failed hunt. Once our dude was sure that he was set, he set off into a run like he could smell the scent of all the money he would make from his success. Our guy Subai was the type who knew what he wanted, and he chased after it like a relentless dog. He ran so fast that he actually scaled a building like he was flying. Bro was so determined that he was already defying gravity. It was more of a jump, but his bones were still rather stiff. Still, he managed to grab a ledge and haul himself into the building to continue some of his investigation. It seemed that an after effect of switching worlds meant that he was lacking some of the power that he previously had. That was no good, and he needed to look into that later as soon as he had some time. For now, the boy stood with his hands in his pockets as he surveyed the area. A good sniff pulled in all of the dirt of the beasts and told him all of the gossip that he needed to know. It did not take long for him to hear the weird sounds of some whining and whimpering, so he figured that he might as well start his search over there. Easily, our dude bolted to the suspicious area. He was not about to be an idiot and run in there blind, so he was cautious. Still, he needed to investigate exactly what was making that sound. The sound of whining and screeching sure was suspiciously loud though, and it really did not help that the noise kept coming from a very dark alley. Our bro headed inside, and there he saw a sight that was almost nostalgic. Those short and fat goblin creatures that looked like a mix of a toad and a cat had packed together in a small group, and they were bullying a singular lone wolf. That baddie had taken a lot of damage, but the brother was still standing strong and baring its teeth at the goblins, even though it was clear that it was fighting a losing battle. Subai walked in on this scene and wondered if he should help. So not only was he a broke, loser, fair-ranking bum, but he was also disloyal. He asks himself if he should help a brother in need. The wolves had not taken care of him to be treated this way. The wolf growled, barking its challenge because it was not about to go down without a fight, even as the goblins charged together. The growl of that dog sparked a fire deep inside of Suho's soul, and he realized that he could not hold back after all. In the most disrespectful way possible, the dude really leapt into the battle fray by bonking one of the goblins on the head. Oh, the humiliation. The creature barely had time to process that it was bonked, because its head instantly fell apart. Now this was concerning to the other monsters, and a signal began searching for the boy's class. The system was trying to compute his power, but it failed to pick up a proper signal because our dude had already been assigned to F, even if his power did not make sense. This whole conundrum gave the poor system a headache, and it could only generate a system error because our dude was just way too confusing. Subai had no idea what he was looking at. There were all these stupid screens popping up and blaming him for things that he had no business with. He waved around the air and told those stupid screens to get lost. Of course, he could not waste time fighting imaginary problems because the real problems had just seen him whack their friend to death, and naturally they wanted revenge. That was great news because our dude needed a reason to exercise some stress relief anyway. The monsters screeched at him, and he whacked at them relentlessly. Bro treated those cheap goblins like they were extras in a rage room because he did not hold back. The crack that sounded was so loud and violent that it sent the poor goblin's head spinning right off. The goblins were not about to sit down and get insulted on their own turf like that. They raced at our guy, all frothing to put their hands on him. Unfortunately for those ugly creatures, our dude had 1,000 years of hands-on experience on his roster, and he had no intention of holding back. Those poor things immediately got whacked. He was grabbing and manhandling them like they were as easy as marshmallows. It was effortless for our dude to toss them around and tear them like they were nothing but paper. Bro was so relentless in his casual slaughter of these creatures that one could almost wonder why he even bothered pondering on if he should join in on the fight. It was clearly out of consideration for the goblins, because he was beating them ruthlessly, as if he had found out that they were owing him money for all of those 1,000 years. By the time our dude finally stopped, the poor system had gone from a headache to migraine, but it had at least upgraded our dude to the rank of a druid. A druid was something new in this kind of genre, but the system still failed to obtain the class of his skill. Bro had upgraded for 1,000 years, and amassed an amount of skill that even the poor system could not measure. Well, that was fine. Our guy just needed access to the money anyway. Now that Subai looked at the screen, he recalled that about 100 years ago, when he had first crash-landed in that other world, he had seen a screen that almost looked just like this one. He rarely received any stat increase alerts after he exceeded the maximum strength limit, so he now understood why the system was having menstrual pains. Status windows usually did not pop up when he was in the forest, but he guessed it was different now that he was in the human world. Since he had just come back, it was going to take a while for his system to drag itself out of its depressive state. Now he wondered if his stats were lower on Earth because of the silly system error. That was hardly his fault, and it was so unfair. Suddenly there was a flash, and an authorization had been obtained. The performance store was open. Well, our dude had no idea what that was, but he might as well check it out. He wondered if this was what it meant to be awakened. He opened up the store and saw that he had about 7 points available, which meant that he could only buy some cheap food and a bottle of water. Now that was the most disrespectful nonsense that our dude had ever seen. He had just packed up a whole extended family of goblins, and they only gave him 7 points. Discrimination of the highest order. Well, he tapped on the food anyway because a hungry man was not a choosy man, and the food appeared before him. Before he could chow down on it, he suddenly recalled the monster wolf that he had come to save. The poor creature was definitely not going to survive the assault, but at least Subai now knew why it had been fighting so hard. There was a tiny little fluffy wolf pup. That poor baby had been a mother just kicking ass for the sake of their child. Our dude stepped forward to check out the situation, pausing beside the fallen warrior and her baby. Very carefully, he touched the suffering darling. The creature was in pain, and it also looked like she had been attacked by poison. She was not going to make it. However, she was worried about her cub. Suho protested. He was broke in this new world, and he had never said that he would be babysitting when he could barely feed himself. Still, the poor wolf insisted and begged, and even the little baby started to beg. The poor thing had nowhere else to go, so it had to depend on the kindness of the human savior. Our dude wondered if it was fate that he had been saved by a wolf cub in the forest world. And now again, he was meeting a small baby in the human world. Well, he did not really have any food, but he handed over the piece of bread and egg that he had just gotten from the shops. The little guy could just munch on that for now, at least until Subai had gotten his bearings back. Now that the dark-haired hero counted his kills, he realized that he had in fact just taken down 7 goblins. Man, goblins were the worst form of creatures to kill. He needed to get a car so that he could find actual quality prey much faster. There was the bright light of the sun rising in the distance, and our dude woke to a bright new morning. He had buried the fallen wolf so that her body would not be defiled, and the pup slept on his lap. Bro really felt more at home in dungeons dominated by animals than he did hanging around other humans. He had already spent a night there, so he told the little baby that it was time to head out. At the gate, the soldiers were still discouraging any civilians from getting anywhere close to the danger zone. The hunters passing through the area should not forget to stop by the disinfection station before cashing out on their wins. The pompous hunters with cars growled and cursed about all the traffic that they were experiencing. Then they saw something crazy that made their jaws drop. The security were rather curious about that, so they turned around and also got pretty shocked by what they saw. It was our dude, walking right out of the dungeon with all 7 of the goblins stacked on his back. That was actually insane, but our dude was determined to make some money somehow. The people watching could not believe it, and they wondered if the guy had really caught all of those monsters on his own. That was when the security remembered the loser that they had tried to send back to normal society. Little did they know that our dude thrived in a land of chaos. He had hauled all 7 goblins right back to the pouty desk lady who calculated his wins. He got 350 for the 7 goblins, and 60 for the 3 bloodstones, but they took out 200 for disinfection, dog vaccination, and vitamins. That was so rude. His dog was a wolf. After all the subtractions, our dude was still left with 2.1 million won, which was pretty impressive all the same. Still, he had not even intentionally collected any bloodstones. That was the wins gained from the goblin hearts. Their prices varied depending on the amount of energy stored within them. He could also get about 200,000 won per stone around that small size. The boy did not have a registered account, so he would pay the dude in cash. Still, the dark-haired hunter was way more impressive than she had given him credit for. If he were this good, then he had the skills to register as a hunter, and he should do that since it would be more convenient for him. Once he registered and hunted in the dungeons, it was just a matter of time before he got rich. Later, a truck was passing by, and some dude was having a conversation with an elderly person over the counter. The person had recently started truck driving, and the older guy was happy to see that the broke man had finally found a good job, when he had been pinching pennies for a while. Well, it was a bit dangerous since he had to drive into the field, but the pay was way better than working in the city. Well, this was good news, and the old man happily gave the dude some extra treats because it was Jionu's favorite. This awkward broke dude seemed to be our dude's brother. The man laughed and said that he would also be taking a bottle of soju. Later the man hopped into his car and got busy driving back home. The dude was having a great time just driving along and living his life with joy and happiness. When he finally got home, someone called out his name, and he turned. It was indeed Park Junho. Unfortunately, the man was in debt, and he quickly got slimed by the debt collectors, who whacked the poor guy instantly on his head. Bro came crashing down like a tower of Lego blocks, the gangsters laughing as they circled him, saying that they thought he had left his kid and dipped, so they were really happy to see him again. The poor guy was absolutely horrified to see them though. They beat that poor man like he was a criminal, tapping his shoulder and teasing their victim. The bully had come by a lot trying to find the man, and he was not a big fan of this new game of hide and seek. He slammed the poor guy on his shoulder, and the man groaned, trying to explain that he had been making some money in the field. Shakily the poor guy handed over 2.4 million won, hoping that it would cover the month's principal, as well as all of the interest. The jerk took the money and then made a great show of counting it like he had to make sure that it was complete. 160 for the principal, and 120 in late interest. Of course, those jerks also had to consider travel expenses and dry cleaning fees for all of the days that he had dropped by. That jerk had added even more additional costs, and now he was acting like the money was just not going to be enough. Poor Junho shook as he lowered his head in shame, begging for some kind of mercy. He promised to come up with the rest of the money in 3 days, but he just needed some more time. Of course, the jerk had no intention of hearing him out, and he beat the poor guy, saying that there would be interest for 3 extra days. An unreasonable amount of interest to ensure that the dude would never finish paying. The jerk looked like he was ready to keep beating the poor guy, when someone called out to Junho. It was such a relief that Subai had finally arrived with his pet dog trailing behind him. The ringed-up gangster wondered who that bum was, and his victim could only stare in shock and disbelief. This was because the bum, whose eyes were raging like he was a monster robot sent to destroy, was his brother, who was supposed to have died 10 years ago. Junho could not believe that his literal deadbeat brother was actually back. Subai had come home looking different in every way, and he looked like he was hungry to beat up someone unfortunate. The wolf boy did not even pay any slight attention to the jerks surrounding him, and he knelt by his brother's side, calling out his name with a soft smile. It had been a long time since the dark-haired boy had seen his brother, and he was beyond relieved to see Junho again. The boy stared in awe at Subai. In the past, apparently, bullying was a long part of the family history. Bullies had laughed as they beat down the kid, telling each other to check his pockets for any food available. They even threatened to punch the broke boy, according to how much money they found on him. Apparently, Junho had a really long history of getting his ass beaten up. Back then, Subai would often pass by and see his brother getting jumped. The poor kid would call out to his brother back then, begging for some kind of help. However, the dark-haired brother treated his sibling like air. He tossed the trash inside the garbage can, and he walked away, sweating like a Christmas pig. It was becoming very clear that the shameless bum in the flashback had no intention of actually helping his bro when he was down and desperate. The poor boy had been so heartbroken by the situation that he'd cried. That's right, Junho remembered now that his brother was a useless and unhelpful bum. The boy had never contributed anything good to his life. Later, 10 years ago, when the breaking news announcement went out, the news reported that the series of explosions that began in the neighborhood of Sologyo in Mapo district had spread rapidly across the nation. The cause of these large-scale explosions had yet to be determined. There had also been numerous reports that unidentified creatures had been spotted from the Crimson Domes, which had appeared along with the explosions. Suddenly someone came to the door, and the young boy rushed to see who was there. It was a pretty bleak time, and the young Junho was hoping that at least his mother would come home. He opened the door and was very relieved to see his parents. Unfortunately, it was not his parents, it was his auntie and his uncle who were around. They could not get a hold of his parents, and they could not find his brother either. They had to evacuate the place immediately, so Junho needed to grab his stuff and leave immediately. They had just been having that very short conversation when Zeus decided that he had a personal beef with that family. Instantly, the poor boy was rendered a double orphan with his aunt and uncle obliterated in front of him. The explosion was so large that bro got knocked into next week, while the ugliest-looking fish monsters with long necks manifested and roared up a storm. It was a really bad day for the young brother of the main character, because he found himself face-to-face with the most traumatizing-looking eye of his life. In that moment, the young brother could not care less that his sibling was missing. His brother had no significance in his life, and he expected no help from that side of the family anyway. His brother was here now, his big brother it seemed, and the main character smiled at the man that his brother had become. Junho had grown into an adult version of the loser he used to be in school. The poor boy had also thought that his loser big brother was dead. Meanwhile, the ringleader was still there, and wondering why they were doing their tearful reunion in front of him when they owed him money. Even if he had beaten them up pretty bad, there should be some sense left in their brain cells. Tearful reunions were illegal until the ring dude got paid. That was how he ran his business. He was about to go right back to threatening Junho, but unfortunately for him, Subai had come back with some epic gorilla power. That guy grabbed the poor mafia dude by the head and immediately slammed him into the concrete. Now that was the kind of older brother power that Junho had always needed in his life. The boy could not believe it. He watched his bully roll down the alley like he was some kind of bowling ball. The man hit the wood in the corner and everything came tumbling down. It was a perfect score. Yeah, the other big losers in the area were not at all happy to see our dude's success. He had no business packing up their boss like that, and they were about to make their protests known. However, Subai could not give a single care about those dudes. He was focused on his little brother, making sure the little guy was not beaten up too badly. Naturally, the bullies did not take kindly to being ignored, but that was fine because our dude had every intention of packing them up too. They attacked him with a kick, probably intending to send him flying. It felt like a little nuzzle to our guy, who was rolled with beasts and goblins though. He nuzzled that thigh like it was a whore he was messing around with. The dark-haired man did not even touch him, and that loser fell back, screaming like he had touched a live electric pole. Bro's leg had reached the point of no return, and our dude had not even put his hands on him. That was scary. Now the other bullies in the area had started to second-think their life decisions because clearly they were outmatched by this Iron Man that had popped out of nowhere. Then Subai called that poor sucker like he was a dog, and the other bully started to beg for his life, saying that he had not laid a finger on Junho. Bro started blabbering about how he had tried to stop the other big guys from hitting his brother, but he was just lying now. Meanwhile, the benevolent big brother did not want to fight. He set the cash on the floor and beckoned for that dog to come take his bone. This was absolutely shocking to the dude. Then Subai made it clear that they were to take that money and then get lost. The man thanked them happily, grabbing the money in a bow, and then he did scram as far as he could get. It was evening, and the old lady that Subai had seen before was there again. This time she was being properly introduced to the weird stranger who had shown up in the past. The old lady could not believe that rough-looking gentleman was the brother of the kind and wimpy Junho, but that violent jerk was indeed his brother. The bro had even brought over some meat to help soften up the old lady and get her on his side. The woman checked out the meat, just to make sure it was of some kind of quality and not poison. The woman then cursed and said that Subai should have introduced himself earlier instead of sneaking around like a thief. At any rate, Gionu was sleeping inside, so both boys had to get in. Inside the house, there was a little boy asleep on the floor. The puppy checked out the smell of what was soon to be his new packmate. Our dude crouched on the floor, excited to meet his little nephew. The kid was called Gionu, and he was only 1 year old. Then there was the very awkward question about what happened to the kid's mum. Apparently she was a deadbeat who had left because of the money issues. It was one thing to leave because a man was broke, but she really left her kid with him. That was sad. Well, the brother accepted all the blame because it was his fault for being useless. Now that they were reunited, the jungle boy wanted to have a drink with his little bro. They had a lot to catch up on, so they headed out and got to chatting about the past and all the things that had changed so far. The little brother was amazed that his big brother had barely changed in age in over 10 years, and now he was back as a hunter. However, Subai wanted to talk about money and big bucks. He asked his brother how much he owed. Bro owed 50 million won, which was insane. Where did all of that money even go? The brother tried to reassure his big bro that he had a job now, so he could pay all of that money. It was a transporting job which involved long-distance transporting between cities. It was dangerous and not many people wanted to do it. That was why the pay was good. That also sounded like a one-way death machine, because if anything bad happened to him, his child and his grandma would sink. The dude was even driving a truck he had borrowed from the old lady. It used to belong to her son. Bro was broke in every sense of the word. Still, Subai wanted to know everything about everyone. He asked about the old lady's son to know how he was doing. That son had not survived the catastrophe, so perhaps that was why she looked after Gianu like her own baby. She was basically their savior. Suddenly the boy popped up because he sensed the wolf pup licking him and running around. He was beyond happy to see a puppy because he was too young to understand that they were too broke to afford food for any of them. The little boy was so happy to see a puppy, and then his father. Bro was so young and innocent and oblivious to the wickedness of the world. The father was happy to see the kid, and he even introduced the little guy to his uncle. His uncle had brought him a cute puppy for him to play with, and the little boy was elated. It was good that little G had someone to play with, since he had always wanted a puppy, while Subai still wanted to talk about serious business, especially since Junho was the only family he had left. He wanted to work together with his brother. He would do the dangerous work and his bro could lend him the truck. It was a dangerous job, so the jungle guy had a higher chance of coming back alive anyway. The brother was a bit confused, but the big brother just grinned and explained that he was going monster hunting, and he needed a car anyway. The desk lady was thrilled. She could not believe that our guy was now registered as a returnee. She gave him a big whooping congratulations, and his stats had even increased significantly in just one day. Though he was oddly still an F-ranked druid, still they could work with that somehow. He was now able to open an account as well as make credit transactions with that car. Our bro even got a congratulatory gift for returnees who got registered. It was a phone, Once our dude had downloaded the Returnee Control Department's application, he could then view the test schedules and get hunting field information as well. It was all really technical, but fortunately, our guy was not too brain dead. He still understood some of the technology. Now once he hunted monsters and accumulated dimensional energy, his rank would be upgraded to E, and he could then receive a variety of benefits as well as a pension. They had to keep up with his advancement and to continue to contribute to society by protecting the citizens. The desk girl was so excited for him that she kept rattling about nerd stuff and asking if he could open his status window. Due to a system error, their interface was restructured. The system window popped up, and our dude could finally see his stats. He was so pissed that his detailed stats were so low. He had the supernatural power of materialization. His strength was 120, his agility was 110, his stamina was 135, his intelligence was 90, his recovery was 89, his healing was 75, his balance was 8, and his wild nature was 21. No wonder our dude was having a hard time leaping far. The next day, our dudes got busy and the truck continued on its way. There was music blasting in the car, and Junho was much happier now that his ass-kicking big brother was back in town. He even congratulated his brother on rising from bum status to a registered returnee. All his brother needed to do now was pass the hunter exam. Subai chuckled that they needed to pay his brother's debts first. Once that was done, he could chase a promising career. Junho was worried though. His big brother was an F-rank hunter after all, so he worried that high-class monsters would be too big for him. Subai was so offended by this sentiment that he immediately hung up on him. His big brother had changed so much. The little brother was rather proud of him. Now that the call had ended, it was time for our ball-busting wolf dude to check out the monster bounties. Namyeongju Gate was the closest, so that was where he ended. At the gate, people driving in were stuck in traffic and in a hurry as usual. They were in such a hurry to get inside and hunt monsters that they were complaining that there would not be any monsters left to hunt at this rate. All sorts of cool-looking hunters were heading inside. In one car, the only cool guys were the ones sitting in the front seat though. The dudes in the back looked like they were dying. They should have way more guts considering that they were all returnees after all. They were going to be official members of the Shilla Guild once they passed this dungeon test, so all they had to do was survive. The babies at the back cried that they could do it, though the dude in the passenger seat was just sick and tired of recruiting losers. It was so obvious that these jokes in the back seat were not even qualified to fight wild dogs. They only got in because of their parents' money, and so that they could make some money out of the pension. Getting the extra cash was great, but it sucked to keep picking up talentless wastes. It was just filling in spaces for cannon fodder, and worse still, they had to protect them so that their rich parents would not come crying to them. A glorified babysitting job. The dude had every reason to be stressed and angry. Of course, this was when our dude showed up, walking as usual because he had no car, and no other way of gaining access to the gate without walking. He was registered now, and he just bled an aura of badass and conquering. Taking a bath had done miracles for his aura and his riz. The security was kind of surprised to see him alone and without a vehicle, but he at least had a proper identification now that he was registered, so they could not turn him away. They were kind of confused because he was FEF rank, and our bro kind of just looked suicidal as a result. They told the bro that he was limited to the field, and it was best for him not to enter the dungeon. He heard them, but he was going to do whatever he wanted anyway. All he needed to do was get inside. That was when the daddy babysitter from the rich car noticed our guy walking in with confidence. No vehicle, no team, no nothing. Even the security was worried about that confident bum walking in solo without any noticeable gear. Apparently there were already rumors about his awesome feats circling the area, and they heard that this bro right here had caught 7 goblins on his own at the 27th gate the other day. Now the rich zaddy babysitter was interested. He just watched some ballsy dude enter the field with no weapons, tools, or team. Now that was the kind of grit that he was looking for. Immediately he told his driver, Sangjin, to step on the pedal. They needed to catch up with that hot cake before they lost him forever. Immediately they zoomed after that ballsy hot guy, desperate to at least get his number. Our bro had so much riz that he was even pulling grown men. However, as soon as they entered the field, our dude was gone. They could not even see him anymore, despite the fact that they had been right behind him. They were so upset about losing fine shit, and they had no idea where he went. However, the big zaddy in the car just knew that there was something special about that man. Meanwhile, our dude had taken off at hypersonic speed the moment he set foot in the field. He was limited due to his stupid ranking, so there was only so much ground that he could cover, especially since he did not have a car. In other words, he had to hurry up and hunt things before other people had snatched the good game. Plus, he needed to get some practice in because the state of his body had deteriorated since he came back to the Earth. It was pathetic that he had become weaker, like his body had to adapt to the new environment, and switching worlds had cut down his stats in half. If that was the case, then he was going to start training more because he refused to be this pathetic. Suddenly our dude noticed some kind of weird and loud fighting sound. It sounded like someone was sword fighting nearby. Someone was fighting, and he could tell exactly where all of that noise was coming from too. A battle between civilian returnees instead of animals was something that Supai suddenly hungered to do. Surely a fight like that would definitely help him boost his skills. He could not miss out on the opportunity. The fight seemed to be absolutely bloody. It was so bad that the person's hand fell right off. Our dude stood at a safe distance and easily scoped out the fight that was going on between a group of dudes just clanging their bloody swords against each other. It seemed to be some kind of group fight, and arms were being chopped recklessly left and right. The more our dude looked at them, the more pathetic the fighters looked. It was almost like they were scared of engaging in any actual combat, and they spent more of their time just shit-talking each other, posturing and calling each other names. Now that our dude had taken a proper look, he could see that it was a group of guys in green surrounded by another larger group dressed in brown coats. Subai was losing interest in this stupid exchange when the big boss of the Browns suddenly popped out of the truck, cursing at the losers on his team. He stomped out of the car, and the guys in green panicked a little. The big guy who had just shown up was tall and brawny. They had only 3 guys in green to fight against, so there was no reason for a fight like that to be taking so long. This scary-looking guy was none other than Gusik Choi, and he even had a bounty on his head for 4,000. Now that sounded like some quick money. Our dude stopped the second he heard that cash. 4,000 on a human being? That was the easiest cash that he would ever make. Apparently the big brown dude was a C-ranked vandal, basically a criminal in the hunter world, and the brown goons laughed and mocked the Green Rangers. Now that their boss had come out, they were dead. The big Choi dude laughed like a cartoon villain, and he dared the jerks around him to come get him if they could. The Green Rangers were kind of frightened. They were already outmatched and outnumbered. The last thing they expected was to run into a heavyweight criminal who was clearly shameless about his thirst for blood. The Green Rangers then switched to begging, offering to give the big brown monarch everything that they had if he would let them walk away. Obviously the big violent king was not at all down for that kind of nonsense, and he charged, laughing that there was no fun in that. The Green Rangers were panicking, sure that they were going to die. Suddenly our dude popped out from the roof like a descending angel. He landed with a large crash in front of Mr. 4000, shocking the people gathered around. They had time to pick up their jaws from the floor, because Subai had not come here for the small fries. Instead he walked right up to Mr. 4000, and asked just to confirm his price. See, our dude was a guy hungry for funds, and he needed to be sure that this dude had the right amount. The big brown guy was busy asking stupid questions, wanting our dude to give some kind of introduction. Our guy kept it simple. He was someone in need of money, so he needed to know if this idiot was worth 4,000 or not. The others watching were baffled by this dude's audacity. He had popped out of nowhere, and now he was talking about money like a broke man. They were sure that the dark-haired lad had a death wish or something. The big brown guy threw back his head and laughed as he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. It seemed the young lad was not from the returnee control department, and the big dude growled that Subai should have just kept going on his way. Honestly, our guy could not care less about the nonsense the big guy was babbling. He was here for the money and only the money. The big guy flashed an awe-inspiring aura that shook even our dude for just a second. He was quite surprised, as he had not realized that people could do that. It was shocking that his body suddenly could not move, as he had not faced this before. The big brown dude grinned, letting our guy know his mistake. He had stared into his eyes for more than 5 seconds. That gave the villain the time to activate his power, and it also meant that our guy could not move now. Subai now understood the mistake that had been made. That was his bad. He would be more careful next time. Anyway, the big bully was working hard to ensure that there would never be a next time, and he told his henchmen to get moving. The goons laughed that the main character had made a mistake popping out of nowhere, and now he was going to get slammed. It was true that these guys had taken Subai by surprise, but they were absolutely wrong about him getting slammed because he whacked that guy almost immediately. Now all the other runners paused because they could not believe what they were witnessing. They had not expected to see their opponent suddenly move when he was supposed to be frozen and shaking in his boots with fear. The big guy stared in shock, asking how this could be possible. Our guy just fisted his hand really well and grinned like a wild animal. It seemed that he had experienced magic being used on him for the first time. Well, that was just interesting, and he was grinning with mad excitement as he prepared to deck Mr. 4000. Our dude had just experienced getting whacked with magic for the first time, and he found that he was very much interested in learning more about this. Now this reaction was terrifying for so many ungodly reasons. Subai was moving mad and swinging even madder as he rocked his hand to knock that guy into next week. So the bully had a restraining ability that he used to stop people from moving, and he tried to use it a second time. Amazingly, it worked a second time, and the punch was paused a few inches away from his face. The bully laughed, saying that the bully did indeed have some tricks up his sleeve, and our dude had chosen the wrong person to mess around with. That was Subai's line because that restraining ability lasted for as long as 2 seconds before our jungle boy got the opportunity to knee that idiot in the face. That was fun. The dark-haired warrior wanted to know if this big gorilla could do any more fun tricks. He wanted the brown dude to do more than just restrain him. See, our guy was used to living a very fast-paced life, so he wanted to watch the gorilla dude dance some more to entertain him. The big guy tried again to use restraint, and that trick was starting to feel very one-trick pony of him. If that was all he could do, then the main character was rather bored with him now. Since that was all the big guy had to offer, our dude proceeded to give that jerk the kind of beating that would change his life. The gorilla did not get the chance to speak or activate any other ability. His attacker was moving and whacking so fast and brutally that he could not even form a defense. Subai beat him so hard that the big guy was flapping in the wind like an unwashed flag. To add insult to injury, the dude then tossed Mr. 4000 into the wall like he was stinky garbage. The big brown dude got beaten so bad that he broke through the glass and rolled right into the dark to hide his shame. That fight was such a letdown. Our main character had hoped that his victim would put up more of a fight. Now all the other onlookers were re-evaluating their lives and wondering how that guy had been able to beat Gusick Black and Blue. They had no idea who this nameless man was, but they tensed when he turned around and looked at them. He asked those cowards if they wanted to fight too, but they quickly denied any interest in engaging in such a reckless activity. Well, since they were not going to bother him, he told them to line up, and they rushed to obey him immediately. Then the main character asked if anyone had a rope. The people he saved were more than happy to get him some rope. Then our dude looked at the gathering of bums that he had rounded up and asked for the bounty for bringing them in. Those poor guys quickly confessed that they were just nameless goons with no bounty. They only followed that other big guy because he was tough and could protect them. They were basically begging for their lives here and throwing that big guy under the bus. The gorilla happened to overhear those unfaithful bums absolutely abandoning him in every way. He cursed and had tears in his eyes. That was how sad the world was. 1 second you were on top of the world, and in the next your followers were tossing you aside for the next strong dude that appeared. They had been kissing his ass and reaping the benefits of having him around, but as soon as some other big guy showed up with his alpha pheromones, they were now clinging to him. Subai was quite surprised that the big guy had already woken up that fast. It seemed that he did not whack him hard enough. Still, the gist of the situation was that these bums in front of him were worthless and of no use to him. The Green Rangers behind him spoke up though, and they said that the brown jerks were lying. All of those wicked rats were criminals, and the Green Ranger was sure that the hero would get a reward for turning them in. The brown guys yelled that this was not true. It was like a hilarious case of some preschool teacher trying to find out which kid had eaten the jam in the nursery. The brown coats were so desperate to be set free that they started calling themselves names, even insisting that they were useless. Suddenly the big guy started talking philosophy and asked our dude if he was not fed up with the laws of the city. The field was the true place of freedom where anyone could do what they wanted and live how they liked in the wild of nature. Bro even started negotiating about making the boy live like a king if he was set free. Our dude did not need to hear any of that, and he swiftly stomped on that big jerk. No one knew better about living the wild life than Park Suho. He had thrived in the wild for 1,000 years, and he had never tolerated bullies back then. He was not about to be welcoming of bullies now. He told that big jerk to hurry and sleep, and the poor brown coats were basically crying when they watched their leader get stomped out like a cockroach. Then he turned his attention back to the criminals who were at least worth some kind of small bounty. Still, there were so many of them, our dude could not see a reasonable way to bring them in. Fortunately, the Green Rangers that he had saved had a car, so he had an easy way to rack in his wins. To make transport easy, he was going to help these bums take a nap too. The poor criminals sobbed and wailed about how they were innocent. Unfortunately, they had committed the crime, so it was time for them to do the time. It was very convenient that the Green Rangers had a huge truck too, so all of our dude's wins could fit in the back very nicely. Just the way that he liked it. The people he had saved were eternally grateful for his help, and even asked how they could repay him. They were alive because of him, and our dude was basically now their hero. He did not ask for anything, but they kept idolizing him. His new association of fanboys could not get enough of Soho. They wanted to know his abilities and all of his super awesome skills. The driver had the skills of hunting, tracking, or swordsmanship. It turned out that some people could have 3 skills at the same time. The driver had awakened his swordsmanship skill, but he acquired hunting and tracking skills from training and books. This was all very interesting information, and our guy wondered if he could learn magic from books as well. Now the driver was confused and wondered how such a powerful guy did not know the basics of hunting. Every other hunter knew about the power of skill books. Now that Subai was thinking about it, he should probably go and get some kind of combat skill to help him grow. The car continued its journey, and our dude noticed a thrum of intense energy coming from the other side. That was definitely a portal that would lead to a dungeon. The driver was surprised that our dude could detect the dungeon. It was a low-level one, and they had been headed there to make some gains before they got harassed by the brown coats. It was too bad that the car was now stuffed full of criminals because our guy would have loved to go and check it out if only he had a hunter's license. Now this was the most maddening news that the driver had heard so far. He could not believe that a guy who played patty cake with a wanted criminal did not even have a hunter's license. The cool guy smirked that he was working on getting one. Now this was the biggest shock to the driver. When a portal opened, it was first held down by the military to make sure that no serious monsters escaped the vicinity. Any monsters that hunters came across afterwards were usually just scraps. One could only earn enough experience for up to an E rank in a low-level field with a level 1 dungeon portal like this one. In order to level up, hunters had to capture stronger monsters and then steal their dimensional energy. That was only possible when entering a level 2 dungeon though. However, this guy, who had not even entered a level 1 dungeon, had just beaten a rank C criminal like it was a walk in the park. That was the kind of movement that defied logic. At this point, the driver now wanted to ask the forbidden question, and he shakily asked the bro beside him about his rank. The car nearly drove off the mountainside when he heard that this dude was ranked F. That had to be the most inaccurate nonsense that the driver had ever heard. There was no way that this unstoppable machine should be ranked F. Then the cool hero smirked because he had a favor to ask the driver. Meanwhile, back at that low-level dungeon, the babysitting zaddy popped out of it, looking serious. The weaklings that he had gone inside with were just dragging themselves out and whimpering the entire time. Fortunately, those losers were still alive, but spending an entire day with them had only further soured the poor guy's mood. He could not stand the stench of their weakness. Unfortunately, one of those poor suckers had lost their arm, but at least they could frame it like it was some kind of cool hunter story. The medics rushed over to fix the damage, but the zaddy was still pissed. Hunter licenses were just getting handed around for free. Those suckers behind him could not even survive the lowest level dungeon. It was embarrassing to be seen with them. He would have to crack down on the interviewer who had recruited the tram behind him. His second rushed over to try to placate him. Sure, the losers sucked, but at least the cash they brought in was great. They could not forget the good cash. Besides, kids nowadays are just not made of the same grit as they used to. With their guild's current situation, they just had to accept those rich losers. Still, the zaddy could not accept such a bleak and ugly future. He could not keep recruiting weaklings who could not even survive one dungeon. Kids who came from money could awaken easily because their parents could just capture a monster for them and have them stab it. Afterwards, they just needed to level up by hiring hunters who would guide them, which was what the zaddy was doing that day. They would ensure that those pathetic rookies stayed safe and barely got a scratch on them, while the rookies took all the credit for all of the work that had been done. Once the rookies were officially admitted into a guild, they could then go on missions, except that those rookies were pathetic and useless, and their teammates would always have to pick up their slack. The whole thing was a very stupid situation, and the captain was sick of it. His friend tried to calm him down by encouraging him to go grab a drink. Still, it was strange that there was so much commotion around a level 1 dungeon. It should not be so hectic just because it was about to disappear, and they wondered if something had happened. They decided to ask their military friend about it. Apparently, the news was that 10 vandals had been brought in. One of them was C-ranker, Gusik Choi, the terror of the field. The captain was surprised to hear that the dude had finally been caught. The man guessed some high ranker must have come out and nabbed that guy while they were busy. However, that was the most shocking part of this sweet gossip. The dude who brought in that notorious vandal was an F-ranked rookie who did not even have a hunter's license. Now that was the juicy smell of the exact type of talent that the captain had been so desperate for. According to the witnesses, the rookie had knocked out the C-ranker. Gusik had been brought in with a broken nose, crushed cheekbones, and shattered ribs. That rookie had truly knocked around a notorious bandit and had then brought him in. It was crazy news, but the captain already had an idea of which guy had done it. He grabbed the soldier and asked where that juicy talent had escaped to, but the boy had already left. The captain took off as his life depended on it. He had to see that juicy rookie for himself because this could mean big things for his life and his guild. A man raced ahead to one of the officers gathered around the military trucks. It was the captain, and he was heading forward to happily chase his dreams of power and success. As soon as he got to the gate, he asked if the man who captured Gusik had recently passed through the portal. He also wanted to know which door his ultra money-making machine had gone through. Meanwhile, our dude stepped out of a portal looking cool as heck and crackling like a firework. Subai was really impressed that passing through the magical doors really did not hurt because it had stung like fire when he'd passed through the first 2 times. His clothes were still intact. Apparently, a person could not pass through the portal without a suit that was made of material with dimensional energy. Our dude had indeed gotten some new fashion, and he looked exceptionally good in it too. This outfit that he was currently wearing was made from materials from the dungeon, so they were able to pass. It might not look like much, but it did cost over 2 million won. Those were some insane numbers, and it made our guy feel rather curious. He noticed something whirring in the corner, and wondered what was happening over there. That was a door that was opening. The portal that they had come through was the door portal, which had doors leading to a total of 38 different dungeons. They had popped their big heads out of dungeon 24. The door behind them suddenly popped out of existence, but the Green Ranger with Suho just informed him that the door would open again once they had cleared the dungeon. So it seemed that our guy had somehow snuck himself into a dungeon even before he had a license. Perhaps arresting that Gunsick guy somehow got him special privileges to follow the Green Ranger into the new world. Now our dude needed to understand what his new friend meant by clearing the dungeon, and if they had to kill every living thing on the inside. The man smiled and said that they just needed to take down the strongest fighter. That was all. Well, that was a great direction, and our bro stretched as he prepared to deliver a good-ass whooping. He told his friend that he would not take long and that he should just wait right there. Now the Green Ranger was concerned and asked why he had to stay out of the fighting. Our dude had no intention of answering the question and zoomed off, leaving a dent in the floor. The dark-haired hero seemed to have a signature thing for cracking floors anywhere he existed. Floors trembled every time they saw him coming. The Green Ranger stared in awe because no normal person could move at such speeds, and he really wondered just who this man was. Judging by the skills that he had when taking down a C-rank criminal, the Green Dude was sure that taking down a level 1 dungeon should be a piece of cake for the guy. He might even set a record time. However, the Green Ranger then remembered that he had teamed up with a rookie idiot who might not have tracking skills and would likely not find the nearest door within the bus time limit after clearing the dungeon. Then they would both be stuck there forever. Cursing his kindness, the Green Ranger raced forward to find his new friend before he ended up becoming his ghost friend. The captain was still desperately looking around for his new juicy piece of talent, and the military liked him enough to track the kid down. Unfortunately, door 24, which those just passed through, had shut down, and the captain cursed in rage. Meanwhile, Sube was back to forest life, which could also be called his natural habitat. There was a lot of squealing, and a group of ugly-looking goblins marched through the area without a care in the world. There was a huge rumble suddenly, and the goblins started falling apart. It was like an earthquake had started out of nowhere, and they screeched in fear and confusion. The earthquake, however, turned out to be someone kicking the goblin behind like they were no more than rats. Of course, the earthquake in question was none other than our dude. Now that he had properly thrashed the goblins, he noticed that their weapons looked pretty cool, so he grabbed some of those and decided to take them with him. He even tested out their worth by stabbing the poor creature that he was stealing from. Bro really had the audacity to complain that goblin blood stunk while he was tearing into them so that he could nab their red center. Only one of the goblins he had beaten up had a bloodstone, and that was such a letdown. At any rate, he did make plenty of money from collecting the Gusik reward, so he would not be greedy. Even more important than that was the fact that he was now very slowly leveling up, which was exactly what he was going for. Meanwhile, his friend had finally caught up, and he stared in horror at the absolute mess that our dude was leaving in his wake. He had lost count of just how many asses that dude had kicked. Fortunately, the Green Ranger could use his tracking skills to find the runaway hunter. He was able to find the dude because that unstoppable tornado was finally standing still while checking out his stats. He was a level 1 druid with 102 performance points. Our dude could buy some skills with those extra points, so he selected the beast taming technique. It would be great since he was so in tune with nature anyway. Just as he was buying that, some goblins popped out of nowhere to disturb his shopping trip. That was so annoying, so he turned around to smash them right away. Our bro was merciless in his technique, and he did not hold back for a second. Once he was done with smashing, he moved on to bashing and basically made quick work of those ugly wastes of space. His performance points popped up to 545 points just from manhandling those unlucky fools, and that was great news to our dude, because he wanted to level. Subai would have probably kept going if the system had not had another error. That was so annoying to him, and he wondered why the system was acting up a second time. They should have fixed their stupid bugs by now. He wondered what additional synchronization would be necessary, because his stats had been going up just fine. Just to balance things out, our dude decided to also get the tree spirit summoning technique, which was like a spirit enchanter ability. He sacrificed 100 points to get that one. He easily acquired the skill, and our dude immediately summoned the tree spirit. He wanted to see what that looked like. A huge flash radiated through our druid, flooding him with light as the tree spirit was given power. Then she appeared, a cute leaf girl who looked questionably dressed. Now that our dude saw her, he recalled seeing something like her back in the jungle. He had thought that was just a unique-looking firefly the first time. Well, now he wanted the tree spirit to hurry up and find the remaining goblins, so that he could kill them. The tree spirit could not be bothered about morality, and it instantly zoomed ahead to Snitch. Apparently the little spirit was going to transfer information to his head by reading the memories of the trees and grass. Subai wondered if his little spirit was kind of weak because his level was too low. The transfer speed was kind of slow, but he could live with that. While he had some free time, our dude flipped through his skills just to see if there was any improvement. Looking through his list, he had a search option that would allow him to scan the terrain and objects. He also had to track and obtain information through a minor trace, so he decided to burn all his remaining points to get the search and track option. Once that was bought, our dude got busy searching and tracking. Using the terrain feature, his ooze spread through all of the forest, and now he could track the creatures that he was chasing. Though it did seem like he had already murdered all of the goblins worth taking down. That was such a letdown. Our dude was just about to count his losses when he heard a weird growling sound coming from the distance. Now that sounded like something worth investigating. It was not a goblin. Now this was epic news for our money-hungry, manic, responsible brother figure, because he zoomed off in the direction of that sound like he had just struck gold. There were a lot of snapping twigs on the way to his target, but he came to a halt when he saw exactly what had made that sound. It was his good friend, the Green Ranger. And look at that, his friend had been so kind as to find the boss for him. The poor guy looked like he was struggling with it too. That beast was big but fairly better looking than the other goblins. Subai really thought this was the right time to make casual conversation. His friend was fighting for his life. The strong monster hunter scolded his new pal. He had told the Omega to wait for him to do all the hard work. Now that he had come out and had gotten into this mess, it was so like an Omega to disobey orders and try to do things by himself. Elf. The poor ranger was the one being hunted in that moment, so it was time for our dude to step in and save his ass. The wicked hero sure was taking his time getting to do that. The poor guy had to beg him to help. As soon as his ranger friend finally set aside his pride and asked for some assistance, that goblin got impaled. It got struck down so fast that the tracker could not believe his eyes. Within a few seconds, our dude had smashed that ugly thing right off his new friend. It was time for the battle to start. The hissing and spitting goblin leapt into the fight, refusing to be outdone by our guy. However, Subo did not even put in any effort when it came to taking that thing down. One kick sent that big and ugly creature flying right to the wall. Our guy was not done there. Before the poor thing could recover, it got sliced and diced mercilessly. The good news is that the immediate kill leveled up our guy. He immediately acquired 120 performance points, while scraping through the goblin's chest. Subai was starting to find this dungeon thing rather sweet, especially because it was a great place for racking up points. The ranger just stared, absolutely stupefied at our guy's raw strength. Our guy was busy leveling up while brutally murdering the goblin underneath him. He had now acquired 120 points just brutalizing that poor creature that could not fight back. The tracker stared in shock at how brutal his savior could be. He was effortlessly beating the green lights out of a creature that the tracker had been struggling with. Well, at a time like this, our dude figured that the door should be opening now, and the tracker nervously agreed because he did not want to be up next for a beatdown. Soon they stepped out of the gate with their wins, and passed by the soldiers stationed outside. Of course, those guys took note of him right away, considering our guy's biggest fanboy had been breathing down their neck all afternoon. He was definitely the guy that Captain Kang was desperately looking for, and the captain had asked to be contacted immediately if that guy came back. Meanwhile, the military man who had been monitoring Gate 24 could not believe that Gate actually got cleared this time. Well, after a very scary afternoon, the tracker was ready to go back to his friends, so he wished goodbye to his Hyung, and hoped he had a great time beating up other monsters somewhere else. Subai was actually rather grateful for the gear that they had given him, so he said that he would leave it at the warehouse. Soon our dude had changed out of his hunting clothes, and he was hungry for something to eat. It had been a long, hard day at work, but before he could even leave the vicinity, his fanboy Zaddy came rushing in. The man was Kang Minchiok, and he was the captain of the 27th combat team of the Shilla Guild. He asked if the dude could spare him a few minutes of his time. Well, our guy was hungry anyway, so he just had his new sugar daddy buy him some lunch. As they drank some coffee, Subai learned all about the Shilla Guild. Captain Kang was desperate to recruit him and to provide the perfect environment for his growth. Our dude was not interested. In the very typical protagonist fashion, the captain was shocked. He had not been refused before, and he wondered if the dude just wanted some more money. They even offered to submit an official offer if he was already working with someone else. Shilla Guild was ranked 4th, but they were one of the highly rated guilds in the area, and they desperately wanted our guy to join in on the Shilla fun. They even promised to provide him the best treatment and top whatever offer he had received from anyone else. Our dude had received no offers. He was no hot cake, and he was in fact barely visible cake right now in the hunter world. However, our dude slammed his coffee cup on the table and explained that he was not the type of guy who worked well with employment. It was not like the offer was not great, he just preferred to do his own thing. That was all. Well, this was terrible news to poor Captain Kang. He had really wanted our guy to be there. Well, after that very dry conversation, the dark-haired man went home and he noticed that the house was rather empty. So his folks were not back from work yet. The sky was rather clear, so he wondered if his brother was busy having some father-son quality time. The old woman passed by because she was home, and she accused our protagonist of being a lazy bum. He grinned and just invited her to lie down too. They were experiencing the perfect weather for a nap. The woman huffed and said that she had to do laundry, unlike the bum who was lying around on the floor with his clothes on. Guilty conscience finally got the better of him, and the dude stood up to help the old woman spread the laundry. Our guy could refuse top-ranking guilds and beat up criminals, but everyone was weak to the power of a grandma. The old woman then admitted that she thought it was weird that Junho's older brother looked much younger than he was. The boy huffed and said that he had aged a lot actually, since he was 1,000 years old. He just did not look his age at all. The woman scoffed and said that with all the weird monsters popping out, a weirdly aged kid was not the wildest thing going on. The old woman had been told that the brothers were just reuniting after so many years apart. She was feeling really soft about that and told them to look after themselves. Since she had lost her own son, she knew what it was like to lose someone whom you care about. The boy smiled softly, saying that he would not die easily. He was going to be here, even if the old woman scoffed at his dangerous profession. His brother finally did come home after some quality time with his son. They had even been so kind as to take the wolf pup out for a walk. Once the family was all together again, our dude dropped a large sum of money and told his little brother to settle his debt with the money. Our bro might be a violent source of nature, but he really did believe in paying what you owed, even if the debt collectors were jerks. Junho could not believe the amount of money that had been brought home, and he stared at it in awe. Subai did not want him to linger too much on the gratitude. Junho should just focus on settling his debts so that they can go to eat dinner together. The other man had to hold back his tears of joy. All of his life his big brother had just been a useless bum. The last thing he expected was to be blessed by a bro that knew how to take responsibility for his actions. It was such a beautiful blessing. The little brother was so moved that he had to fight back the tears. Miracles truly did happen, and his brother was not a hopeless loser anymore. Then the dark-haired man called out to his little brother, asking if the guy had enough money to buy some food and drinks along the way. The little brother beamed and said that he would be back from settling his debts before his big brother even knew it. The brother headed out and our bro was left babysitting the little child. Finally, our bro had been able to contribute positively to his brother's life, and he was rather happy about it. Suddenly Subai got a notification that the target was following him, and the target needed a name. Apparently the target in question was the little dog. The young boy wanted to call the dog Baiku. That sounded good enough to our main character, so he went along with the name. From now on, the little wolf pup was going to be called Bakamad. As soon as the wolf got a name, its combat power was marked by 3 points. Now that they had the wolf pup all charged and ready to use, they started training the wolf on the sacred, highly acclaimed art of fetch. The dog was catching on pretty quickly too, so that was great. The evening sky was lit by the beauty of the setting sun, and the family was still waiting for Junho to come home. Now that was bad news. Our guy was also wondering why his brother had not returned, but then he saw something that looked like his brother arriving in the distance. A truck parked by the house and the family prepped to greet him. They all headed downstairs and there was Junho, bleeding from every pore in his body. The man stumbled as he walked forward, reaching out for his adorable son. That boy was getting traumatized in the early stages of his life. Immediately, the poor Junho crashed to the floor. He seemed to be bleeding heavily. The little boy panicked, and so did his big brother. The scene shifted to another side of town, where some bigwig mafia bosses seemed to gather in their big offices doing underground things. They were watching some numbers on the computer, trying to figure out the gains that they would get for that week. It also looked like they were prepping to bet on some matches that would be happening next week between the hunter Michael Yorvis and Beyond Horizon. It seemed that all the online communities were betting on Michael too. The boss was being cautious because the last time that they had jumped on the bandwagon, they had ended up losing way too much money, so they did not need that to happen a second time. Suddenly they heard some knocking on their door. Now that was bad news for the mafia company. The big boss in charge asked what all the commotion was about, and he ordered his underlings to immediately go ahead and check it out. Well, the door finally did open, and a mafia goon seemed to be standing at the door, speechless and zombie-like, which left everyone inside speechless and zombie-like. Well, the silence did not last very long as the poor guy tried to explain that they were in trouble. He got only a few words in before something grabbed his head. It was indeed something that dragged him into the abyss of the darkness beyond the door, and now everyone in that office was spooked. They had gone ahead to speak to the bear, and now they were about to eat the consequences of that raggedy action. The goons tried to charge ahead, refusing to be disrespected in their own territory. Unfortunately for them, disrespect was exactly what was going to happen to them. The poor goon who had tried to warn them of the attack got tossed right back in and took out one of the charging goons. Now the other guys were even angrier and they pulled out weapons, daring this new and faceless attacker to mess with them. Our guy said bet as his evil energy lurked behind that door. He had tried to settle things in a peaceful way, working hard to get his brother's money to pay back their debts. These people had treated his little brother like dirt. He was going to make them pay in blood. The unfortunate mafia people had played stab tag with the wrong hunter, and he stepped into their office hungering for nothing but vengeance. Our dude did not even pause to say a thing. As soon as he was through the door, he grabbed the door right off its hinges. That was when the mafia bros started rethinking the situation. They had not expected a door-swinging youth to come walking into their office that day, and they were even less prepared when he did in fact toss that door right on top of them. The men screamed in pain. There was glass flying everywhere, and they could not even dodge. They were violently unprepared for the level of beatdown that our guy was bringing to the table. People in that office got pierced by flying shards really fast. Our guy was not holding back and may have hit the floor. He was not done just yet. As soon as he put down that door, he got to bashing those people up like they were cheap goblins in a dungeon. He tossed them around like they weighed nothing. There were grown men flying through the air like rain. Embarrassing and scary for the other guys who knew that they would soon be next on the Air Express. Our guy beat and tossed those men like they were insignificant trash. Once he was done busting those guys, he turned his attention to the big man in the chair, using the fallen men like a carpet. The big boss was shaking like a little baby. He had no idea why this demon was in this office, but he looked like he was willing to do whatever it took to make him leave. Our guy stomped over to that dude, kicking aside the trash at his feet because he had a lot of words and punches for the big man in charge. Now Mr. Big Boss immediately asked his secretary if they knew who this man was, and exactly what kind of beef they had started with him. He needed the details immediately if he was going to have any chance of surviving this encounter. This stranger seemed like an awakener, but before they could theorize even more, our bro had already gotten to them. Immediately, Subai smashed their dirty little computers. One kick nearly put those two into cardiac arrest, and the boss cried out in pain, whining about how his legs were being crushed. Our dude did not even flinch at their screams. He hopped on the table, just to confirm that the big boss was named Kim Jong-soo. The poor guy was absolutely terrified to be the person that our bro was looking for. Well, our dude slammed his envelope on the table and informed that piece of shit that he had come to settle the debt of Park Junho. The big boss had no idea what to say to that. There was no way this overpowered jerk had beaten down all of his men in the most brutal way possible, just to give them some money. The boss knew without question that he was dealing with a maniac. The boss then accused our dude of manhandling honest working people. Now that was a joke. The boy fell silent, letting that old idiot think very carefully about what he had just said. Then he gave that old man a destiny-rearranging slap. In fact, Sugo figured that one slap would never be enough, so he gave the guy two just in case. They were supposed to be hard-working office people, yet they had beaten his brother near to death. He was really daring them to try and do the same with him. All they had to do was take the money and let his brother go. They had no morals to stand on, and he was going to beat every last one of them while giving them their money. It was so annoying to him that they had crossed the line that he kept slapping the sense right out of that poor boss. The dude could not even react. He was getting smacked like a cheating husband. Bro got slapped so relentlessly that at some point the poor guy started crying and begging for his life. He was getting smacked by hands that could tear apart a door. He needed some mercy here. Well, our dude was a reasonable fellow, so he paused and asked the boss if he was interested in settling the debts yet, or if he would prefer to get slapped to death. It was an insane way to die, and the worst part was that the boss was absolutely sure that our guy could do it too. The man begged to settle the debt. Never had he been in a situation where he was begging to collect money from a debtor. Well, since they were ready to be reasonable now, our guy finally stopped slapping them. Instead, he took a seat and monitored the poor suffering fellow, who whimpered and bowed his apologies. They had not realized that they had been beating up the sibling of a violent jungle man. All of the organization bowed and begged that they accept the payment from Park Junho. He no longer owed them any obligations, and he should consider all of his debts settled. Subai was not satisfied, and he told his new choir to say it louder. Those poor men screamed as hard as they could that they would never again collect any money from Park Junho. They were so messed up that they would probably jump into a river from fear if they ever even ran into Park Junho. That seemed to satisfy our bro, and he informed those losers that if he ever saw them anywhere near his brother again, he would come back and finish the job that he had started. They were all so grateful that he was letting them go alive that they bowed to the floor with their heads touching the ground. The poor pitiful fools trembled in the wake of this terrifying boy, and they really wished that he would hurry up and leave their office. They really kept their head to the floor until they were sure that he was no longer there. It turns out that the wicked boss was not about to let this go. He was going to call his top dog guys, and he was going to make them get revenge. Now he swore to kill both Park Junho and Suho. Meanwhile, Captain Kang had not yet fully given up on the juicy talent that he had found, and he was desperate to claim it. He went to tell his guys about it, and they all sighed because they knew what he was like. Since he was all excited, they asked what baddie got him this interested this time. The man happily pointed out the data page of the super rookie that he had found. Naturally, the other guys took a pause when they saw that this supposedly super-powered gorilla was just an F-rank hero. Besides, he had only just registered as an awakener that day. Still, that was the reason that Captain Kang was drooling over him. They checked out his profile, or at least they tried to. That access was denied. How odd. The others were kind of confused about that, but they were not discouraged. If the front door was not going to let them in, then they would just weasel in through the back. So the hacker got busy, trying to find a hatch to crawl in through the back door. They were indeed able to sneak in through the back door, and the hacker was actually quite impressed by what he found in there. He almost could not believe that the kid was an F-ranker. It was kind of curious though that this mystery man's profile was considered classified. The dude clearly had not joined a guild either, so there seemed to be more to him than met the eye. They checked out his awakener skills and found out that he was a conjurer. No one was too sure what a conjurer was, but it sounded intense. When the hacker looked in deeper, he figured out that our dude could pop out items like bread and water. That was the least impressive thing that they had found out about him so far. There was no way that he had taken down a highly rated bandit using only the power of bread and water. It was frankly unbelievable. However, they did have his missing record on the profile. Bro had gone missing for 10 years and the whole situation smelled fishy. Now they wondered if he was some kind of special agent, and the captain cursed because the situation was indeed looking deeper than he had expected. He had just assumed that our guy had some awesome skills. Now the captain was thinking that our guy could be a member of the intelligence service. If that was the case, then they could kiss the idea of pulling a guy like that goodbye. Now it made sense to the captain why the dude had rejected him earlier. With his hopes dashed, the captain sighed and decided to head out for some coffee. Zaddy was disappointed, but he did wonder what a special agent would be doing. Snooping around a level 1 dungeon. His hacker friend did not care much about it, but the captain was still suspicious. For now, he told the other guy to keep an eye on Park Suho. He did not need much, just a weekly report in case something special turned up. There was something odd about that boy, and he could feel it deep in his bones. Still, the hacker was not into doing all that because he was so busy. The perspective switches up to the hospital, and we can already tell who is going to be there. It is our boy Junho. And the good news is that he is still alive. The bad news is that he is busted up real good with a fancy bandage hat to match his bruised features. Subai had been so worried about him that he had grabbed so much food for his little brother to eat. The jungle dude had heard that eating a lot would help with recovery after all. Well, the patient was not about to look a gift horse in the mouth, and he happily dug into the juicy meat. He had also heard the great news that he would get to take off the bandages the next day, so that was a sweet relief. Our dude's mercenary license exam was tomorrow too, so he could not miss it. Junho was just thinking that it would be really nice if his big brother got invited to a guild. Subai did not share the same sentiment. He had once been the king of the forest, dressed in the kind of rags that would make any normal person ashamed of him. Still, he could not imagine teaming up to become someone else's lackey. Our guy enjoyed his freedom way too much. Still, his little brother cared very much about his brother's future, and he even offered to go look for some high-ranking guilds. Our boy just smirked and said that would not be necessary, because he was going to be making his own. Junho could not believe his brother's audacity. Instead of joining an existing guild, Subai planned on making one on his own. It was an insane ambition, but our dude was not about to back down. Meanwhile, we take a break and catch up with the blonde who had rescued our dude in the past. Subai was living her best life of sorts, but her boss thought that she had been acting differently of late. There were already 2 breakouts in her area. If the portal from the other day was a bridge portal, then Seoul would have been in ruins by now. The blonde scoffed, asking why the other workers could not get anything done without her. She was not the only person on the payroll after all. The man groaned and said that he needed all the help that he could get. The boss was getting harassed by the Portal Management Bureau all day long. Still, the blonde could not care too much about that. She had her own problems and was already running up and down most of the city trying to solve every problem that appeared. Frankly, she was busy. Her boss groaned about her wasting her talents. Well, the problem was that Subai could not keep herself focused nowadays. Her boss was just about tired of her nonsense, so he just handed her something interesting to read. The blonde checked it out and her nonchalance evaporated so fast. She was so upset that she was always getting sent out to do menial labor when she just wanted to rest. Her boss scoffed that she was not going alone, so she should stop complaining about work. Subai had every desire to keep complaining, even if she did do the job. The staff was short-handed. Granted, it was not the boss's fault that she kept getting sent out to do the worst jobs on the field, but he definitely could be nicer about passing the information. Besides, the blonde would rather be understaffed than take on any more fools who could not even protect themselves. Meanwhile, there were a bunch of kids gathered at a certain institute, all excited about passing the exams that they were about to take. They were going to take the hunter's license exam. One of the examinees was even happily doing a live video and telling his followers to show their support. One white-haired geek with fluffy hair was promising to pass the exam and share insider hunting content to get his followers hyped, so they should hurry up to like and subscribe. One of his followers was so rich that they donated $20. The mercenary license exam content was hoarding more than he had thought. He wondered just how much more he could earn from hunting content. Then the supervisors came in, so he switched the screen to focus on those scary-looking beefed-up dudes. The broadcast was going to take a pause since it looked like the exam was about to start. Suddenly, White and Fluffy noticed there was a dude standing behind him. The stranger was acting really weird, like he had never seen a live stream before, and he was busy staring at the camera. It was Subo, and it seemed our guy did not properly understand how a live stream would work, because he wanted to know White and Fluffy was talking to. The streamer had no idea who this weird stranger was, and he was naturally trying to get rid of him. However, our dude had somehow decided that the streamer was a truly entertaining clown. Suddenly, an announcement went round from Major Kim Yong-soo, their head supervisor for the next 3 days. The 21 supervisors lined up in front of them like a platoon of soldier dolls, would decide whether or not these losers had what it took to pass the hunter exam. The gathered students sure hoped that they would get a good supervisor, and rumor had it that Captain Park Jong-soo was the best supervisor with a guaranteed easy pass. There was also a scary witch supervisor who was known to fail applicants assigned to her. The major continued his announcement and told the suicidal crowd to check out the numbers that they had been given when they had arrived. The supervisor assignment would now commence by drawing lots. Once their name was called, they were to line up in a single file in front of their given supervisor. So the names started getting called, starting from number 1. For each applicant called, they were given the number of the supervisor that they should stand beside. Some were thrilled by the news of their supervisor's identity, while others seemed reluctant about who they were given. As names got called, applicants hurried to find their supervisors, moving so as not to waste any time on this activity. Han Dong-soo was the fluffy dude, and he got assigned to supervisor 15. Fluffy was not very pleased about that. It just so happened that our dude was also assigned to the supervisor 15, so he would be in the same department as Fluffy. Our guy headed forward and saw an angry blonde supervisor glaring at the world. So this was the soldier that they referred to as the witch. The witch in question sure looked very familiar. It had been quite a while since Subai had seen the gorgeous blonde girl with the long and beautiful girl. She happened to take note of him too, but she did not really recognize the weird jungle freak until he smiled at her. How unfortunate that he was on her team. Once they were all assigned, all the applicants had to head into their respective waiting rooms and rest until further announcements were made. The applicants moved in a single file, surprisingly very organized as they hopped to the tune of their new fate. Some of them even discussed the supervisors that they had now, cursing their fate that they got assigned to some strict supervisors. Most of them were glad that they had not been assigned to the blonde though. Some of the waiting rooms even had a fitness gym that looked like a replica of the SPFC cage. Meanwhile, Fluffy was still very depressed about getting assigned to work with a witch. It was not a particularly high point of his day. He sulked that he had even bragged to his viewers that passing would be a breeze. Now he would be lucky if he did not get sent home first thing tomorrow. The dudes in room 15 already got busy picking out a locker and putting their things away. While our dude got ready for the exam, he noticed that Fluffy was sulking. Our big warrior seemed to have taken an interest in the fluffy little clown, so he asked the boy why he was feeling so down. Just a few minutes ago, Fluffy had been very lively, but now he was sulking, and the boy wondered why. Meanwhile, Fluffy wondered why Subai even cared that he was sulking. He had ended up in the same group as the weirdo who would not stop staring at his phone, and now that same weirdo was busy trying to be friendly. It sure was odd. The white-haired clown asked if he should be dancing for joy when they had gotten such a difficult person as their supervisor. The blonde was called a witch around these parts. No one was happy to be in her care. She was apparently the type to fail applicants just because she was having a bad day. If anyone was unlucky and got on her wrong side, the 300 they paid in application would grow wings and fly away because that would be the end of the exam for them. Subai did not think that made the blonde a witch though. They had come here to take a hunter's exam. It made sense to him that anyone who was not up for it should get kicked out. Being a teacher's pet was not going to do our dude any favors, and Fluffy already did not like him. He growled about our guy being nothing but a good for nothing. The streamer scoffed and told the young man to show some respect for his elders. It was funny that he would say that considering that our guy was 1,000 years old and the real brat in this conversation was Fluffy. Subai smiled rather confidently and told that little rat that if he was so pissed then they could fight it out like real men. He even happened to know a very good place for doing that. Now the rest of the people in the waiting room had gotten wind of this brewing conflict, and they were not a fan. The streamer was not a fan either, but he was not about to back down and appear weak. Bro refused to be a pushover, so he was likely going to get beaten. To add fuel to the fire, Subai agreed that he did think that Whitey was a pushover as well. That was the straw that broke the camel's back, and just like that, Whitey was ready to brawl. Blondie finally got dressed and came out to check out the losers that she was supposed to be training, just to find the waiting room completely empty. Now this was confusing considering that she expected them to wait for her in there, so she wondered where on earth they had gone. They had gone to the gym nearby, some of the applicants admiring the cage. The place looked like it was designed to be someone's deathbed. The two fighters had hopped into the ring, and the others called out to them to do this quickly, or they could all get sent home. On one hand, they did not really care about getting sent home because Blondie had a low pass rate anyway. The white-haired loser was busy tooting his own horn in the net and yelling that he should have known not to pick a fight with him. Even though he did not look like it, apparently Fluffy was a rising boxing YouTuber. However, our guy was still lost, and he asked if a YouTuber was the kind of thing that got eaten, or something like that. Fluffy growled because he thought that our guy was genuinely messing with him. The gathered boys were hungry and starving to watch a fight, cheering on the violence and telling the boys to beat each other to a pulp. Fluffy was still doing his introduction as he attacked with a smirk, stating his hobbies as drilling manners into disrespectful kids like Suho. The white-haired dude even wished that he could stream this match and scoop at least 100,000 views. That incoming punch looked like fun to Suho, but the boxer was not paying attention. He was busy bragging about how he would not pay for our guy's hospital bills by the time that he was done with him. So, after talking that much smack, Mr. Video finally swung his punch. However, before any real fun could happen, Blondie showed up and ended the game. No one was happy to see her, but the feeling was mutual because she told those brain-dead losers to march right back to the waiting room like good little boys and girls. While the others raced back, she cornered the two idiots who had been planning to box their faces off in the ring, asking if they were that desperate to fail in life. Fluffy was not at all crazy about causing any trouble for himself, so he quickly apologized. However, Blondie said that only one person would be getting the blame, and it would be whoever failed the exam. Then, with an almost evil smile on her face, she asked those two to hop to it. The two boys were quite surprised by this reaction, but it was just as Fluffy had feared. Their teacher was insanely crazy. It seemed she wanted them to continue the match after all. Well, now that it was official, the YouTuber raised his fists and started talking smack again, boasting about how the black-haired guy was about to face the consequences of his actions. Subai understood the consequences of his actions a bit better than Fluffy, and he even apologized for how this was going to go down. Of course, Fluffy was not quick on the draw, and he still fully believed that he could beat up Jungle Boy. The smack that hit him was so intense that one could actively see the video boy rethinking the consequences of his own actions. That poor guy got smacked so hard that he hit the dust almost too fast. It was quite sad to see. The blonde stared in amazement. It seemed like it was just as she had suspected before, and there was something off and weird about this kid that she had scouted out. Subai was very pleased about what he had done, but Subai had other thoughts in mind. See, she still remembered the first time that she had met him, and it had filled her with a really strong uneasy feeling that refused to go away. It was the sort of feeling that one got when they encountered an irregular. In other words, this dude was completely abnormal, and she could feel it in her bones. Now that he had knocked out the person he had challenged, our dude flexed and asked if there was a reason she was standing there like her head had left her body. In fact, he was so pumped that he asked if she wanted to be next, because the shameless fool had no problems when it came to hitting women. Blondie was offended by his audacity, but Subai had even more audacity to rub well into his bread of daring behavior. He told his new supervisor that if he managed to wipe the floor with her, then she was not allowed to expel his new friend. Well, she thought that he was surely mental. Right from the moment she had met him, the dude had been way too overconfident, so this was the perfect opportunity to knock some sense into that show-off. She tossed her katana and stepped into the ring, ready to give that dude the beating of a lifetime. First, the blonde asked to confirm if our dude was an irregular. Unfortunately, our guy was an ignorant idiot, so he did not even know what that was. The girl launched at him, saying that she would explain it to him as long as he did not turn into a gravestone by the time that she was done with him. The battle was on, and our dude saw her attack coming in. Instantly he grabbed her, using quick defense moves to block the attack. Again, Sudang attacked quickly, and boy did she mean business. Her hands moved, left and right, exploiting every gap and opening. To her awestruck surprise, not even that was enough because this dude was matching her blow for blow. It was unbelievable. Still, the blonde did not give up. She used her hands for attack and then her knees, smacking back and forth as she searched for a weakness in his defense to exploit. He was doing so well that the violent supervisor even promised to grant him a wish in addition to his request, if he truly could beat her. Saying that distracted the local idiot long enough that she was able to land a square kick on his jaw. It sent Subai flying. The boy fell back, but the blonde was still suspicious. She could feel it in her bones that something was wrong about this victory that almost seemed too easy. This dude was definitely hiding something, and she spun to figure out what it was, just to find our guy attached to the ring cage like a monkey. The dark-haired hunter leered in amusement, saying that the girl was way stronger than he had expected her to be. Now the blonde was getting nervous about this student who was still standing after taking her knockout kick. She did not even waste time asking any stupid questions. As soon as Suyang understood that our guy was standing again, she attacked without any hesitation. She tore into that dude with a mocking laugh, kicking him violently as she was sure that this could take him down. This time Subai did hit the ground, thudding like he had lost his grip. However, before she could heel slam him, he rolled. This supervisor was one very violent creature, in the way she did not even hold back or slightly consider her students. That was fine for Subai though, because he could handle her. The rain of blows ensued, coming from Blondie in full force as she maximized most of her power to defeat this irritating kid. Still, his hands moved quickly, dodging and blocking every shot. He could even predict the moves that she was yet to make, blocking and sliding as he easily guessed where she would end up. Living and growing with wild animals in the jungle definitely made his reflexes and danger senses better. Now that he had her locked and confused, Subai went in for the kill to take down the golden-haired lady. Blondie refused to be beaten. She resisted, putting up a shield to bounce the guy's dynamic punches away. Unfortunately, her shield was not strong enough, and it shattered. Still, Blondie had been able to catch herself after getting blown back, so that was another kind of win. Meanwhile, our jungle boy was having some sincere fun. It had been quite a while since he'd had a good and honest brawl between people who could understand, and people who could handle that kind of thing. Now the boy was going for the offense, and the blonde could not believe him. However, to Subaiwa, this kind of back-and-forth beatdown was exactly what fun looked like to him. That basically cemented the lady's suspicions that our dude was not a regular. It felt good to realize that she was not mistaking this feeling of unease. The dark-haired boy was coming in fast, ready to leap back into a fence and to fight his supervisor with all of his heart and mind, when she suddenly called a pause. It was time for her to do the right thing and surrender, much to our guy's disappointment, which told Blondie that she had definitely done the right thing if he was that eager to beat her up. At any rate, fighting inside such a cramped space was no good for her abilities, so they would have to create a date and settle this violent confrontation at another place and time. Well, the dark-haired boy was well disappointed, but he figured that he could live with her reasons. Still, a bet was a bet, and since she had surrendered, he had technically won, so she asked him if he wanted to wish for anything. Our boy quickly got to business, and asked if there were even more violently strong women on Earth. That fact was debatable, and while they existed, Blondie did admit that there were not a lot of them. In that case, the boy was going to forge ahead into the most awkward conversation starter in the world. Acting like he was still in the jungle being raised by wild animals, that idiot immediately asked the blonde to make babies with him. Bro had forgotten what words like that meant in the human world, and it was embarrassing to see that happen. At first, Blondie did not hear him. No, for his sake, she was going to pretend that she did not understand what he was asking for, and she so kindly asked him to repeat that request. Well, our idiot did so gladly, and with the brightest and stupidest smile on his face, he said again that he wanted to do the bedroom tango with this lady and get some superpowered kids. Naturally, her response was an immediate slap, hard enough to twist his head around. Meanwhile, Fluffy was just waking up. He had just had the most terrible nightmare where he had gotten smacked down by one blow, and now his eyes were opening to see the blonde smacking the brunette. He had no idea what was going on, and he had no idea why he was on the floor either, but he did wake up in time to see the blonde curse the other guy out. She left in an angry hurry, and Fluffy knew better than to ask her any questions. He had just gotten taken down by the one-hit wonder, an embarrassing stain on his record. He was so lucky that there had been no one there recording, or he would never live it down. The gray-haired boy also remembered the rules of the game that they had started, and he whined, wondering if he had to go home now after paying that excessive application fee. The poor boy was in shambles. He fell to his knees, he cried, he asked our dude if he was happy now that his life had been ruined. Technically, Fluffy had been the one to challenge the weird freak, so this whole situation was his fault. While the weirdo was pleased to inform the angry YouTuber that he was not disqualified, the boy was surprised to hear this, but it was true. Subai had begged for his life after all. Meanwhile, there was a spy watching the video evidence from the training room. He seemed to be some kind of military personnel, and he gaped when he saw Cho Soo-young scraping with an applicant. Worse than that, she had also somehow lost that fight. It was unbelievable. It was time for the two dudes to head back to their dorms, but Fluffy found that he was not quite done with starting something, because he could not believe that he was not getting disqualified. He had heard the rules before he passed out. However, Subai explained that he had asked her to overlook his disqualification. Now the gray-haired kid was baffled. Still, if Jungle Boy had done something nice for him, then he did not understand how he had woken to see the dark-haired kid getting thunder slapped into next week. Well, our dude was not about to tell his new person of interest that he had been violently rejected when he just wanted to mate. Fluffy still found it suspicious, but after a while his eyes widened as he leapt ahead to the absolute wrong conclusion and assumed that our dude was toughing out his slap because he had gotten hit for him. He thought Subai had let himself get smacked to protect a man. Yeah, our dude was only doing that kind of thing for his brother, if he ever had to, but Fluffy did not know that. The other boy was moved to tears. He had thought that our dude was nothing more than a headache, but now he could see that Subai was truly a real man. Quickly his attitude fixed up and he started calling our ultra-cool macho dude Big Bro. At least Subai had gotten a lackey. Suddenly there was an announcement as Park Subai was called to the supervisor's office immediately. Someone was in trouble. Our dude had no idea why he was being called, but he might as well go and investigate. Inside of the office, our dark-haired applicant was sitting face-to-face with that weirdo from the military who had been spying on the activities of the training room. That guy made it very clear that everything they would say would be recorded. That was weird, but our dude did not protest. Then the military dude let him know that he had indeed been spying on his super awesome fight in the gym room, and the man was shocked that an applicant like him could go against a B-rank awakener. That was almost impossible. The man was sure that he was speaking to an irregular person. People around him kept calling him an irregular, and our dude had no idea what that was in the first place. Well, the military man was going to be kind about it, and he figured no one had told our guy about the bridge portals. So there was this thing called bridge portals that connected Earth to 3 other planets. Those planets were Aruka, Guchon, and Midori. Midori sure got done dirty with that name, but the story continues. So Aruka had pretty privilege because it housed the fancy-dancy elven tribe. The dwarves also lived there too, and the poster boys for these races sure looked like a Lord of the Rings copyright problem. So far, Earth and Aruka were on good terms, and they would occasionally engage in trades as well as cultural exchanges. Earthlings who had returned from there had spread skills related to magic and artifact crafting. That was a whole beautiful option, but our dude had gotten dumped in a place with beasts. The next planet was Guchon, and that place was the home of a lot of mammons and martial artists, who were constantly fighting over the sovereignty of the planet. It seemed that enough of humanity had bled over there to become a problem for the monsters who were probably there first, so every once in a while they would duke it out and fight for land. Naturally, Earth, being the discriminatory cowards that they were siding with the martial artists, and had declared the mammons as their enemy. The last, of course, was Midori, which looked like it was ruled by the devil. It was the home of beasts and monsters, and all of the really ugly things in the world. It was a planet ruled by warmongering orcs. It was also highly populated by vicious monsters. Whenever a portal to Midori opened, one could immediately expect an all-out war from those violent beasts. Among the Earthlings who had returned from these 3 planets, there were many who had learned powerful skills. They had found that their combat powers far exceeded those of the Awakeners on Earth, so they were classified as the Irregulars. The whole thing sounded rather complicated to our idiot protagonist. After all, he was kind of slow. Subai said that he was sure that he had not gone to any of those 3 planets, even though his former home sure sounded a lot like Midori. Then again, he had not seen a lot of goblins back there. It was mostly giant gorillas and wolves after all. Now this was curious to the military man, because if this guy had not returned from any of the usual places, then that would mean another planet existed, and they had not heard about it yet. There was also the chance that our dude was just another average dungeon returner. No, that also did not make sense to the military dude because no F-rank dungeon returner could beat a B-ranker like Choi Soo-young. The military men then decided to ask about the hellhole that our dude had landed in. He had already told his crazy bald therapist, but our guy did not mind saying it again. He had stayed in a mysterious land surrounded by monsters for 1,000 years. The military man looked like he had just heard the worst joke that he had ever had the displeasure of hearing in his life. Now that our dude was done with his very brief and summarized story, the man told him that he could return to his waiting room. Bro had just heard the absolute most deranged tale he had ever heard. Yet, going by the miracle he had just witnessed, he wondered if that absurd story held any truth in it. Suddenly, a sergeant reported in, and the man asked the sergeant to take the role of the 15th supervisor. That did not look good for Soo-young. It looked like she was getting fired. The military man sighed and said that she had to be replaced because she had run away. It sounded very unprofessional, but the man did not want to go into the details. Now that sounded suspicious. The military dude just wanted this new guy to monitor Soo-young and give him a detailed report on him once the exam was over. Well, the day continued, and all applicants were advised to change into their outdoor attire and assemble at the training grounds. They all headed outside and lined up before their respective supervisors. But that was when Squad 15 noticed that their supervisor seemed to have transitioned into a man. She sure looked different without the boobs. All the students were shocked. So yeah, they caught on pretty quickly that Mr. Kim Sang-shik was not their Captain Soo-young, and he would be taking over the team from that moment on. This was the problem with places that had cameras everywhere. The minimum requirement for the day's physical exam was 9 seconds for the 100-meter dash, and 1 hour for the longest run of their life. Getting stuck in physical training was hell, especially for the hunters who did not even have physical boosting abilities. They almost wanted their demoness to come back. Complaining was getting them nowhere as there were some kids already running. One poor girl had tried her hardest, but she had only come in 13 seconds late, and she was immediately disqualified. The poor thing had to go home after spending all of that money to apply. She was a healer, so she complained that it was not fair to judge her physical abilities. Her instructor informed her that monsters would not care if her fat juicy behind was a healer, they would eat her anyway, and then her team would have no one left to take care of them. He stood on business and she was disqualified. Then it was Team 15's turn to get running, and their new boss started calling out names, one by one for the tetracontathlon. Fluffy was having fun with all this and he happily waved to the protagonist, since he had decided that he was going to kiss his cheeks for the rest of his life. Our guy was feeling plenty proud of his new friend who took off running like a jackrabbit. He managed to hit an 8-second mark which counted as a pass, including learning to fight monsters. These guys also needed to learn how to be faster than the monsters. Up next was our dude and he was asked. As expected, Mr. Dark-Haired Brilliance stepped up to the plate, and as he knew nothing of moderation, he had no plans on holding back either. His goon was at the sideline happily cheering him on. As soon as the whistle went off, our dude shot forward like someone had fired a rocket. It was the most insane sight that anyone had ever seen. Even his goon was speechless when he saw our dude moving at inhumane speeds. Even the instructor was speechless. That F-rank hoax was absolutely ridiculous, and anyone with brains would forcefully start calling that dude an S-rank, because the system ranking was clearly trash. The whole training ground was speechless. The supervisor was so stunned that he called the major right away. Applicant Park Sung-ho's physical performance was off the charts. That boy was moving like a bullet train. The sergeant was so shocked that he had even sent in a video. Now the major was worried that reporters would be watching his golden goose, and they were definitely having a field day taking all the pictures that they could get. Kim Miso, the director of the Returner Bureau, soon got a call from the major. The military man was not only stalking, but he was sending around videos, now like a creep. He told the Returners Bureau that they needed to check out the videos of the dude that they had dared to classify as F-rank. The Major Kim Young-soo apparently had the ability to detect lies. Therefore, they could say that the F-ranker spoke with truth during his interview, and he truly had lived for 1,000 years. The returner lady could not believe that Madman had not been entirely mad after all. For that F-ranker megalomaniac to actually be an irregular that seemed stronger than a B-rank, then it meant that his stories held truth to them. However, if that was true, that meant this super cool, ultra-unique guy had come back from a fourth planet that no one knew of. Immediately, they had to get rid of all the reporters at the training grounds. Those guys were to be chased away pronto. Unfortunately, it was too late for that, and those guys were having the time of their lives recording our dude's physical fitness exam. In fact, those fast-moving weasels had already published an article about Park Soo-ho shattering the record that had stood for 3 years. The woman panicked and yelled that all articles must be taken down at once before they caused problems for them. They had to place an embargo immediately. The reporters had popped out like a multitude of flies and they refused to be silenced. They kept shouting for Soo-ho, asking for interviews and pictures. Our bro was hot stuff now. It came with the protagonist territory. It made the returnee director wonder if the man in question had somehow been able to maintain his physical stats despite passing through the portal without any protective gear. That sounded insane, but it made sense why the boy had been branded an F rank, because he had no dimensional energy. Looking back, the Awakener Bureau's status window error had also occurred during that time. Anyway, if that bro was truly a returner from a fourth planet, then they had to isolate him at once. The anti-reporter squad was dispatched immediately. This was an opportunity for South Korea to get an edge over the development project for the unknown fourth planet. The reporters were tossed out like beggars hungry for scraps, but they kept trying to get a picture of any kind. They did not want to leave empty-handed after coming all this way. A lot of the applicants guessed that all the noise from the reporters was definitely because of that one guy who was busy breaking records on the academy grounds. They had also been shocked after seeing his records. There was so much loud noise and a lot of commotion, but Subai could not care less. Now that he got a sidekick that he could push around however he liked, our dude got busy eating. Now that Fluffy thought about it, no normal person could one-punch him like a one-hit wonder. It was almost a shame that he could not broadcast that match after all, because he would have been the first person to officially fight Suho Park. The dark-haired boy noticed his friend staring, and he asked if he was done eating. Of course that was not the case, and the gray-haired boy offered to get the jungle boy some water. It was obvious to anyone that this weird kid was on a different level just from looking at how much food he chowed down, and he ate like an animal too. Fluffy was almost certain that his wild beast of a friend would definitely become some kind of hotshot one day, and he wanted to be there to ride his coattails of success when that eventually happened. Back in the 15 waiting room, the entire locker room was empty. That was a crazy, painful reality. It seemed like every other loser had failed the test, besides these two. It was almost crazy that the one guy that our guy had picked out ended up being the only one who did not fail the physical exam. Fluffy worried that they were in trouble, but Subai did not see any trouble, so he asked his friend to explain. This might be news to Mr. Hotshot, but the next part of the exam involved raiding dungeons, so teams with more members had it easier than smaller teams. They were legit a Toman unicycle, and the gray-haired boy wished that examiners could be more considerate when assigning teams because now they had only each other. However, this was great news to Subai, since the extras would just be cannon fodder anyway. He did not need more losers around, and Fluffy was amazed by his confidence. Sure, the returner was strong, but dungeons had so many unpredictable features, so he had thought that it would be easier to raid dungeons with more people with different abilities. Still, the dark-haired boy insisted that his friend had no reason to worry. More importantly, he wanted to know more about how Fluffy used his phone. His new lackey was interesting, so he wanted to know more about him. The other dude was surprised that our dude truly did not know anything about YouTube. It seemed our guy had been living under a rock and he did not even bother trying to deny it. Instead, he wanted to learn more about this YouTube. Well, his new friend was in a much better mood than when our dude had first asked about it, so he decided to show the prodigy the specs of the video platform. The number would tell them how many subscribers they could have, and Fluffy already had over 1,000 people watching him. He was already growing rapidly. Then the boy pointed at some much bigger platforms, but that channel had been on the rise for a while. Our dude kept checking it out, and he soon found a platform with 1 million views. Mukbang was popular among viewers these days, so it made sense that it was blowing up. That food looked absolutely delicious, and now our guy wanted to try it too. That greedy pig wanted some mukbang, and his new friend was still speechless concerning his voracious appetite. Now it was time for Fluffy to put his connections to good use, and he talked about how he knew a couple of mukbang YouTubers. If our dude was interested, then he could get the man to go live on one of their streams so that he could eat as much mukbang as he wanted. This was great news, and Subai told his friend not to forget this promise. Now that the streamer had found a way to be useful, he was getting compliments from our bro who thought that he was a pretty good guy. That was funny considering that Fluffy was thinking that the protagonist would make the perfect YouTube star. He was handsome, he had the perfect body, and he had even made it to the headlines by setting a world record. If he could prove his combat power in tomorrow's dungeon raid, then it would only be a matter of time before Subai became the #1 pick for all the guilds out there. Fluffy was thinking small and how he wanted to get this bro to join his livestream, but our dynamic hungry guy was 2 steps ahead. For the price of that dude offering to let him eat meat, he was ready to adopt the silly clown into his clan. Fluffy was speechless because he had no idea what that meant. It took a moment, but the fluffy clown was getting used to his weird jungle friend by now. He was able to piece together that Subai wanted to make a clan of his own, and he seemed to have zero interest in joining any already existing organization. That deduction was spot on. The first adopted clan member stared at the other boy, taking a moment to digest this situation, then he realized that he was sitting on a gold mine. He could make a clan founding video with this super hot big shot, and with the dungeon raids coming up, this was the peak period to make hot videos with the mercenary exam's biggest output. This was an ultimate opportunity. Boxing was the only reason the gray-haired dude could bear his wretched poor childhood. Although he had continuously failed in getting a professional license, he did not lose hope and kept practicing to be the best boxing champion that the world had ever seen. However, the great disaster hit and it took away all of his hopes and dreams. Boxing was no longer a career that would get him anywhere. The world had changed, and his whole life had turned upside down. It was apparently time to find new life goals by becoming an awakener, joining the mercenaries, or entering the SPFC. That loser became a drowning man, ready to cling to even the thinnest of straws, so he had somehow started a YouTube channel. He got a bit of critique when he shared his dream with a friend, but instead of getting pushed down, he took the words to heart and knew that he had to be involved with some hardcore solid content. Becoming friends with a rare specimen that was starting a new clan and wanted him to be the first recruit was the exact kind of solid content that the boy had been searching for all of his life. From now on, she smiled, beaming that he was willing to do anything as long as he got to do it with his big bro. Subai liked him very much, as long as he kept his promise about the mukbang stream. Life was all about connections, and Fluffy had just made it big. The main character had no idea why his new buddy had suddenly burst into tears, but his new friend assured him that it was nothing. However, the rules said that they needed at least 3 members to officially form a clan. Our dude was just considering his options when someone bald suddenly walked through the door. It seemed to be some monk-like dude with a weapon strapped to his back. It was like they had made a prayer, and the prayer had immediately been answered with a delivery express. A monk had just popped out of nowhere just as they had been considering another member. This monk was applicant number 80, and his name was Myung Jin. He had suddenly gotten assigned to Team 15. At least that was one extra person that they could go to the dungeon with. He even gave them a Buddhist greeting to round up his introduction. So a mercenary monk had shown up, and the 3 guys spent a few moments just checking out each other, like they were trying to decide if they could work together. Suddenly they got an announcement that all applicants had to change into battle suits, and then assemble at the 3rd floor briefing room in 30 minutes. This was interesting to Fluffy because why did the military want them to change into their battle suits at this time of the night? The dungeon raid was supposed to happen the next day after all. Their new monk friend just told them that the examiners occasionally held dungeon raids at night without giving any prior notice. Now that was just absolutely insane. A raid at night without any notice could get a lot of the students killed. Anyone who got failed during the physical exam was probably really lucky at that moment. Still, the applicants did get dressed and they did show up in a single file just in time to get the dungeon briefing. The military was indeed about to drop these rookies into a dungeon in the middle of the night, and the dungeon that they would be entering was located in the 5th sector of Seoul. This was under the protection of the Phoenix Guild, so they would mostly stay safe even if things got too much. It was a level 1 dungeon with 250 doors, so they should be able to handle it just fine. The Phoenix Guild was not a part of the top 12, but they were still a pretty big guild. Subai wondered what the major meant when he said that they would be under the protection of the guild. Well, most people did not have dungeon-defying powers, and with portals popping up here and there, the South Korean government had found it difficult to deal with all of them. The best bet was a bunch of private mercenaries who were good at kicking ass to oversee the protection of the 12 sectors of Seoul. The guild was the new name for any private mercenary clan that was hired by the government to keep the peace around dungeon towns. In exchange for their services, guilds were given the right to process dimensional energy from the dungeons that they managed. Ever since the Great Disaster, guilds with bigger dungeons were granted more and more power, since the international economies saw dimensional energy as the new power source. So it was basically a government-allowed hunting ground where people could earn money, in the most simplified terms of course. Subai had only wanted to form his own gang because he truly missed the absolute fun of running around and killing stuff with his pack. However, now he had learnt that if he made a really successful pack, he could even possess land, and that was just the kind of news that he wanted to hear. It would be really nice to have their own dungeon too, because then they would not need to pay to use it. This dungeon idea was sounding better and better by the day. So the protagonist decided that their clan's goal was going to be to become a guild. Fluffy was amazed by our dude's far though, especially when he should be focusing on passing the exam first. Well, our dude was going to work on that, but he was thinking, the image of the portal located at Sector 5 Route 14 had only 15 days until the dungeon break. It was a labyrinth-type dungeon, which had the lowest level difficulty and the fewest number of monsters among all the dungeons, just to reduce the casualties among the students. It was quite a shame that the applicants would not be able to earn much dimensional energy inside a dungeon like that, since the monsters there were both weak and few in number. That was all that the major had to say concerning the low-level dungeon. The monsters were clearly not going to be their biggest problem. Instead, there was the probability of getting trapped in that very annoying labyrinth. It was no wonder that people said that success on dungeon raids depended on skills. Now Fluffy sulked because he wished that he had a search skill. However, there was no reason to despair, because our dude who had the answer to every darn problem just so happened to have a search skill. The gray-haired dude could not believe that this dude had a skill that expensive before he had even taken the mercenary exam, especially since the skill book cost at least 30,000. Fluffy then began to wonder if our guy was one of those rich kids born with a silver spoon. Nah, our guy was just one of the super astronomically insanely lucky ones, with cheat codes. So their new monk friend was suited up and ready to rock and roll. Before they headed out, since they would be working together in a team, Fluffy decided to figure out if the monk would happen to have any awakened skills. The monk looked at them, he looked at himself, they looked at him. There was silence throughout the whole team. Then the monk turned back to look at them, his big reveal getting cut off by a flashback scene that hid him banging monk equipment together. It seemed like some kind of ritual. He remembered praying at a temple when some kind of unknown beast was running amok. The gong had rung out, but he stayed where he was, praying faithfully while a monster pulled up, rocking its clawed look like it was feet in vogue. It was a whole horde of the ugly-looking goblins. Those dirty creeps were always at the scene of the most ridiculous crimes, only they would charge a monastery like it was some kind of all-you-can-eat buffet. While all of this was happening, the monk stayed faithful to the grind. He just went right on praying like all of that noise had absolutely nothing to do with him. He kept ringing that gong, and envisioned a world of a giant lizard monster that looked like a blind Godzilla. Through it all, the monk kept praying and a sort of vibe went through the monastery. It was an alive charge like a living sight that brought everything into a much clearer perspective. The goblins were ugly as heck, and their running forms sucked too. Everything they did, from the way that they moved to the way that they looked, was disgustingly ugly. Apparently those ugly two-faced fatherless rats had pulled up to the monastery, and they had been the ones to bring the rampaging dinosaur with them. The monk was going to keep right on praying when one of his brothers suddenly popped out and yelled for him to stop immediately. His elder brother Gungseo had just shown up, looking like he was about to take a dump in his pants, and Myungjin was way too calm about the situation. He asked his brother and Buddha what the rush was about, and the man yelled at the praying monk to take the chief priest and get out of that building immediately. The urgency in his tone snapped Myungjin out of his prayer, but perhaps it was also the horrifying sight of the freakishly large monster that had just appeared behind his brother and Buddha. It had truly been a moment of intense trauma, so mind-bending that he had basically blacked out after seeing such a terrifying sight. The monk seemed to have erased what happened after that from his mind, but when he returned to reality, the attack briefing had been concluded and he had not gotten any of that. His teammates still did not know what his abilities were, and it did not look like he was going to be able to tell them either. From that point on, they were going to move to the target point. That was where they would then begin attacking the dungeon as a team under their assigned supervisors. While they were moving, they had to make sure to read the manual and get accustomed to it. The major wished that all of the applicants would pass without a single failure, considering that they had gone through all the trouble to make the test as easy as they could, and they had kicked out any loser who could not run. As soon as the buses got to the portal, everyone was evicted. It was time for them to face the music of the reality that came with the job that they had just applied for. The applicants had to basically fly off the bus because sloppy movement was not tolerated. If those losers did not pay attention, they would surely not be coming back alive. Meanwhile, our dude's team was still taking their time getting out of the bus, and their team leader checked them out, just to make sure that they were ready to do the impossible. He had high hopes for the genius on their team. The extras with him were just a hit-or-miss situation anyway. The moment they all got into the field, they were to pretend like he was not there. He was only going to step in just in case the team was about to meet its unfortunate end. Their supervisor also reminded them that even if the team had a successful score, they could still fail individually if they did not get themselves together. Then Fluffy pointed out that their team was still the only team with barely 3 members. He believed that our guy could keep his word, but just in case things got rough, he asked if the supervisor would be coming to save their behinds if things got very dangerous. The supervisor did not even answer that question. That was a very chilling move. He was basically saying that they were on their own. Subai laughed and asked Fluffy if he was scared or something. The video dude laughed because he was not scared. The monk wanted to know if they were allowed to use their personal weapons. They had been equipped to fight after all, so of course the use of weapons was allowed. Now Fluffy was amazed because he noticed that the monk had a weapon made out of dimensional material before the mercenary test had even started. It really made the video dude feel like he was falling behind in comparison because these 2 other dudes seemed way more prepared than he did. Group 14 had successfully entered the dungeon, so now it was time for Group 15 to use the 175th door to get inside. It was time for them to go in and there was no turning back now. So Group 15 entered the dungeon. For the first few minutes, the 3 of them walked in silence, just surveying the area and looking around. The coward wondered why the super strong guy was walking in front, and he wanted to tell the guy to set up a perimeter. Then he panicked because he had just made noise, and that was a surefire way to attract monsters to them. He knew that he had lost some points for being the first one to make noise because they should have entered the dungeon silently and secured a safe zone before talking. Since he knew all of this, he should really silence his anxiety-ridden behind, or the monsters would find them and take them all out before they even had the chance to say a full sentence. The monsters were wasting no time too, because the dude had barely spoken before some skeleton-looking Grim Reaper demon popped out of thin air, with the hunger to kill. That creature could not believe its empty eye sockets when our dude put a hand on its head and just crushed that bag of bones to dust like he was nothing. Fluffy immediately put a new spin on his mistake, acting like he had made noise on purpose just to lure the monsters in and catch them off guard. It sure was a nice trick, and he was lucky that Supaw was here to take care of all of his problems for him. It seemed less like Supa had hired a goon, and more like he had adopted a hopeless sugar baby. Fluffy sure was lucky that he was cute and knew about YouTube. It had all gone as planned. The gray-haired boxer then realized that his big brother was using the search ability while walking forward, all macho-like. That was true, but then suddenly the Jungle Boy sensed a disturbance in the force. Monk Dude had suddenly stepped on a trap door, and that seemed to activate something that echoed within the small chamber that they had just walked into. This was none other than a dangerous booby trap. It was kind of ridiculous that they were still called booby traps, considering that boobs were not even slightly involved when projectiles came flying from the sky to kill. It was the monk's turn to shine, and he grabbed the weapon at his back immediately. Since he had caused the problem, he might as well fix it. He recalled the memory of bullets raining down on the dinosaur-like creature that had attacked the monastery that day. That attack had been a life-changing event, with monks picking up weapons to fight back against the goblins. It looked like his friend had made it, though some of the monks found themselves trapped in burning buildings with the open roof leaving them exposed to aerial attacks. Poor Myungjin seemed to be having a whole mental breakdown because he was sobbing about something being all of his fault. That monster had been decimated back then, and now in the present, the monk had whipped out his large tool and created a full moon whirlwind to protect the loser that was hiding behind him. Now it was the gray-haired boy's turn to gas up the monk, praising his amazing staff-wielding skills. Just then that cowardly idiot stepped on a brick that legit opened up the floor underneath them. Traps inside a dungeon were truly an annoying detail. On top of dealing with monsters, they had to deal with annoying and loud surprises that would only serve to attract even more monsters to them. The good news was that they managed to dodge the scary and sudden arrows. The bad news was everything else. Coward was groaning on the floor about how this was the worst, and he wondered if this was how his dreams would turn into bubbles. He was giving up way too fast. Things were not over unless they were all dead after all. The area was silent, but suddenly the boxer sensed something. There was a very uncomfortable sound of a creature coming right at them. Fluffy widened his eyes because things were about to get real, and he informed his seniors that they might have just pulled in some aggro. The monk apologized, explaining that his awakened skill was one of the area of effect taunt. The coward could not believe it. This meant that just about every monster would definitely be headed in their direction. Well, that worked perfectly for Subai, because he was not about to go searching for targets to kill. He would very much prefer it if those big beasts came right to him. He was looking for them anyway. Yeah, having the targets come right to them worked perfectly for our guy, since he did not want to go looking for them anyway. This was not the reaction that the monk had expected, but he would go along with it. Subai flipped upwards, kicking like a superhero in a way that totally wowed both of his teammates. His #1 fanboy was in awe of him as usual. By the time Subai got to the top, he decided that he liked Myungjin after all, and he asked the other guy to join their clan. Just like that. Bro was as direct as his flirting game. The monk had no idea what they were even talking about. The dark-haired main had no diplomacy, no tact, and no bargaining skills. He just saw what he liked and tried to grab it. Anyway, they did not have time to dissect the main dude's very poor flirting game, considering that an army of skeletons was just charging right at them. The Jungle Boy activated his search abilities because it was super important to pay attention to where all the booby traps were located after all. The skeletons were running forward, but our guy was not about to be outdone, and he ran at those bones like he was a greedy dog. The boxer on the team began to worry that they were in some type of trouble, but they did not have time to linger on anxiety. Instead, the monk stretched out his staff and told that loser to grab on. They had to keep up with Subai if they wanted any chance at passing this stupid exam. Fluffy had to throw all of his strategy to the wind and just stick with these two crazy people, since they were his best bet anyway. Once they were out of the pit, it was right back to fighting, or it should have been. The only thing waiting for those two outside of the pit was lots of skeleton corpses. Which was funny because skeletons technically were already corpses, but by the time our main dude was finished with them, they were no longer the walking dead. The amount of damage that one dude did by himself was insane. At this rate, his teammates would not even get the chance to pass the exam if he did not at least give them the opportunity to fight anything. Subai noticed his buddies had gotten out of the hole, so he yelled at them to follow him and to take care of the ones that had been knocked down. The two followed his lead immediately, feeling very impressed by his quick decisive moves and the insane way that he mercilessly took down the monsters. Now that they had a pattern to work with, the other two were finally seeing some ass to kick. As they fought, it became clear that our dude had found the booby traps using the search ability, and he was using this knowledge to keep his team clear of mistakes. This boy was progressing at an incredible speed, decimating the mobs using the booby traps to his advantage too. He was also making sure that none of his team fell for them, and he was a monster-bashing merciless machine. Even when some bones tried to take down Suwa with a sneak attack, the monk spared that stupid skeleton right to the wall with an amazing shot. As they continued to fight, it did not take long for the dark-haired dude to rack in 42 achievement points. There was a team returning from the dungeon as it was, and the military men were surprised to hear this because it had only been 30 minutes since they had sent those guys into hell. That dungeon normally took 5 hours for rookies to clear, and the military dude wanted to know if there had been some kind of accident. Of course, the miracle team was Team 15, and all of their vital signs were normal and intact. The team barely had a scratch on them as they followed their awesome leader out of the battlefield. Immediately, the military dude recognized the team that had Park Suho. The kid was a small celebrity these days. The supervisor got called immediately, and he asked why they were returning so early. The situation was that Team 15 had cleared the mission, much to everyone's disbelief and surprise. It had just been 30 minutes, but they had packed up so many bodies that one would think that they had unleashed a whole army inside that dungeon. They would understand once they had watched the video, but it would be difficult to measure their maximum stats in a level 1 dungeon, particularly because Park Suho had been on that team. That dude had also had a record-breaking performance inside the dungeon as well. That concluded their exam and the group was outside with their favorite video guy. Fluffy happily greeted his seniors and was introducing the daily lives of the Suho clan. It was time for the Suho clan to open up their vlog. The boxer wondered what would be showing his viewers today. Well, first, they would watch the recently uploaded Suho clan house tour video together. Now they would be introducing him to their Suho clan's Goshi one, which was a dormitory, where each individual had their own private room. The individual rooms usually came fully furnished, and without the need to worry about extra bills such as gas, electricity, or internet. Rent was cheap too. First, they would wear their clan's sexy cute nutritionist who was in charge of cooking. This sexy person was none other than the Granny Sukya, who was busy making some good food for the gang. Fluffy happily asked the granny to say hi. She was so darn busy that she did not have time for stupid show-offs bothering her in the kitchen. He'd better get lost or she would be slicing him up for dinner too, and serving up a special fish of his intestines. Okay, so Granny was a little scarier than our dude had expected. He was pretty sure that a few of those words were against the broadcasting code. His ears were bleeding just hearing it. Meanwhile, the youngest son of the house was wondering about some of the illegal words that had been used in that sentence. Fluffy went on, saying that the granny was a really nice person. She just sometimes sounded like a thug. Moving on, there was a Buddha statue in the office, because one of their followers was a devout religious person. The followers had not been able to meet Myungjin the last time, so Fluffy was happy to give them a treat. The Subai clan's third member had a taunt skill, and he was the master of the Bonglim staff art. They were going to meet their member right now. He happened to be chilling with Subai, so it got to be a 2-in-1. The monk in the fancy goggles was their third and really important member. Now that Myungjin was not carrying the weight of 1,000 traumas, he looked considerably happier now. He called the video dude to come and eat, but Fluffy insisted that the monk introduce himself first. Yeah, the monk was not really used to that kind of thing and felt pretty shy about it, but he did say that he lost a lot to the attacks of evil spirits. But with the staff of clarity that his elder had left behind, he was now doing much better. Before he could carry on with his introduction, something arrived. It was exactly the kind of thing that Subai had been expecting. It was finally what they had been waiting for, and the whole group rushed out to see it. The trio leapt into the transport truck, and as they traveled, the main dude looked up into the air and wondered what it was that was flying around for a while ago. He even wondered if he should destroy it. The boxer scolded him immediately. It was a recording auto drone and it belonged to Fluffy. He was using it to generate their peak content. Now that they were going to the quest area, in Area 4 Gate 30, they could see the blue portal past the barrier. Today was the historic day of the Suho clan's first official dungeon quest. Of course, Mr. Big Shot was still recording, and he told the guys that his awakened skill was video memory, so he was going to come back and upload a fresh new video as soon as the mission was done, so they could all look forward to it. Once they were inside, our team soon quickly found themselves surrounded by what looked like a cloud of bats. They had entered a bat dungeon, so that was a given. Since they were going to constantly be fighting together, it was important to know each and everyone's skills. Fluffy asked if anyone had any long-range skills. Well, that was curious, and Fluffy wondered how they were going to capture flying creatures if no one had any long-range abilities. That was when the monk said that they could leave that really difficult part to him. His team prepared to be wowed. Myungji prepped his summoning material and got busy praying. It sure was interesting to watch him go. He was using the perfection of the Transcendental Wisdom chant. That taunt ability of his was pretty good when it came to rage-baiting monsters to their death. The effect of that prayer was instantaneous. It was like the bats had not noticed them before, when suddenly they heard this aggravating grating voice that lit up the fire of violence within them. The whole colony of flying monsters did a U-turn. Of course, Fluffy was getting all of these video feeds for his subscribers to see. Right now, their ever-dependent monk was using his wooden bell to cause a huge weird reaction from the flying bats. The monsters raged in anger, flying right for them. It was coming, and they all had to prepare themselves. The monk's eyes widened when he realized that he had somehow managed to rage-bait every bat in the area. Every bat wanted to fight him, and they all charged right at the praying monk. Right before those evil bloodsuckers could make contact, the monk activated his fire wheel, spinning the staff to generate a barrier of fire between him and the angry flying rodents. Suddenly they heard a huge roar and the boss of the bat dungeon had finally appeared. That dude had heard the monks praying too, and he was pissed. Myungji was an A-class rage baiter because he had gotten the boss to come out and meet them at the door. However, before that big and terrifying creature could do much, our dude Suho leapt out and cut that beast in half. They were the fastest working monster cleanup crew that existed in this universe. It had taken them less than an hour to get that job done. The mission was immediately cleared and the door had opened up again, so they had to hurry up before it closed and left them trapped in the bat dungeon. They knew that, but they also had to quickly harvest up their wins. The viewers could not believe what they were seeing. Dungeon clearing was never supposed to be that easy. A 20-minute clear time did not even feel like reality. Fortunately, they did not call them straight-up liars since Park Suho was recognized as the guy who had broken the mercenary test record. Most of the viewers did not even believe that he was in Frank. Dong Suho had not done much on that mission, but that was because he was their video guy. His job was to capture the good shots. The returnee director sighed heavily as she checked out all of the information that they had gathered on their ultra-super unique talent so far. With their clan headquarters in Seoul Area 4, the three of them were able to clear dungeons at a speed of 20 clears per day. It was an almost inconceivable and impossible record. Those three were completely decimating the nearby level 1 dungeons. There was almost nothing for other rookies to clear. The poor director had worked so hard to put up an embargo so that no one could video her talent pig. But now he was plastered all over the internet, thanks to Dongsu's vlog. Park Suho's related videos were ranked 3rd in real-time popularity rankings. If they left things alone, it would just blow up more. At this point, they wondered if they should do something about the hunters' fast-rising fame. The director was looking around for some options when she caught sight of a fight between hunters. It was the Hero versus Yorvis fight. Michael Yorvis had used his ultimate power move, the Mega Punch Shower, and he had instantly silenced the Horizon. After the match, Yorvis called out the world-ranked #1 Japanese Okita Hero for his new opponent. The director thought more about Okita Hero and Lee Sungwoo. The SS rank irregular was born in South Korea. They wondered what would happen if the country approached too hastily in the name of talent protection, and ended up having to deal with a second Lee Sungwoo case. That had apparently led to a nasty situation that led to everywhere in flames. The director was brought back to reality and she had made her decision. They were going to have to contact Park Suho and his little gang. In fact, she was going to go over there herself. It was another busy day at the Suho company, and the gang was chilling while other people went about their own days. Monk Myungjin had not come into work that day, and that surprised our guy because he knew that their lonely friend did not really have a temple to go to. Apparently the monk was living in Seoul with the temple family that had survived that day. Still, it was difficult to go hunting without him because their hunting efficiency would go down. That was when Junho brought up the very unique and fantastical concept of rest. It was not by force to go charging around town trying to kill everything. The monk could rest, and they could rest too. Their clan had already qualified to renew their level 2, and their bank had gathered up to 140 million won. That was a lot of money, and the young Dongsu was excited to hear that. This meant that they could take on level 2 dungeons now. Fluffy was excited about all this because he had done nothing but gather blood crystals in every dungeon, but his account had already built up to 20 million won in 3 days. It was crazy considering how small his viewers had been when he had first met his crazy friend. Sometimes it was important to give the crazy people a chance. If they could target level 2 dungeons from now, he was sure that his viewership would skyrocket. Just thinking about how many donations they could get had the gray-haired boxer grinning from ear to ear. Our dude had gathered over 3,000 achievement points, so he had used them to buy some miscellaneous skills. Now he could see a lot of weird things. Since the monk was not around today, he supported his brother's decision to rest. They had done well considering where they had started from, and breaks were necessary to ensure a good work-life balance. Since everyone was resting, Junho was going to take Gunwoo and the Granny Sukya to a nearby park. Thanks to the random shopping that our dude had done, every time he looked at people a small screen would pop up. He could see the combat power level, and he could also see the empty power levels of people who had not gone through any awakening. Our guy wondered if dogs could awaken like humans did, especially since the little wolf pup had a pop-up screen with a combat ability. The younger brother had been repairing his truck a lot since he sort of served as their driver, transporting them from dungeon to dungeon. The young brother laughed that it was hard enough finding the replacement pieces, but fixing them all the time was definitely a huge cause of stress. In this case, the big brother told his little brother to go buy a pickup truck then. They had the money to afford a better means of transportation, so there was no need not to spend it. Junho could not believe his good luck. His brother smiled and said that he wanted his brother to spoil himself. In fact, Junho could even take the dog with him. The two brothers went out to go buy a pickup truck, a nice and brand new model. They were introduced to the Kondai Drago XG7000. This was called the Mercenary's dream car of the Kondai Drago series. This model could semi-permanently use bloodstones as fuel, and it was also 80 million won, so this model was often praised for its cost-effectiveness. Junho was deeply in love with that beautiful vehicle, so Subai was definitely going to buy it, and he would even pay for it up front. They got to drive that beautiful car right out of the car park. Junho could not believe how amazing that car was. It was in a completely different dimension compared to his old rubbish truck. Even the passenger seat was amazing. They should definitely have switched out trucks ages ago. However, Junho wondered why on earth they were going to Area 4 at 23. That place was supposed to be closed after all. Subai had heard that his little brother could not awaken because he did not have any money. Well, they had money now, so it was time for his little one to wake the heck up. As the very first and most important member of our guy's clan, he was going to need his little brother to stop getting beaten up by every random person who had beef with them. Junho was a little confused about that, so his big brother spelled it out for him. He was going to awaken one way or another, and he was going to do it today. The little brother was absolutely stupefied. Well, they soon got to that very special area, and it was abandoned, as dungeon areas tended to be. There were not even any soldiers around, so it should be a rather low-risk area. Junho was nervous, and so was the little wolf pup because he started to growl right away, looking even more wolf-like than before. Beiki could smell the rich scent of the enemy they were going to fight. That piss smell was definitely from a goblin, and the wolf pup had a bit of bad memories when it came to those scaly freaks. The little brother was feeling very nervous about all of this. The poor guy was a coward at heart, and he asked his big brother if they could just leave. Subai could understand him because he had been pretty scared too when he had woken up on that monster planet, but it was now time for his baby brother to grow some balls. Our dude opened up the car door, telling his little brother that he would be back soon, so Subai should just wait in the car with the dog. The little coward was really second-guessing about the whole arrangement, and he wanted to beg his brother to stop, but the super-powered monster-killing machine had already taken off. No matter what it took, our guy was going to make sure that his brother stopped being a wuss that very day. Meanwhile, in a completely different building, someone was checking out the videos of the Subai gang, specifically the one that had been taken during the Bat mission. The thugs from the mafia house that had gotten roughed up had never forgotten that guy, and they absolutely hated him. He was an irregular, so his combat level was also unmeasurable. If he were at that level, then even the mafia dudes were not stupid enough to think that hiring an assassin would stop him. That guy would just march back and give them a second ass-whooping. Even so, they really wanted to get revenge for that absolute humiliation that they had suffered at the boys' hands. The boss sighed and then asked for a list of the guilds in Area 4 that they had been funding. There was Assistant Manager Choi to be considered as an option, and that made the boss beam. They were sure that if they sent in that guy, then erasing an irregular would be an easy piece of cake. They had never forgotten how that one guy had erased 6 of their enemies with bad credit last time. Now that they had Suho's next victim in mind, the first thing they did was to contact him. They would pay whatever it took for the slightest dream that they could possibly get back at the kid who had walked into their office to beat their ass for free. Meanwhile, back at the Suho residence, the old lady made her way home at a snail's pace, walking in the pouring rain without an umbrella. Forget about buying a car, they needed to buy that woman the basic necessities because she did not even have a raincoat on. As the old woman made her way home, a car suddenly pulled up right beside her. The old woman had no idea who it was, but fortunately it was not an assassin. It was the returnee director, and she asked to confirm that the old woman was called Lee Sukyua. They had come from the Returner's Bureau, and their desire was to speak with Park Suho. Meanwhile, back at that very secluded area where Junho was waiting in the car with the dog, he worried because he could not see anything in that mist. The downpour had suddenly started and it felt like half an hour had passed. The poor coward really wanted to go and he hated being stuck in the car for hours like the getaway driver at a crime scene. The wolf dog still had all of its hackles raised, which was not making the younger brother feel any better about the current situation that he was in. Suddenly there was the ugliest face of a goblin slapping against the car window, and Junho's soul nearly hopped out of his skin. Fortunately, it looked like the creature was half dead and it just slid down the window in a very pitiful manner. Subai was back and he had scared the sense out of his brother. The poor boy looked like he was expecting to get jumped. Now that the dramatics were out of the way, the big brother told the other to hop outside. It was time for him to awaken. Lying around on the floor outside was a half-dead goblin. The creature was really ugly, and Junho was really scared. However, he was not escaping from this moment. Subai told his little bro to follow him while he was killing them. He even gave his little brother a weapon to use. Now the little guy was full-on panicking, and he whined about needing his big brother to slow down. This was all moving too fast. It was his grow some balls graduation party, but the poor coward was not yet ready for such an intense upgrade. The poor boy did not see why he needed to awaken. Sure, having an overpowered big brother was great, but having a loser younger brother was not great at all. Even Dongsu could hold his own in certain dungeons. Junho needed to grow some balls so that he could stop slowing them down. Besides, they lived in a world dominated by monsters, and Suho needed his brother to be able to defend himself, or at least be good at running away. Heck, if the only talent he did unlock was running away, then at least he would be gifted at something. The weak would not survive in this world, so the big brother instructed his little brother to kill that beast quickly, and to put it out of its misery. The poor baby was terrified, but the puppy was showing even more grit than the adult human man. Sorrows and prayers to Junho, but he had a baby to look after. It was necessary for him to awaken. To help speed things along, Subai gave Bakugo the permission to get in some revenge bites while they were at it, and the dog was eternally grateful. Instantly it tore through that pitiful monster. ignoring its struggles as blood splashed all over the place. If a puppy could do it, then the coward should be able to do it too. The pup got in some good bites, but he was still too tiny, and the goblin seized his head. It looked like it was going to kill their pup, and the baby was too young to stop it. If the coward continued to do nothing, then his son's pet was going to die. Life was full of difficult choices and difficult moments, and none of those moments would get solved by the younger brother crying like a little baby every time things got hard. He had to kill that stupid half-dead monster, or he would never survive in this world. Subai was not about to stand back and let his own brother die just because the loser was a wimp. That coward was shaking like he had been asked to kill his own mother, and the goblin was thrashing and howling like a wild monster. It probably would have been kinder to give Junho a much longer weapon because all he could focus on was that monster's teeth. Junho was taking forever and a day to kill a stupid dying beast. If he were not such a coward, then maybe he would have made something of his life by now. Subai was handing him the easiest task ever. He just needed to take a step forward. Sure, killing things was hard, but everyone had to make sacrifices when it came to protecting the people that they loved. With a scream of fear and rage, the little brother charged and finally sank his dagger into the body of that pathetic dying beast. The goblin twitched, but it finally had to let go of the wolf pup, and Junho had officially saved his first life. The first stab was the hard part, but now the little brother had to do it again. The coward was screaming louder than the dying goblin as he went to town on that creature. He could not stop until it had officially taken its last breath. Finally, our coward had grown some balls, even if he had sort of traumatized himself to do it. Bro was panting as he had just lived his worst nightmare, and that made him forget how to breathe. There was blood on his hands. It was the first time that the little brother had this much blood on his hands that was not his own. Then his brother commanded him to pick up the knife. Junho was so pathetic. He cried to his Hyung and explained that this was something that was really difficult for him. Perhaps taking life was not Junho's specialty, and he was the healing type. Unfortunately, there was only one way to find out, and it involved picking up that knife. If the man did not kill, then he would die. Ironically, just as our dude said those words, a live goblin showed up, growling and looking for a fight. It seemed that it wanted to avenge its fallen brother. That was a great opportunity, and Subai told his bro to follow him and kill all the goblins that he left in his wake. They did not have time to debate the moral complexities of killing goblins when lives were at stake. Subai walked ahead and Junho watched his brother walk away. It reminded him of when he was younger and those bullies had been beating him up. Bro had been a victim since he was a young boy, and he recalled how the bullies laughed that his brother was walking away. His brother had never contributed anything to his life back then, and once again he was watching his brother leave now. Tears fell down his face, and the little brother hated the truth. However, the truth remained that his whining needed to stop. If he was going to roll with the big dogs, then he needed to become a big dog himself. Pushing to his feet, the little brother tightened his hand on his bloody weapon and pushed to his feet. The most difficult step out of being a hopeless virgin was the first one. Now the coward was taking baby steps towards the latest goblin that his brother had knocked out. Subai understood that he could not hold his brother's hand forever, and he needed him to shape up before he somehow regretted that his brother was not strong. Subai remembered that his brother had always been like that. He had always been the kind to walk away when he needed him the most. The goblin roared, but something inside the coward roared too. In truth, he was tired of being everyone's victim. He was tired of being shot down and used and abused just because he was weak. He was tired of being weak. He growled at the goblin to shut up and even shoved his weapon deep inside of its mouth, overcoming his fear of that beast and its teeth. There were tears in Junho's eyes, but this time they were a surefire proof of strength, because these were tears of determination as he yelled at the monster to shut up. He yelled at the coward deep inside of himself to shut up. That day Junho was going to get reborn as something new. He was just not sure what. His weapon sliced through that creature like it was pie, leaving a rather bloody mess on the floor. He stabbed that creature again and again and again, taking out all of the frustration that had sort of built up inside of his tiny little body. He needed that goblin to die so that he could step into his new life. He killed the weak little rat that lived deep inside of him. Dang, goblins sure bled a lot, and they were pretty hard to kill when you were just an average person who had never had to fight a monster before. Now Junho was all covered in blood, and he looked like he was about ready to start his new serial killer life. The poor guy looked kind of deranged now. He was going to need a lot of cuddles once he got back home. Bro had barely recovered from that last kill when a goblin suddenly ran up at him. Junho turned, alert as the monster came to him, and it led to one of the coolest shots in the series because that beast got instantly outmugged by the former coward. The goblin wanted to stop the dude from using his weapon, and they both toppled over. But this was Junho's third goblin of the day, and he was quickly getting into the swing of things. The swing of things meant that the little brother sure looked like he was going mad. He was not tearing into these creatures as fast as Suho did, but he sure was finding his own violent rhythm. He stabbed through those ugly-looking beasts with manic precision, fighting and stabbing and screaming. It was like nasty lovemaking. If lovemaking involved interspecies couples and a lot of blood. like an enemies to lovers tango, but without the love and only the enemies. The reborn coward was quickly getting used to the feeling of the sticky liquid running down his hand. The dog followed close behind him, giving him some moral support as the truck driver obsessed about the feeling that came with slicing monster flesh. The little brother smiled darkly with thunder crashing out behind him. It seemed that Junho had quickly upgraded from a coward to a super edgelord. He wondered why his brother was making him go through this, figuring that Subai was doing it to save him. The entire time his brother ensured that his little bro was always within watching distance, and the mad little brother laughed when he found his sibling. Park Junho had finally hit his awakening. He was a level 1 butcher. Well, who would have thought that the true nature of the sweet little brother was actually a monster slaughtering butchering berserker? It was fine though because the mental illness ran in the family, and his big brother thought that his new title was so cute. Then he asked his little bro if he had worked part-time at a slaughterhouse at some point in time. The boy glared darkly at his brother, blood dripping down his face in total edge fashion as he replied that he had done no such thing. Bro had probably been too scared to hurt a fly before his awakening. Junho was the kind of quiet kid who usually showed up in class with a gun after he had been pushed too far. Subai considered this information and then he called his little bro to come join him up on the roof. Laughing madly, his little brother made it all the way up there. While the little bro had been struggling with a goblin or two, his big brother had really packed up a whole association of them. Forget an association, it was like he had discovered an anthill and emptied out an entire goblin nest. They had done good work that day, so it was time for them to go home. The two returned home like they were children who had snuck out of home, and now they had come home to face the consequences of their actions. They were not home just yet, and Subai had actually gone to his favorite receptionist. See, the Jungle Boy was excited to register his little brother as a hunter since he had awakened just a while ago. Jungle was given the F rank for now, but he could clean himself up in the shower room after he had received a quarantine inspection. They could go up to the dimensional energy measurement room on the 3rd floor too. The little brother dragged his dirty blood-soaked behind after his big brother, but he wondered what the receptionist meant by energy measurement. There was apparently a machine that could measure the dimensional energy of a person. His brother's number needed to be more than 100 to be registered as an F-rank awakener. After that, he would then be qualified to take the mercenary test. Our dude had gotten a 96 the first time that he had measured, so he had basically failed. That made no sense to the newest butcher because his brother was the strongest person that he knew. Well, it was Junho's turn to get measured, and he lay down on the machine. The measurement got busy, and they got a nice number of 111, a perfect score. The newly awakened butcher could then get up and proceed to the ability manifestation room. Then the people asked if Supao was going to do another measurement. Now that he had properly leveled up and all that, our dude decided to take another go at it, and he concentrated his power, just to see if he would get any change in his power level. The machine beeped and everything seemed to be going well, until the weird eyes showed up. Now that was definitely a problem. There was something weird about looking at him and recording his information. That was creepy. Immediately, our dude's eyes snapped open, and the numbers showed a whooping 189. It looked like he had upgraded a bit more. Our dude looked stunned because he was still reeling from seeing those scary-looking eyes. The doctors were busy talking about how his dimensional energy growth was fast, just like the rumors said, and he would rise to E rank soon. However, our dude spied a very disgusting peeping Tom living inside of their dimensional machine. He asked who had made it, and the weird creep with glasses said that he was the one who made it. It hardly looked like the kind of thing a scientist could make, and our dude was barely buying that nonsense. Soon Park Jonho received his awakening certificate and his smartphone gift. They were also qualified to apply for the mercenary test. Now, Subai congratulated his brother on his first day of being an awakened hunter, and his brother shyly thanked him. The Jungle Boy kept asking his brother if he had felt anything strange when his energy was being measured. The boy had not felt anything, and the Jungle Boy wondered if it was because his little brother was not as sensitive as him. He then asked his brother what his awakened skill was, and it was decapitation. Wow, that was really depressing for a gentle dude like Junho. They were about to leave the center when our dude suddenly noticed an old friend of his. It was the blondie, and it seemed that she had formed her own group as well, of only men. She did not seem to get along with girls much. However, one of the dudes on her team immediately recognized Park Suho. The good news was that Blondie was indeed not locked somewhere in someone's basement. The bad news was that she truly had run away. The boy smiled and apologized for his very abrupt proposal that had likely chased her away. He was still working on having conversations with normal people, so he had made a mistake last time. Suddenly, the blonde silenced him and growled that they should not see each other again. Someone had a new ferocious and unexplained attitude. The guys on her team started laughing because he got dumped. So Subai had no idea where this new attitude had come from. He watched the blonde girl storm away with her little troop of flower boys, wondering what was her problem. Some of the guys on her team figured that their captain was playing hard to get. Something sure seemed to be going on between the two of them, and her mates even teased that they would marry. The blondie was not having any more of their jokes, and she yelled at them to shut up. The dark-haired boy sighed at the situation. He still thought that she would make a great mate, but if she was not interested then he would not bother her, because that was the way that real men behaved. Though for a captain, his crush really had a nasty personality. Meanwhile, back at the Suho clan, the grandma and the director were busy having drinks together. Strawberry wine was perfect, and some of the most fun that the director had had in months. The old lady also really liked her. The old lady's husband had been the one to make the wine, but he'd gone ahead to the afterlife before he even got a chance to taste it, so they were going to launch it and drink to his honor. The director was an angry curse machine, but the grandma found even that beautiful. Her type was mean-spirited women. The two were having a nice bonding moment over fish cake soup and alcohol. They had been drinking for a while before Park Suho finally got home. Our jungle bro finally made it back home with his little brother, and he wondered about the identity of their new guest. The little boy of the house rushed out as soon as he saw his father, and there were some fun reunions while our dude faced the pretty lady who had come calling. Without even needing to ask, his powers informed Suho that they were dealing with an A-class level 2 hunter, and her name was Kim Miso. More conversation revealed that this badass lady was also the head captain of the Returners Bureau, which was part of the Awakeners Bureau. Apparently she had come all that way to sign a contract with our guy. Apparently a returner's official name was their human coordinate. Our ignorant lead had no idea what she was talking about, but that was fine, Miso would explain. When returners arrived on Earth, they would sometimes pass through a red portal. From what they knew so far, for a person to return to the Earth, certain conditions were fulfilled. A returner returning successfully was the signal for success. Apparently this also meant that portal would reappear. A portal to the fourth planet, his planet. Now that was dangerous news. A bridge portal capable of coming and going would manifest on Earth. When Subai asked where on Earth such a dangerous portal would open, the director pointed, that very dangerous portal would open near the coordinate. Our guy considered this news. The portal was going to open around him, and he would get a first-class chance to see his wolf friends again. However, the Awakeners Bureau was suspecting that the planet was the fourth new planet. If their assumption was correct, then South Korea would be the only country in the world with a bridge portal to this planet. This gate would form within 99 days at the latest, and until that portal appeared, they needed our dude to stay in Korea. This was of supreme importance if they were going to outdo other countries. They needed our dude to stay home so that it did not turn into a second Lee Sung-woo situation. Obviously our guy knew nothing about this Lee Sung-woo character. Apparently he was the current world rank 1. Formerly he had gone by his Korean name, but now he wore the Japanese name Okita Hiro. During the initial stages of the Great Disaster, the government had arrested and confined the returners in the name of protecting the nation. Back then there was much less information about irregulars, and the government really thought that jailing people randomly would be the best solution to their problem. They quickly learnt their lesson when that D-rank awakener returned and was able to easily escape the facility. The Japanese government immediately approached him while he was still bitter about Korea, and ever since then he had left for Japan. They had made it seem like he was some kind of world destroyer, but he had totally abandoned them for a valid reason. Currently all 9,000 planet gates in Tokyo had manifested because of Lee Sung-woo, and the Japanese were making good business because of them. With how the dimension industry worked, if a portal were to open while our dude was vacationing abroad, Korea would face a huge loss. Our guy kind of understood how this system worked now, so he asked what he would get for grounding himself in the country. Well, the director wanted to know what he wanted first. Our boy smirked and immediately asked for a promotion for his guild. Since he was that important to the company, then he wanted big things for the people that he loved, and exclusive territory to go with it. Their videographer had been sneaking around nearby, and he had overheard the whole thing. The director seemed pretty confident about her abilities to get that, and she even asked if our dude wanted more, going as far as asking him to make a list. Our guy smirked and then asked if there was a way to know when the portals were about to form. They seemed to have a way of knowing, considering that Blondie had been there to retrieve him when he landed butt naked from the other world. Apparently the bureaus had a specialized agent in dimensional energy cracks that was often dispatched. They would even give our dude the best agent. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Blondie was still having an identity crisis over our dude's mate offer. If she hated him that much, surely she would have forgotten it by now. The fact that his offer lived rent-free in her mind. She was pissed because she thought that he was looking down on her. None of her teammates understood why she was such an angry bird these days. That girl was busy breaking and screaming and crashing out like she had found the thief who had stolen her car of something. She was so upset that she lost her chance to throw that jungle freak into jail for sexual harassment. Suddenly, a lady asked who was guilty of sexual harassment. The lady did not really want to talk about it, and she growled about how she was in a bad mood, though she was almost always in a bad mood, so that was not news. Blondie was upset enough to start a random fight if she was pushed hard enough, so the brunette just informed the blonde that she was on dispatch duty. The blonde got her hands on the mission assignment sheet, and it did not take long for her to be literally shaking with rage. The girl growled, just to ask why she had been assigned to this ridiculous case. Apparently she was considered the right person for the job. That was not good enough for Sugyeong, and she insisted on why she had to go. Again, the brunette insisted that she was the best. She should take the compliment along with her annoying new mission. If a portal were to open in the middle of the city, especially when they did not properly understand the new planet. It would be a disaster for everyone involved. No one was giving her the job because they hated her. They legit had to give her the job because she was the best one to handle it. Even Subai knew that a portal like that opening in their new world would be like hell on earth, so they had to be prepared. Blondie's job was to watch out for signs of a dimensional crack. If she saw anything like that, she was to grab Korea's luxury item, which was our dude, and get out of the field in advance. Until that happened, Blondie was basically going to be acting like the personal babysitter for Korea's new person of importance, and she had to stick to him like they were bound by Gorilla Glue. It was going to take Gorilla Glue to stop her from trying to bash in the head of that luxury item, because Blondie was seething with rage just thinking about it. She knew the job that she had signed up for, and she even threatened to write a letter of resignation if this went on. Meanwhile, back at the Suho clan, Junho seemed to be having a few issues with his new powers. The rest of the group were having a little breakfast and they celebrated their new win because they had passed the clan promotion evaluation. Now they could take on level 2 dungeons as well, which was awesome and meant that they would be making even more money than before. This was great news, but they still needed to be a D-rank party, and they were kind of lacking in personnel at the moment. Junho was still worried about advancing too fast, and suggested that they just stick to level 1 dungeons for now. Well, Dongsu agreed with him, but as long as they had Subai, the video dude was sure that level 2 dungeons were going to be a breeze. They needed to make money in the level 1 dungeons first though, then they could level up through skill books as well. Once they were better prepared, they would then separate the assault teams and get more members if that was necessary. It sounded like a good plan to the Jungle Brother. Everyone agreed that this was the best option when monk Myungjin suddenly returned. The humble monk bowed and did his humble greeting at the door. The group was excited to see him. Now that their last teammate had shown up, it was time for them to go on yet another raid. The traffic to get inside was as crazy as ever. There was so much loser traffic in level 1 dungeons because any loser could get inside those ones. This was a rice cake toad dungeon, so lots of people were taking the opportunity to try out their hunting luck. Some of the other teams noticed that our main group only had 4 members, but that was not his point of concern. It was the Green Ranger from last time, and he happily greeted his savior Suga. Suga turned slowly, but he happily remembered Jang Jashik. It had been quite a while since they had seen that guy. The Green Ranger laughed, and they caught up. He had heard that Subai had started a clan, and our main dude asked about how his friends were doing. The Green Ranger suddenly got serious, so that answered that question. Suddenly, Jashik said that they were doing well. If they were really doing that well, then why did he not say so? And why was he at a one-day party? The Green Ranger looked too depressed to properly answer that question, and his bros were calling for him to catch up with them. He had to head out then and could not spend more time chatting. Our guy waved goodbye, and his friends asked about the Green Ranger. He was just a friend that he had made in the dungeon last time, though he was acting weird this time. For now they were not going to worry about it, and they were just going to go inside the dungeon. As our dude headed inside, a mysterious-looking man was watching. He looked like that special assassin that the Mafia goons said they would send. Meanwhile, Jashik was sulking outside because he could not tell his friend that his merry band had disbanded. The 2 people in his clan had left, pretending to be sick. That was so embarrassing, but at least they were not dead. It was actually quite a common occurrence for a guild to collapse when its core members left. Bottom-level clans were easy to make, but also quite easy to fall apart. The work environment was not the best, and stress levels could be maximized considering their entire job revolved around killing or being killed. Eventually, some people's stress would reach the point of no return. It would not be a surprise if the 2 who were the first to leave completely quit mercenary work as well. Now the Lone Ranger had to take care of the rear, and he had to be mindful about maintaining the distance from the lead. Mercenaries without clans would often group together to challenge dungeons with one-day parties. The Lone Ranger had joined in, hoping that there would at least be one person among them who was meant to be his soulmate in fighting monsters. No matter what, he was not going to give up. He would definitely start again. Meanwhile, after all of that hooting and hollering, Blondie was on her way to the dungeons. No matter how much she hated her job, she still very much cared about protecting innocent people. She was leaving the Suho clan office. They were not at home and had been attacking dungeons all morning. The director was going to be kind enough to send the blonde their location so that she could track down those troublesome boys even faster. As soon as the blonde got their location, she zoomed over. Currently in the dungeon, the dragon charge was being unleashed. Apparently that was Baldy's super crazy new skill that he had gotten after clearing out their clan treasury. Also joining them on the field for the first time was Park Subai's one and only recently awakened little brother. Bro was completely normal until he grabbed a knife and became a butchering psychopath. Of course, Fluffy had done some upgrading of his own. He had learned a few skills through a book, and now he had his awesome tracking skill. A huge frog tried to dogpile Junho from the back, but their amazing butcher just flipped and sliced that thing like it was made of butter. To think that he used to be too scared to pick up a knife in the past. Kids sure grew fast. It amazed Fluffy to see the younger brother smiling. The dude was clearly the kind of awakener that enjoyed slaughter, a nature spirit with dual personalities, also known as a yaksha. Our guy surveyed the scene before him and he smiled in pride. He was quite fond of his new team and they seemed to work so well together too, so he had no complaints. Nearby, another team was going through hell though. Their Green Ranger friend was involved in that hell, and he was getting tossed left and right by some explosions. He seemed to be wounded. That wasn't good. One of their bomb squad members had been so scared of the jumping toads that he had even shot poor Jashik too. Even after causing all of that mess, that bro ended up gobbled up before his eyes. In fact, a few of their team members were quickly getting eaten by the monsters. The ranger sighed because he had signed up with yet another useless team. He recalled the strong gathering that he had seen before entering the dungeon, and a feeling of envy coursed through him. He had also desperately wanted a strong team like that as well. Unfortunately, there was no way that an awesome team like them would want a garbage E-rank fighter like him. Our guy's team walked out of that dungeon like a gang of Power Rangers coming back from a successful mission. It had been a pretty fast raid. It seemed that they were getting faster now that their numbers had moved up to 4, and they were starting to feel less fatigued each time they came back from the dungeon. It was also great for Myungjin because he got to feel the power of a skill book for the first time. Subai was glad about the team's growth and informed them that they would now be splitting up to attack in teams. Just then they ran into Mr. Assassin dressed in red. Just to be sure that he got the right guys, the assassin asked if they were the Subai clan. Before even answering that question, our guy needed to know who was asking. Well, the big stabby dude was Choi Myungwoo of the BDG Guild. Instantly, their resident information freak recognized the level 5 guild in Area 4, and the owner of the portal that they had just come out of. It was a massive guild ranked the 20th in the country. That was all well and good for BDG, but our dude could not figure out why those guys wanted to talk to them. The stranger explained that they were on the same block, so he might as well give them a small gift. They had heard rumors that the Suho clan had leveled up after all, so a congratulatory item was in season. They were even going to give the boys a free one-time entrance ticket to one of their level 2 dungeons. Well, that sounded almost too good a gift. Fluffy was into it immediately, since this was an offer worth over 10 million won if it was a ticket to a level 2 dungeon. The red guy was glad that they were interested, and he asked if they were ready to head there right away. Obviously, Junho was cautious. He was the voice of reason in this group, and he figured they should prepare first before moving on to a level 2 dungeon. However, the sweet talker insisted that they did not need to worry, because they had prepared dungeon strategy notes and equipment as a gift. It was a great opportunity, and a competing guild was even offering support. It sure was an offer that was suspiciously too good to be true. Except that it was indeed too good to be true. Subai was cautious as well. He had only formed this team, and he was not about to take risks and play with their lives. So he told his little band of merry men to go ahead to the level 1 dungeon that they had scheduled for the day. He would be handling this level 2 dungeon solo for the sake of efficiency. The others did not question the decision, and this made things even better for Big Red Murder Hood guy. Without even worrying about looking like a creep, the stranger even offered to take our guy to the dungeon in his nice and fancy car. On the way, Murder Hood called ahead, told his team that they would be using Portal 47, and they told him to go right ahead. As they drove, our dude noticed that he saw no mercenaries ready for a level 2 dungeon battle. The stranger laughed and said that it was because the portal had been formed recently. They had even gone the extra mile to take care of the entrance procedures so that they could go in. Well, all of those fancy-dancy procedures sounded really troublesome, and the last thing that our jungle boy wanted to do was to trouble his new friend. The man insisted that it was their pleasure to open a nice and healthy relationship with the Suho clan, with the sharing of portals and a sprinkle of murder. Nothing too serious. Even the dark-haired boy admitted that it was much easier just heading to portals that were nearby, so this place was worth checking out. So they finally arrived at the dungeon area, and they were given strategy notes for the dungeon. They also got a survival kit. The dark-haired boy smirked and told the folks outside that they should grab a meal together after he came out. The little murder man had no intention of even going in, and he just waved our guy goodbye. He told the dude to finish quickly so that they could have a drink later. They probably had no intention of ever letting our guy come back. Subai put on his fancy little sci-fi helmet that was actually pretty cool and wrapped snugly around his face. Once the boy was far enough ahead, the red guy started humming with glee. He was just about to wrap things up on that end when the blonde came riding in out of nowhere. She should not even know that they were there. This dungeon had not been on the schedule. However, by some magic, she had shown up there anyway, and she had also noticed Subai heading inside this very suspicious-looking dungeon. It should not matter to her who went in or not, especially since she was not his friend. And anyway, the red dude wanted to know who on earth she was. Blondie clicked her tongue and said that she was a member of the Subai clan before bolting inside. After raising her shoulders for that long, she was now claiming them as one of her own. Cute. Red dude watched her go and figured that he could kill two at a price of one. No problem. It was her funeral after all. Well, he had no idea who she was, but it was time for him to wrap up the job. The price was 2 billion won per head, and the negotiator groaned because that price was just way too expensive, when it was not even a proper assassination. He had just trapped the boy in a dungeon that was supposed to kill him off. Well, the red said that it was not difficult to manipulate it, and it was a huge high-risk situation because the dude was widely known. He could not just show up and pick a fight with the overpowered maniac. It would be bad for business. This way was quick, efficient, and it worked pretty well. Also, since he had taken down his pretty girlfriend alongside him, the shaggy red dude was taking 4 billion in total, or he was resurrecting that dude from the dead. Meanwhile, the blonde had popped into the dungeon portal, and had immediately noticed that something felt a tad off. See, she had shown up a few minutes earlier at the place where she was supposed to find him. However, she had seen his little hunting gang. When she had asked them where their man was, they informed her that Subai had only just recently popped out with some weird creep that wanted them to try out a new dungeon. It was giving heavy stranger danger vibes, and she sped off after that truck like her precious soulmate was trapped inside. On her way there, Blondie did the smart thing and called backup, telling them that she was moving to a different portal in pursuit of Korea's prize portal dog. The director immediately told her to go in there with him. She wanted a confirmation and a report of that guy's skills with Blonde's own eyes. Su Young was not crazy about that idea since she was wearing casual clothes and not at all dressed for battle. The director reminded her that she had her magic bracelet, and the blonde protested that she actually liked the clothes that she was wearing. So the director sweetened the deal with some cash in the form of a double-time bonus. It was not what Blondie wanted to hear, but it was indeed something that made her want to keep chasing after him. In her opinion, they were going almost too hard based on some theory that the dude would somehow become important. They already had a contract between the dude, but insurance was basic. They needed to test his power and keep him alive. So the director asked the blonde to do her this one favor. Obviously, Subai was not a fan of the situation at all. Meanwhile, our dude looked around the area, sighing that the atmosphere in a level 2 dungeon sure was different around here. Suddenly, the portal behind him began to crackle, and he turned in surprise. The boy could have sworn that he was supposed to be the only one here. Suddenly, the person popping out yelled for our dude to stop right there. Subai wondered who the heck was stupid enough to try to boss him around, just for him to come face to face with a half-naked pretty girl trying to wiggle her way out of the portal. It turned out that wearing normal clothes instead of raid wear meant that walking through the gate led to some pretty unfortunate situations. Blondie did not need the main character to turn around at all. In fact, his head better stay looking forward, or she swore she would kill him even if it was the last thing that she did. Slowly, she used the magic bracelet to wrap some clothes around herself, and she sure felt good, except for the possible rug burn going on down under, but she could handle it. Just having to exist inside the same place as Subai had genuinely ruined her mood. If Subai had guessed that things would be this awkward and embarrassing, she just might have asked for 3 times the bonus instead. Suddenly, Blondie's eyes widened when she noticed the weirdo was looking right at her. Now that was unacceptable, and she had told that old creep not to look at her body while she was changing. The boy was flapping all over his words and murmuring nonsense about how he liked her bracelet. He wanted to know if it also had some kind of inventory function. Our girl could not care less about that, and she raged, wanting to know how long he had been spying on her. Subai considered the most complicated answer to that question, considering that he had thought about everything that she had seen the day that he had popped out of that huge portal. Besides, she had definitely seen him butt naked there, so he was smirking like he was some kind of champ that they were even now. That hardly counted as peeping, considering that Subai had been flashed even though she had not wanted to see our dude's nakedness. At any rate, the jungle dude did speed up the conversation and asked why she had come around. He wondered if she had come to finish the fight that they hard started before. Well, Captain Miso should have told him by then, but Blondie was going to be the team's new guardian. After all, she was the best. Subai gave a surprised laugh since they had said that they would be sending a competent person. It was one casual insult after another with this dude, and Blondie growled that she was competent. Of course, the main character agreed. The blonde complained that she had come in like this because she was in a hurry. Still, the dark-haired dude was not big on sharing, especially not with a mate that had rejected him. She could go and find her own prey, except that she could not do that. They were kind of stuck in a team together for a good while, so his prey was her prey. Fortunately, Subai was just here to observe anyway, so she did not really have much to say to our guy. Suddenly, she sensed something strange coming up and she smirked that they had a visitor. Our guy turned around and saw a massive orc standing behind him. It did not take long to figure out what kind of portal that thing had popped out of. They had an enemy coming in at the rear, and our dude turned just in time to see that giant and ugly orc. That beast sure was happy to see them. It was interesting to run into a dungeon boss right off the bat. Blondie thought that was really lucky of them. However, if they had already just found one boss, then Subai knew that there were 4 bosses in this dungeon. Of course, this idea sounded ridiculous to Blondie, because most dungeons had 1 boss each. However, they could now feel the intense aura of the foes running up on them. Getting jumped by bosses was actually insane. Fortunately, our guy had not brought his team or they would have instantly gotten murdered. The blonde was shocked. That made sense. 4 bosses had no business in a level 2 dungeon, except that it was not a level 2 dungeon, and that jerk who had brought them there had obviously lied to them. Subai had felt it the second that he walked through the portal, and he was surprised his chosen mate had not sensed it too. Now he wondered if she truly was worthy of carrying his seed, if she could not do the basic inhumane detection of weird dungeon portals. Blondie protested that she was wrapped up figuring out her stupid cloth bracelet. There was no way she could focus on the aura when she was about to walk in on a man in her unmentionables. At any rate, our dark-haired main was not bothered that it was not a level 2 dungeon. He just told his partner not to touch his prey. With that, he raced ahead with glee. The girl screamed when rocks flew around her, shielding her eyes because just a burst from his speed had scattered rocks everywhere. The boy had moved at insanely fast speeds. Without hesitation, the dude launched himself at the orc, knocking the monster down. The orc boss was kind of a wuss because it was already rubbing its head in pain when our dude had just gotten started. Then again, our dude was just too strong. While all of that was happening, the other bosses were still on the way. With his boost of extra-dimensional kick-ass energy, those bums surrounding him were easy pickings that our dude could easily make quick work of. In one slash, he had taken down the orc boss, and there were even more orc bosses hanging around the area. What a lack of variety. But at least our dude did not have to worry about adapting to the enemy if they were all going to be the same one-trick pony. Some of those poor beasts did not even see him coming, and he hit them with the projectile axe attack. It sprayed blood everywhere. It was almost embarrassing for the dark not level 2 dungeon, because Subai was picking through them like they were level 1. More and more bosses popped out of the wilderness, and our guy was happy to see them as he led them on a round and round chase. When he came to a stop, he reminded them of his jungle roots and Tarzaned himself out of there. Our dude swished his way to safe land, while those orcs were standing there oblivious. It seemed these kinds of fighters were only good at smashing and not so good at adapting to their opponent. Well, that worked great for our main character because he had every intention to beat them black and blue. He swooped ahead before the orc could even sense him. Meanwhile, that really cheap assassin was telling his employers to pay him the balance. Now, since he had just locked 2 S-rank fighters in a hell dungeon, if his employers had sense, they would hold on to their money first because they were about to go broke for nothing. Every assassin should know that to get the job done properly, you've got to get your hands dirty by yourself. The dude in red smirked when they asked what level it was, feeling so sure that he had trapped those two in an unbeatable dungeon. The only thing unbeatable inside of that dungeon was Suho Park, because he was smashing those orc bosses like they were a hammer game. Blondie even barely got the chance to do anything. She just stood there and watched. Considering this very humiliating display, she had lost points and should not be talking smack for the next 2 days after contributing a whole lot of nothing to this mission. She barely even made a decent cheerleader. Our dude was sitting pretty on the defeated orc's head. It did not really matter to him what level the dungeon was, if the monsters he was facing were going to be this pathetic as he tossed them around. Man, he was having so much fun, and he was definitely going to focus on killing everything in sight since that was all that he really had to do. The latest boss showed up, and this time he had axe power too. Tuche. But our guy was now using the power of legs. That overpowered cheat code Jungle Boy karate chopped that monster right into the ground. That beast was sent rolling, but he actually smiled. It seemed like Subai had finally met his insanity match because that was more like it. Except that the orc was smiling because it could not believe that it got beaten that badly, and that fast. That thing was dead, and our guy got awarded 32 achievement points. While that was a win for hard labor and our dude beamed with pride, that place was a point-harvesting gold mine. He would never get access to such a top-tier dungeon on a normal day, so he was almost grateful to that dude who had tried to kill him. Blondie was indeed speechless now, and she did not look that smug anymore. Our guy asked what she was doing, and he told her that she was allowed to help him carve out the blood crystals, now that he had done all of the hard work. Subo Park was a working man with a focused daily routine, and Su Yong was finally in awe. Even if that idiot was supposed to be an irregular, he was also supposed to be an F rank, with no experience. She had been sure he was a hoax when she heard of his nasty lie of swinging through the trees for 1,000 years. Now Blondie was starting to reassess everything that she knew. That bro did not even have a hint of hesitation in his hunting routine or slaughter. He acted like it was an animal instinct built into his body system. Now Su Byung worried that she had been paired with a psychopath because that was sort of scary. Our dude worked silently as he harvested the blood crystals, and Blondie continued to not help. She just stood there having back-to-back revelations. Now that she thought about it, she did a quick search and realized something while our dude was busy gooning to large blood crystals. Now was not the time to be harvesting those crystals. They had killed 4 boss-ranked orc warriors no problem, but the door to the dungeon had not opened. That was bizarre for a number of reasons. The only thing they had in that bag was stones harvested for killing monsters. They were stuck in an unknown portal with no proper survival supplies and no door out. Subai was not that bothered. He had endured worse, and he just happily rejoiced about a place where he could store even more of these nice and big blood crystals. Subai was losing her mind. They were stuck at a level 4 dungeon or above, and it would be hard for them to leave this place alive, even if they did combine their strength. Yeah, Subai was not bothered about that. Instead, he got up and gasped, realizing that the dude in red had lied to him about the level of the dungeon, pretending that this gold mine was just a level 2 dungeon. That dude had actually let our guy inside a top-tier dungeon for free. What a man that guy was. Our dude threw back his head and happily praised assistant manager Choi Myungwoo. He had no idea that guy had actually been trying to kill him, but at least his stupidity would make more bridges than it would burn. The boy screamed that he was going to buy something really nice for that dude in red as soon as he got out. Yup, It was official that Blondie was stuck in a life-or-death situation with an absolute moron. She was obviously not so pleased about that. Suddenly she sensed something and turned just in time to see yet another orc boss monster popping out of the woodwork. So there were more of those, how wonderful. She immediately reached for her weapon, and then remembered that she had left it behind. What sort of fake warrior traveled without their weapon in hand? Even their team monk went everywhere with his staff. This was just a loser excuse for her to get her ass saved by the hero of the story. She kept acting like she was not into our dude, but the kind of ridiculous situations that she got herself into suggested otherwise. She had really left her weapon on a motorcycle, but it was fine since our guy could just kill the beast and save her. Since she was not going to be useful in battle, then the least she could do was actually go around to acquire the bloodstones. That orc got beheaded immediately, and the blonde stared in amazement. That marked the death of yet another troublesome enemy. Our guy smirked at his little lady who had the misfortune of coming into this dungeon without her given weapons. If she was going to be useless around here, she did not have to worry about that. After all, he was strong. Though he admitted that he was stronger before. After all, he came from a place where he used to arm wrestle gorillas and run with wolves. The system just had to nerf him. Suddenly another sensation ripped through the atmosphere. This seemed to be a back-to-back thing with this dungeon, and they both looked around in surprise as they tried to detect where all of that trembling was coming from. Our girl activated the skill of clairvoyance to figure out what was going on. Using her fancy eye skill, she was able to see an entire army of boss orcs headed in their direction. This was really the worst time to forget her stupid swords on her stupid motorcycle. Our girl cursed as she should, because this was an annoying situation. The army of orcs ran right at the two, with Blondie cursing because the situation was more serious than she had expected it to be. They were surrounded by an orc squad, and leading them was an orc war chief. It seemed at some point, some orc scout had spotted them slicing down a few orc patrolmen, and that was what now led to this all-out war between the orc folk and two humans in their territory. Any normal person would be concerned about this situation, but the young lad was thrilled. The enemy was rushing right at him, even if he did not have his usual monster thrall. This was the best business. The orcs were even riding on some giant wolves like they were horses. Now that was true fear. The orc riders had arrived as part of the war. This was going to be a bloody battle. Any other sucker facing such an intense fleet would definitely suffer in a one-on-one battle royale. However, Subai was impressed. A battle wolf had entered the fight, and he was excited to see one that was large enough to carry the orc. The orcs had finally closed ground, and of course the orc riders arrived first. That was fine though, because our weapon of mass destruction was ready for them. He was even calling dibs on the whole army. What a selfish brat. Even the blonde was stunned at his behavior. The first thing that Blondie did was put up a shield while striking the most ridiculous in-air position known to man. Absolutely no one jumped like that. It was bad enough that she did not have actual firepower to contribute to the battle, but now she was prancing about looking like fan service too. Fortunately, our guy remained focused on his grind and slaughtered the orc riders without hurting the wolves. He was really partial whenever it came to his canine friends. Blondie finally reached into her inventory because she was quite tired of being useless, and she pulled out a sword. Finally, she could contribute something good to the battlefield. Without hesitation, she lashed out at the next rider, creating a decent wound but not bringing it down. It turns out that this clown could not go full power unless she had the blades that she had conveniently left outside on her motorcycle. If she were truly the strongest woman in Korea, then it was no wonder that they were desperate to hold on to Supor Park. Suddenly, our dude came popping out from the trees like a Power Ranger, while yelling about how he had told her not to touch his things. Anyway, he brought that disgusting beast down with immense satisfaction, and it rolled away to its death. Of course, Supor was just getting started. Like a whirlwind, he whooshed through the orcs that stood around the area, cutting them down swiftly like he was a natural disaster that was uprooting houses. There were even more dangerous orcs ahead, but our guy did not slow down at all. He was making a beeline right for the orc war chief when he suddenly got knocked back. Now that was a shocker and a disgrace. Bro got tossed right out of the air like he was a mere fly. The orc chief roared, their beautiful long hair flapping in the wind as they postured and showed off. Our dude went flying, legs in the air and everything. He looked a very hilarious sight. Suddenly he caught himself and slid up, acting like he had in fact intended to fall on his face with his legs in the air. It had been quite a while since he had seen a beast that could stop him in his tracks, and he was pleased to see this, asking if the war chief was the boss. Of course, the giant monster's answer was a resounding roar which could almost be translated to mean that yes, he was indeed the boss. The blonde cursed and yelled that they had to knock that dude down first if they were going to make any progress. Our guy did not need to be told that twice. He had already guessed that this new guy was going to be a headache. Picking up his weapon, our dude once again launched at the boss. It almost looked like Subai was about to do the exact same thing while expecting different results, but that was the kind of thing that only stupid people did. Once again, Big Green and Ugly swung his staff, but this time the hunter sailed above it. He had seen that move coming from a mile away. Once he was airborne, moving as swift as sound, he targeted the very top of the orc's head. Blondie was still there, acting like she was watching television by contributing nothing. She wondered if he had finally managed to kill that thing this time. Our dude looked down, a bit hesitant as he studied the monster twitching underneath him. Once again, our dude took an embarrassing loss. He got swatted by that big green creature. It roared like he was an annoying pest, and Blondie stared in awe and concern. Meanwhile, back in civilized society, the director was chilling in her office when she got some strange news. Apparently, it was about Soo-young and Suho Park. The signals from their smartphones were in 2 different locations, but there had not been any movement for the past hour. Now that was suspicious because they were supposed to be together. Subai's smartphone was located near a level 1 dungeon, but the Captain Choi Soo-young had her phone beeping somewhere else. Now this was nonsense to the director, because she was sure that those two were together. The Subai clan had meanwhile just finished up their activities for the day. They decided that it was best to reorganize and clear out their inventories, so they would be heading back to their hideout. Then they realized that their boss had gone without taking his phone. Of course, Subai had left her phone outside with her swords. This is what had led to the 2 different locations situation. The operator chucked it out and realized that the blonde captain was supposedly around a level 5 dungeon, which was concerning for so many different reasons. The director's eyes widened in horror. She then recalled telling the blonde to enter the portal with our guy. That was great advice, but an F-rank irregular had no business dancing around in a level 5 dungeon, and he should not have even gained access into that place. The director immediately began to investigate the dungeon master for that area, and they found out that it was owned by the DGB Guild. They had to immediately confirm the entrance records from that level 5 dungeon, and anyone in charge of the DGB Guild's portal management had to call her immediately. Meanwhile, Subai was getting tossed around in a level 5 dungeon. Getting beaten like a mad dog did not really particularly bother him too much because his body could take the beating. The orcs tried to charge when he was down, but Blondie rushed forward to save him in her shiny blue spandex. Slowly, our dude pushed to get up, his body still adjusting since it was not like it used to be for the 1,000 years that he had spent alive. It turned out that fighting like that was getting a little difficult after all. The orc roared its angry agreement, but our guy was not about to give up. Using one orc like a bowling ball, he knocked out all the other nuisances that happened to exist around him. In fact, fighting with a small knife was not working with him anymore, and he grabbed those orcs' very fancy axes, using them to escort the monsters into the afterlife. The monsters roared in pain, and the arrows came flying in. Not only were the orcs violent and dangerous, but they were also apparently coordinated with a crew of riders and archers. It was time to wrap this show up before they suddenly came out with nuclear bombs. Blondie skid out of the way of falling arrows, growling at the attack. Once again, the orcs came running to start a fight, so she had to hit them with the extra flashy defense bomb. Many orcs fell apart from that flashy attack, and it turned out that she was not entirely useless after all. Just then, our guy had to grab her and drag her out of the way before the war chief got his revenge. He was not happy about his fallen men. The girl asked our guy what he was doing because he seemed to be running away. There were orcs everywhere, so running was kind of difficult to do. However, our dude could tell that it was empty up ahead. They had fought a good fight, but he had been fighting since the morning and they needed to rest if they were even going to remotely win. Blondie insisted that they could not go in that area or they would fall off a cliff. However, that was precisely why our guy intended on going there. To make this escape easier, he picked her up in his arms, ignored her whiny protests, and took one mighty leap for humanity, plunging them into an unknown darkness. Subai Park leapt from the edge of that cliff, and even crazier was that a few of the orcs jumped along with him. That was indeed some high-class madness, but fortunately some of those ugly brain-dead beasts were heavier, so they fell a lot faster. Now it was our dude's turn to strike a really hilarious pose as he went down with his legs spread. Despite his quick thinking, they were still a pair of humans falling from a cliff, and that was dangerous enough to kill anyone. Fortunately, our guy was able to flip and land on his feet, legs spread to even out the force of his fall. Anyone else in his position would have snapped their legs as soon as they hit the ground. It turned out that a lot of the beasts that had jumped with him had ended up in that very ugly situation, and a lot of them seemed to be missing pieces of their head. Blondie had experienced so much whiplash in that small amount of time that she could not believe that she actually survived a fall that had killed about 4 large monsters around them. Subai very rudely dumped his mate. Sure, he wanted babies with her, but she had not been much help inside this dungeon. He muttered that he had almost died just protecting her, and it was so inconvenient. Soo-young had her eyes spinning from everything that happened, until she looked up and noticed their enemies looking down. The orcs were not crazy about these newcomers in their home, but that was fine because they did not want to interact much with those weird beasts anyway. The blonde captain still found it hard to believe that they had actually fallen from such a distance, and yet they had somehow survived. The duo managed to find a cave that they could chill in some distance away. Hiding away inside of their little spot, they could hear the monsters making a whole lot of ruckus as they looked for the 2 humans that had gotten away. The hunting trip had been fun, but now they were on the run from the orc society. They had somehow survived this long thanks to the dark-haired boy, So now the blonde was interested in hearing what his next course of action was. Our dude was thinking about it, and then he revealed that he somehow managed to kill just 4 more orc warriors. Then he could finally level up. Once he had leveled up, they would attack again. Blondie sighed and explained that leveling up was not a power-up, and sometimes it increased a person's limit. However, for the wolf boy, things worked a little different. The blonde was confused, but the wolf boy just smirked confidently that it was a power-up. Meanwhile, the more competent adults were moving out immediately. A whole barricade had formed around the dungeon. It was like a whole spectacle. There was a crowd of paparazzi, rescue buses, nosy neighbors, and a bunch of other people. It was like a crowd that gathered when a celebrity was pulling into the airport. The news guys were already spreading the gossip too about the level 5 dungeon under the DBG Guild's management, and the unfortunate incident that happened 2 days ago. Dang, those guys had been missing for 2 days straight. Naturally, their team had found out about it, and Dongsu was crashing out and sobbing. Myungjin was already praying, and Junho looked like he was living a life of regret. They were acting like our dude was already dead. They had of course arrested the suspect behind the case, while protecting his name for some reason. It was not like he was lying. The 2 hunters really had entered the dungeon of their own volition. However, once the army headquarters drilled him a bit, the man quickly confessed to his crimes. The media kept interviewing him and asking him to tell them about the dude's final words. The dude in red had no idea what to say. He'd had no idea that stupid blonde who suddenly showed up would be from the bureau. Now he was in hot soup with no way out of the situation. There was lots of attention on the worry on whether or not Park Suho would be coming back or not. They were also spreading the news that the dude was likely a returner from a 4th planet. The news had no business telling everyone that, what on earth? They should wait at least a month after before talking and spreading so much gossip. Still, the matter was being taken seriously because they had to consider the loss to South Korea if they lost the portals to the new planet in this incident, especially considering that it was the new era of the dimension industry. Meanwhile, the brunette lady was going above and beyond to solve this problem immediately. The first thing she did was challenge the director and told that dude to catch all the criminals responsible for this. Yeah, that had already been done. They had even figured out that it was the head of Dragon Loans. Though that guy had run away, they had placed a huge bounty on his head. That sounded difficult, and like it could cause problems later, but at least they had the legal right to beat him up. The director was still not satisfied because gaining access to a level 5 dungeon had not been done by just one individual. The next course of action should be investigating DBG, the level 5 guild, for their involvement in this kind of national disaster. The man understood where she was going with this, but he did not think that doing such a thing would bring back the 2 missing hunters. Now the horrid old man was throwing water on their flames, saying that they did not even get any confirmation that the weirdo was a returner from a 4th planet. He could have come from any other planet or even a dungeon, and he would not have known the difference. The brunette could not believe the nonsense that he was talking about. Recently, the number of crimes connected to criminal organizations had been rising. Because of that, there was criticism that there was an urgent need for punishment of sloppy dungeon management by guilds. It turns out that the media was also calling for the level 5 guild to be held accountable. Even if our bro was a fraud, they still lost an important captain to that mysterious portal. Now the press was spreading around the juicy gossip to pressure the guild, but instead of trying to actually fix the problem, that man was thinking of how he could go to their guild's finance manager to try to extort some money. The director was breaking down behind him. He was talking nonsense, and she was breaking down because she had been the one to send Subayok there. If the blonde died, then it would be her fault. The man complained that he was also pretty moved by this whole situation, which sounded like lies coming out of his mouth. At any rate, there was nothing they could do except have faith in the blonde and wait. If they could enter the dungeon, then they would have gone in by now. The director kept breaking down since the man with her was useless in terms of comfort and action. Meanwhile, inside the orc dungeon there was surprisingly even less breaking down going on in there. But that was likely because our dude had left the dramatic half of his team outside. The orcs were busy on patrol when they spotted an adorable little leaf spirit just floating around. Immediately one of those jerks tried to kill the poor thing, and then it roared like a brainless ape because it failed to kill the poor thing. Then it went mad and started fighting with a creature 100 times smaller and 10 times faster. It turned out that tiny flies also pissed off big monsters, just like flies got humans upset. That orc followed the leaf spirit all the way to the bushes and was ready to unleash chaos on it, just to get clobbered by our guy. Subai had been waiting for a great opportunity like that since he was still trying to level up after all. The orc screeched as it went down, and our dude was swiftly awarded 32 achievement points. That orc hit the ground, and our dude was grinning from ear to ear in triumph. That was one idiot down, and now he just had to find 3 more to boost up. Blondie was trying her best to make the best of the really sick situation, and she got busy using her clairvoyance to find any other prey that our guy could hunt down. She quickly found one, 100 meters ahead. It was nice that they were using this time spent together to actually hunt monsters, instead of cuddling up and trying to mate. Hunting monsters together was the real act of romance, and proved that they could stand through the thick and the thin. It seemed our dude had jumped out too fast for that latest orc because it was clearly a trap. Blondie was great at spotting things, but perhaps it would be better for absolutely everyone if she mentioned things like that a bit more quickly. It turns out those orcs were pretty educated too, because suddenly some large wooden spikes popped out of the ground. How nice of them to succumb to things like booby traps. It almost felt like our players should get a poison skill too. At any rate, our dude got flung away, and the blonde was shocked. Maybe she would not be as shocked if she had given her a warning a few seconds earlier. Then again, our dude had barely hesitated, soon as he saw the orc. The orc blew the horn, and out came the other bandits. Wow, they were even more organized than the hunters had expected. They were a proper tribe with tactics too. Great for the aesthetics, not so great for the desperate enemies that were stuck with them. The other orcs started popping out of the grounds like zombies. It was actually scary to see them do all that and go that far just to find the hunters. It was like the beginning of an ugly apocalypse. Subai raced out to save her man, particularly because she was toast without him. She did not need to worry about that though, because he was already pushing himself up. The orcs roared at him, and it seemed that they had him cornered without a weapon. It would be pretty great for a miracle to happen at that moment. Subai's body shook as he pushed to his feet, realizing that he had fallen for a trap. That was definitely some level of embarrassing. His senses had been getting dull since he entered Earth, and he could not even pull strength into his body. For the first time, it looked like our dude was in need of a hero, because he was pretty shaken up. The orcs kept coming in, and it looked like he was going to die. Suddenly our guy snapped out of it. He just remembered that it had been 2 days since he had eaten anything of sustenance. Of course, it made sense that he was dizzy, weak, slow, and making mistakes. Fortunately, his girl popped in and blasted the orcs with some bombs to give our dude some time to recover. Some of the orcs got taken out by the bombs, and others were blinded by the light. It would be the perfect time to strike if Blondie had not suddenly collapsed after using such a powerful attack. She was probably just hungry too, but the least she could do was roll herself to safety. The beasts in the land were actually quite tired of the duo themselves. After all, these absolute strangers had suddenly shown up in their land and were making a huge ruckus for no known reason. Of course they were not a fan. Subai would apologize, but he was busy taking advantage of the blonde's light show to take out 2 confused orcs in one go. Now he just needed one more. He absolutely craved one more for his desired level up. Subai needed one more. He needed to just knock down one more loser, and he could advance to excellence. He was about to do it too, just for the war chief to show up. If there was anyone that the main character was truly sick of on this island, it had to be that stupid war chief. That guy consistently existed to foil Subai's plans. Sure, maybe the dude had a valid reason to be pissed, considering that they had invaded his land and had been picking off his people like flies. There was also the chance that the chief was not digging these 2 human invaders, making a mess of his people. That was great for him, but they had not chosen to be here, and the hunters were quite sick of that fat orc. One good thing that the loser king did was knock our dude right into the arms of another orc standing nearby. Now that was a great opportunity, because in a shocking coincidence strike, our dude's axe went flying and then took out the orc that he had knocked down. Somehow that accidental kill counted as a level up. That was the exact news that Subai had been hungering for, because he was about to cause real problems for that stupid fat orc and his stupid fat tribe. The 1,075 points had been achieved and accumulated. They asked if he would like to use the skill of beast transformation. That was an interesting sounding skill, but our guy would take anything to beat the trash out of those pigs who had been bullying him all day long. It was also unfortunate that the war chief had located our beautiful blonde, and she groaned because she did not even have the strength to stand up. The war chief raised his weapon, but she raised hers too, because our chosen mate had some class, and she was not about to go down without a fight. Meanwhile, back at the Suho clan office, the grandma was pulling up with some nice food for the puppy to eat. Even if one of her adopted children had gone missing, the dog still had to eat after all. The wolf pup ran into her arms, happy to get a bite of a meal. The grandma sure thought it was funny that the owners had been missing for 2 days, and yet this wolf pup was busy happily eating. As the wolf pup leapt happily to his meal, the blonde leapt tiredly to battle. She was not happy at all about fighting that big fat smelly and overpowered monster. As those two were whacking it out, our dude decided to try out his beast transformation. A ripple of power coursed through his soul as his body began to grow and change into something formidable and new. Poor broke Bagoo did not even get a chance to taste that food. Well, that served him right for happily chowing down for 2 days straight while his savior was starving in an orc ditch. The grandma was absolutely stupefied, but somehow the wolf pup got summoned, and some weird dark aura merged with the main character. That was not exactly the brilliant supercolor of a gold merge. It looked like an evil spirit was possessing him. Then again, we would take the evil spirit if it meant a chance at solving the orc problem. Subai was still out here fighting for her life with all of her might. Meanwhile, our dude was slowly growing some fangs. While Subai was battling the elements and barely making a dent on the orc chief, our dude was growing out a new set of painted nails. The transformation looked lethal, and he had to cough out some vocals to get used to his voice. Blondie put up a good fight, but eventually she got whacked and tossed by the chief. Her brilliant sword fell, lit by a pretty background. Her visuals sure got more princess treatment than whatever was going on with the main character. At least she had put up a good fight before needing to get saved this time. Once she got her hands on her katana, she better bring an earth-shaking A-game to the table if her feats were going to be believable. Before the orc chief could walk all over her, a wolf demon suddenly showed up. When the system said it would be a beast transformation, one would think that our guy was transformed into an actual beast. Instead, he pulled up looking like a werewolf abomination. It could definitely look worse, but the orcs were so shook by his new look that they ended up getting caught off guard when he slammed into them. It seemed a large part of the benefit for this form was access to hands and feet, especially since hands could be very instrumental when it came to a battle. Meanwhile, Soinyong, who was still conscious, was wondering how on earth a werewolf had entered the battle. That wolf got busy. He had 1,000 takedowns to make up for, and he finally had the power that he needed to beat the senses out of those orcs. Bro targeted the war chief with the violence of a JoJo character. He did not slow down until that guy was well and properly squashed, and then he did a few extra just in case. The werewolf threw his head back and howled in rage, anger, and the final triumph of a good revenge. He had been hungry to beat those guys up. Bro did not stop there. He even bent and chowed down on the orc. Like, bro, it is already down. Don't eat it. There's food at home. The blonde was stupefied. She could not tell what threw her off more, the appearance of a boxing wolf or the fact that the boxing wolf was chowing down on that orc, who definitely smelled. Oh, he was really ripping into that monster too. It turned out that killing a beast that big got him an instant 45 achievement points. The blonde could not believe what she was looking at. Those were the lips she was apparently supposed to kiss someday. It was very concerning. For a while those two made eye contact, and the blonde looked like she was trying to understand what she was looking at. After a beat of silence, the girl softly called to ask if she was looking at Park Suho. The boy barked at his attendants. It seemed he had lost his voice somewhere during the transformation. His chosen mate was appalled. The girl fell to her knees, and it seemed she was more shaken by the fact that he was a dog and not a wolf. Well, at least he was cute all the same. The dog happily barked. Meanwhile, the reporters were still happily eating up every bit of this story. They were now counting day 3, since the two had disappeared, and there was no news of them being found. Outside of the dungeon, a lonely bike so desperately awaited its owner, not knowing if it would ever see her again. Awakener Bureau's director Baek Isu was with them now, and he was going to explain to the viewers about the type of place before them. Well, it was a level 5 dungeon known as the Orc Castle, and it was a dungeon where it was recommended to bring a 3-member party full of brank, or at least a 30-member party, including 10 A rank. Basically, in order to survive the dungeon, they needed a stacked team. There was a whole media embargo of the situation, but it just stunk of showmanship. It was very likely that the Bureau was just trying to use Park Suho as a poor excuse to take money from some guild. That was how some of the media felt anyway. They were getting tired of standing outside a portal for 3 days, and one of his colleagues pointed out that it would be awesome if they could somehow get the amazing shot of those two coming back alive. Except that not a single person expected an F-rank hunter to come out alive from a level 5 orc dungeon. In a couple of days, they would probably publish some stupid news piece about how they lost great potential and would then move on with their lives. Well, that shoddy cameraman was about to eat his words because the portal around them suddenly began to crackle and twist. The grandma was still staring at the vacated bowl in shock when the puppy suddenly came back. She had no idea what crazy thing had happened, but at least the wolf pup came home. Meanwhile, Subai was slowly coming back to himself as he marveled at his newly gotten skill. It seemed that he could somehow fuse with beasts that he successfully tamed. Man, that was a great level up skill. Now that the blonde had seen plenty of crazy things happen before her eyes, perhaps she would hesitate now before doubting the words that came out of his mouth. He asked what she was doing and said that they should grab as much as loot as they could so that they could go out to eat. The blonde shook and said that it was all pointless. The negative Nancy still refused to cheer up, and she insisted that the dungeon would be their grave for some reason. The boy stared at her and asked what exactly her problem was. So the blonde explained that the orc war chief had died, but the door was still not opening. Alright, so that was an interesting problem. The rains came down heavily around them, and our dude pointed at the huge giant passed out on the floor. They had gone through great effort to kill that guy, and he wanted to know if they had somehow killed the wrong boss. Unfortunately, that was true, and it meant that there was a stronger monster in that dungeon. Subai laughed in amusement, asking the blonde why she was already thinking about dying before they had even seen the monster. However, the girl already had an idea of what the monster would be. 3 years ago, when she had just ascended to a B rank, the Bureau had sent out a 20-man combat team with 10 A-ranked mercenaries to take on a level 5 dungeon quest. She had been walking around in there with her fine-looking colleague, who checked up on her and asked if her ankles were doing okay. The girl smiled and said that she was fine. There was no need for him to worry about it. That was a relief to the other boy. One of the girls teased that she could see them drooling from where she was standing. This was why couples should not enter a dungeon together. So the blonde used to have a cute-looking boyfriend. She was so cute back when she was happy and in love. The happy part did not last for long because there was suddenly an explosion. An army of orcs came raining down, and the men at the head told everyone to maintain formation and to charge to the center tower. Kim Miso had to block the orcs at 3 o'clock. That sounded like the director's name. It seemed she and Su-bai were actually quite close, especially since they had gone on missions before the rise to power. The line of defense at 4 o'clock was crumbling, and the people handling that branch were getting clobbered hard and fast. Kim Jong-ho was injured, and they heavily requested some assistance. Miso yelled for Su-bai to get back so that she would not get hurt. The orcs were charging right at her, but her boyfriend leapt into the fray to protect her. Fair to say that Blondie had always needed protection since she was young. She could never stop herself from falling into the path of dangerous orcs for some reason. Her boyfriend back then was super strong too, so she clearly had a type. The orcs got decimated, and the order went out to clear a path so that the rest of the army could run ahead. The hunters raced forward, while magic was used to blast the monsters away. The formation had to be maintained, and soldiers were told to fall back to keep them safe and organized. The couple held hands and Taehun was ready to shoot forward into battle, but the blonde was hesitant. It seemed her hesitating talent was not brand new either. She had always been doing that. The man did not wait to talk about it, and he pulled her ahead. She had also dated someone not great at listening to her worries back then too. Still, the blonde could sense it. Another energy that sent a terrifying spike through her body. She feared what they would find. The couple ran, big ugly orcs chasing behind them. However, the blonde could still detect an energy coming this way. It was a monster. It could only be a monster because that creature was big and hideous. It had its big googly eyes staring at them with malicious intent, and in one gravity-defying leap, it had swung with remarkable precision. A hand holding a sword suddenly went flying, and the blonde went crashing to the ground. She coughed, pushing herself to her feet, trying to keep moving so that they did not slow down. That was when she saw the weapon beside her. There was a chill air that whipped through the entire battlefield as they all raised their heads to acknowledge the presence of this new enemy. The men stared, the women stared, everyone stared. Even the dead stared, the dead wide eyes of Blonde's first love interest as he fell injured before this giant orc knight. That thing was the stuff of nightmares. The girl cried out like she was begging for her boyfriend to stand, but even he knew that he was dead. He told her to get the sword. His sword, not like either of them could use it at the moment. Su Aijing did not care about the sword in that moment. Her boyfriend was getting publicly executed in front of her. He had told her in the past to put her emotions into the sword, like how yin could not be separated from yang. Her sword, her body, and her mind had to be one. He asked her to grab the sword. The monster knight swung his mighty weapon, a weapon smeared with the death of many, a weapon so ugly that it had taken from her the one that she had truly loved. That was a lot to suddenly unload on a person, and Su-bai had no idea what to say to that. Even the sky was so speechless that it suddenly started to rain. The girl was crying. How nice of the sky to offer her comfort and hide her tears. Fortunately, our dude was kind, and he came to bring her some comfort. He respectfully patted her head, and they found solidarity in the fact that they were both stuck in the exact same stupid situation together. Now he knew that something terrible had happened to her. It had been 3 days, and the Suho company was still crying every day in front of the dungeon, waiting for their leader to come back. They had no idea how to function without him, and Dongsu was one of those losers who loved to cry in front of the camera. The comment section was kind of worried because their favorite videographer had been crying for 3 days straight, and that was some kind of feat. They were worried because there was no way that 2 people could clear a level 5 dungeon. On the other side was the director Mizo, on the floor and crying over Suyong. There sure were a lot of sobbers and criers gathered in the crowd. The whole thing had become quite a spectacle because there was no reason to have a performer hanging around and entertaining the crowd that was waiting for those 2 to come back. However, money had to be made somehow. Today, Kim Yoshin, a great shaman of the national intangible cultural heritage, was holding a ritual in front of the gate to pray for the safe return of the missing people. The dance, which contained the wishes of the warrior's safe return, seemed to be heating up the atmosphere at the scene. Suddenly, an attack force made of high-ranking officers in the Seoul district was gathering in front of the dungeon on a quest for revenge. Those guys looked like they had only shown up just because they were paid to do so. As long as those 2 were still alive in there, no one else could access the portal. However, as soon as they died, the portal would open, and others would be given the chance to clear the dungeon. The other alternative was them achieving the impossible feat of somehow clearing the dungeon by themselves. The man from the Shinra guild was a part of the revenge squad, and he sighed that this would not have happened if that guy had just joined their guild from the start. This was the kind of thing that happened to people who got associated with the bureau. Meanwhile, Okita Hiro was watching the news. He had stayed up all night since he heard about this irregular, who was supposedly like him, and now that irregular had gone missing. Considering how cruel Korea had been to him, he was not surprised to see that they had messed up once again. His little vixen girlfriend slid all over him to ask why he was watching South Korean cable news. Regardless of how much time passed, that country's stupid sentimental act was still the same. Well, even if the country was mourning, the 2 hunters trapped inside the portal could not continue to starve when they had bosses to fight. They had managed to find some boar and grill it up. The meat was tasty because there was now a lot that our dude could buy since he had leveled up. Bro really splurged on junk food too. He had bought pizza and sandwiches. He could even open a fast food restaurant with this skill because the food was sure to be fast. Subai was happy to see that Subai was eating too, and she laughed nervously, asking if eating 12 bulgogi burgers was too much. They had both stuffed their faces with a lot of good food, but still, the boy encouraged the girl to eat some more. They would need all the energy that they could get to fight off the wicked people who stood against them. Bro was even eating his 22nd burger. What a greedy pig. Well, the blonde looked like she was feeling better now, and she thanked our guy for everything. After they were done eating, the main character then asked for the juicy details on how they had killed the Orc Lord. There was no way they had escaped that dungeon alive if they had not killed that beast after all. The blonde sighed that she had in fact fainted on the spot, so she had no juicy gossip to give. When she regained consciousness, she was in the hospital, and her friend brought her boyfriend's sword. 2 more A-ranked mercenaries had to sacrifice themselves for them to just barely kill that ugly monster. An Orc Lord was an inconceivable monster, capable of defeating 5 Orc war chiefs at the same time. This was interesting news to our guy, and he asked if this meant that there was an Orc Lord there. It seemed highly likely that they would be one. If there was one, it would be in the Orc Castle, but she had not been able to find anything like that in a 1-kilometer radius. Typically, Orc war chiefs were in the 4 smaller spires, and the Orc Lord would be located at the center, so likely their door had opened near one of those smaller spires. Once they had crossed the castle walls, thousands of orcs would charge in groups. Our dude considered this while also collecting the information from his own search spirit. Then he beamed with joy. The Orc Castle had been found. The blonde was surprised at how quickly that was. Now that they had eaten and rested, the boy leapt to his feet, and he was ready to go and find it. Sujung was still a little cautious, so she asked if he had a plan. Sujung boy's plan was very simple. He would find the Orc Lord and then he would kill the Orc Lord. A very straightforward plan. The blonde sighed because she should have guessed that things would end up like that. She wanted to hit him, but she also could not think of a better plan. Meanwhile, the Orc Castle loomed wickedly in the distance. Inside of those heavy and huge brick walls, the main gate lowered across the moat. Once the drawbridge came down, the Orc riders came out, charging on their wolves like knights. It was a pretty big fortress, and the number of riders that popped out were like ants rolling from an anthill. This was actually a big challenge for just 2 hunters to face. The castle stood high above the land, a large and intimidating structure. Our guys were really going to dare to go against that creature. It was not going to be an easy thing. As soon as they saw an opening, our guy leapt out looking like an absolute clown. He had his girl riding him like he was a horse, except that he was in his wolf form and was running at that castle in full charge like they were one of the orc riders. Since most of the riders had exited the castle, it seemed that they were hoping to sneak in while there was even less guard around the castle. They were only 2 fighters, so they had to even the playing field in some type of way. The orc riders outside the castle only just realized that one of those riders outside was looking a little strange. As soon as they realized that those 2 were not one of them, they immediately started to chase them. The drawbridge was being raised, so our guy needed to move twice as fast if he wanted to get there before the riders did. The archers got ready to shoot. Civilized enemies were such an annoying pain. No one wanted to deal with all of this organization during a time like this. Still, the 2 were actually working like a proper team this time, and the blonde immediately raised her shield to protect herself and the wolf that she was riding on. With that success, they charged immediately for the drawbridge, leaping ahead with awesome super strength. Subai had to take a big jump and he barely made it on the bridge with his new partner on his back. Those nasty monsters were really trying to kill him, but the joke was on them, because he was about to become their biggest headache. Now that they were inside the castle, the inner warriors charged to take them down. They were prepared for that charge too, so they blasted them back with a defense bomb. They had been fighting for about 3 days now, and both hunters were quite done with this toxic environment, so it should be no one's surprise that they were going all out to end this toxic relationship once and for all. They had to run to the center, and the wolf told the lady on his back to hold on tight. Together they charged at the castle and then started working crazy miracles because our bro was soon walking on the wall. The blonde was amazed, and then the amazement fizzled out because here came the orcs to ruin everything once again. Those guys were actually the worst. The monsters came tumbling down, so the blonde had to give them an extra push to send them falling down. One of those big ugly creatures actually knocked her off the wolf ride, which was a difficult situation. That clown should have held on tighter. Now our guy had to go back for her. Surprisingly, Suyong told the boy to do no such thing. He had to keep running, and she said that she would catch up eventually, but she needed him to keep going in the meantime. The orcs were tumbling from the sky like asteroids, but the blonde was able to catch herself. Alright, so Blondie was back in the fight, and it did not take long for her to run into more ugly Goliaths that were hungry for a beating. Well, that was fine, because she needed something to take out her anger issues on anyway. Meanwhile, our dude kept running forward. It was a sign of great respect and trust that he did not go back for the blonde. Meanwhile, at the very center of this giant castle, there was a deep and dangerous monster. The Orc Lord seemed to be getting some shut-eye. That was until it sensed the blood of a Korean man. Its eyes snapped open, all 3 of them, and it hungered for the kill. Man, that terrifying beast just got uglier with every panel. Its smile was unnerving, its eyes were open like it did not even blink, It looked like it had sacrificed its soul to the devil just to get that much power. The beast pushed itself from its throne, its long flowing red hair brushing its shoulders like a mane. It was almost a shame that it looked handsome from the back, and only the back. That giant monster looked down at its castle walls, trying to figure out more about whatever pest had invaded its castle. It spotted a mad wolf running up its walls. Now naturally, no big boss of a really big and dangerous castle expected to wake up one day and see a giant white wolf in a land that did not usually have giant white wolves. Naturally, the orc was kind of concerned by this new development. Without wasting any time, that little terrorist launched himself right at that giant monster and lodged his sharp teeth right into its neck. A genius move. Our dude was not going to give that enemy the time to actually properly trash him. He was going in for the immediate kill, and if that did not work, then he would have to figure something out, because he only had one life and one girl as backup. Subai had to win no matter the cost. Well, the orc lord had not expected to wake up and get bit that day, so they both went tumbling right out of the castle window. Our dude also had hands, so it was much easier for him to grab that big, tall, and muscular lord with both hands to make sure his teeth could leave permanent damage. The lord spat blood in surprise. It did not even know the beef that this wolf had come to settle. He had only just woken from a nap. The big lord had not even gotten the chance to grab a weapon. The big guy fell, screaming in rage as our dude secured an immediate level up. It seemed that his crazy instant attack plan had worked. Hot dog. Subai should try being crazier with his opponents more often. Not only did that tall lord of the castle get his throat ripped out by the canine abomination, but he also got impaled by his own castle. The ultimate disrespect. That moment when your own building turned against you was a terrible and painful thing. Now that the big orc demon had been taken care of, our dude leapt off that guy, and the other orcs panicked as the giant castle came down. It had been 3 bloody days. 3 days trying to survive this stupid orc dungeon. It was a joy to see that deranged castle come down. The orcs were panicking, but no one cared about them anyway. Now that the lord had been taken care of, it seemed the entire castle was coming down. Partly helped by our guy, and partly thanks to his girl, because she was busy blowing things up too. The poor homeless orcs had barely processed Subai when Sujung suddenly came falling out of the sky. The orcs raced to her, and it seemed that they wanted to take revenge on her or something. The girl was defenseless and powerless, and kind of tired. She wondered if this was really how this was going to end. However, before she even came close to touching the ground, our guy caught her. It was very rude of her to try to skip out of life when he was still hanging around. Once he had her safely in his arms, our guy charged ahead with her body in his hold. They rolled in a little bit of a crash landing, but the orcs were still chasing them. Those ugly green monsters should give it a rest already. The blonde was surprised to see the wolf. She asked for updates about that lord of the castle, but the wolf explained that he had dispatched that pretty quickly. If that was the big boss, then that should mark the end of this very tiring orc dance, and the front door should be opening. They did not have time to waste dealing with ugly, smelly, green-skinned monsters with anger issues, because they had a date to attend with the outside of this stinking portal. The blonde was amazed, wondering if that beast had really been dispatched that quickly. She had not even gotten the pleasure of seeing it happen. Subai told her it was done, and she should get busy scanning their ticket out of that stupid dungeon. The blonde checked around and gasped with shock because the door was in fact open. They were good to go. Even after all that she had seen, Subai was still shocked that our guy had taken down to Lord so quickly. Meanwhile, in the DGB truck, the portal detectors were sitting pretty when they suddenly started getting some portal readings that were off the charts. Those men bolted up with amazement and awe. The man in charge of the dungeon being watched had his eyes widen in total disbelief. Absolutely no one expected Dungeon 127 to become active again. The morning crew was still stationed outside the portal, and the truck started flashing some numbers that meant a lot to the reporters who started taking pictures immediately. The group in front of the dungeon stared ahead in great shock and disbelief. Dongsu had been crying all that time, yet he was absolutely shocked when he saw the numbers on the truck. Fluffy and the directors slowly raised their heads when the announcement went out. The Dungeon 127, which was the domain of the Orc Castle, had a countdown for the door burst initiated. Miso's eyes flooded with tears at the thought that her precious Suyong would be coming back. The people cheered. The situation was a whole national event, and they could not believe what they were seeing. It had been a hopeless situation that had lasted for 3 days. Of course, no one expected any results to come out of there at this time. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, our dude was racing ahead with his girl on his back, and the orc riders were chasing them like they had kidnapped their national treasure. This had been a very tiresome adventure, and all our guy really wanted to see now was the door. Fortunately, Subai knew exactly where it was and pointed Subai in the right direction to find it. They had to hurry because they had 20 seconds left before the door closed down, and if they did not escape, they would be stuck having to deal with those stupid orcs for a long, long time, and no one wanted to live like that. The heroes raced forward, and that was when a specific smell got into the wolf. The blonde complained, asking Subai where he was going. They did not have time for detours, and they had to stay true to the path. Yeah, that was all well and good, but our guy raced ahead anyway. He needed extra powers for him to stay relevant, and at the top after all. Borrowing Baeku's body was great, but the wolf was like a mix between a wild monster and a house dog. If he was going to win any real battles, our guy needed to tame something truly ferocious. Our dude came across the pen of the wolves that the orcs rode. Wild and giant beasts, perfect for adopting. Immediately our guy commanded his new recruits to follow him. Without hesitation, those wolves leapt out of their pens and followed our dude's commands. From now on, those wolves would not have to serve ugly and disgusting orcs anymore. They were going to be his family. Subai now existed on a different planet, but the boy could still not shake his love for the wolves. The orc riders were gaining on them with massive speed. At this rate, they would get surrounded. However, our dude got the memo from his nature spirit that there was a small exit around the area. The blonde scanned around for it and instantly found what the spirit was talking about. An immediate right turn led them straight to it. The wolves thundered behind them. Those orcs really had no intention of letting them get away. They had killed their super powerful leader and now they were trying to make away with their wolves as well. Subai did not even glance at those big ugly losers, because he was booking his way to the nearest exit with his babe on his back. The mad orcs chased behind them, while our dude raced to freedom with his wolf brothers by his side. They had 1 minute left until the door burst. They had really cut it close with that wolf pickup. However, 1 minute was 60 seconds, so they still had ample time. Past the hidden leaves, the two had found the door. There were 23 seconds left. The orcs were so pressed to see them escaping that they flung a spear right at the blonde rider. That spear was coming in like a speeding bullet, and the blonde was stunned by just how dedicated those evil monsters were to ending her life. It looked like that stupid spear made contact and she actually got knocked off the wolf. All that girl had to do was hold on. That stupid weapon would not have made contact if she had just bent down. The wolves had already made it out and now our guy had to stop because he very much could not leave without her. She had gone immobile too, just lying on the ground while those monsters were gaining ground and almost on them. The blonde pulled herself to her feet, coughing and all. She had also lost a few of the giant orc gemstones that they had gathered. It was a huge loss. The blonde was trying to stand. Subai ran back to get her. The orcs were still coming like an army of living nightmares. The stupid girl tried to tell him not to come back for her, like he was going to just let her die. The monsters were almost upon her, but our guy was not about to let that stupid blonde die. Within seconds he had stabbed through the monster's chest, tossing the orc back. That would buy them at least 5 seconds. They had 8 seconds until the door burst, and everyone on site was counting the seconds remaining, which gave our duo time to get out of the dungeon alive. Everyone outside was praying for them to come out safely. The cameramen were still waiting, but 8 seconds was not looking good. But no one wanted to jinx their opportunity when they still had time. The entire area was tense. The ratings were currently over 60%. If those two came out of that dungeon like this, it would mean that the media team had hit the jackpot. They waited with bated breath for a win. There were 4 seconds left. These two were really cutting it close with all of this running up and down. Subai just wanted that blonde idiot to hold on tight and he better grab her bag too, because there was no way they were going to lose the profit from everything that they had lost. Holding her close to him, our white wolf activated a burst of speed like nothing before. He zoomed forward like a living rocket, moving so fast that he blasted back their green enemies from the force of their speed. Time was still counting down, and the audience waiting outside was tense and afraid, wondering if there was really time for them to come out. Meanwhile, the orcs at the other side of the portal stared in dismay as it started to break away. Everyone was out of time, and there was a huge explosion throughout the orc land. The monsters that were near the portal ended up getting knocked back by the force of the door disappearing, and anyone who tried to pass through the portal immediately got torn in two. As the countdown ended, filled with everyone's heartfelt wishes, Park Subai and Choi Soo-young were still scarily nowhere to be found, and the people outside were worried. Where were the people that they had so desperately waited for? There was silence and people wondered why they had not come out. Suddenly, they noticed a spark from the edges of the portal. The first creature to emerge was of course a wild wolf. Sure hoped no one in the audience shot our guy's new family, because that would be unfortunate. Lots of wolves were coming out, but it did not seem that anyone was panicking just yet about it. They were in awe as the dogs came out, but before they could even think of being hostile against these monsters, the last two escapees shot out of the portal like tumbling dolls. It was the flying bodies of our guy and his chosen mate. They were cuddled together like a pair of lovers, and everyone stared. It looked like someone had flown out of the portal. It had all happened so fast that they had no idea if those guys had escaped or not. Quickly, people were sent out to investigate. The rescue crew was able to identify a human. They found 2 humans, cuddled together as their lives depended on it. At least Soo-young had been able to hold on tight to our dude this time. Both of the hunters that they had waited for all this time had come out, and they had come out alive. They had beaten the dungeon. The wolves that they'd brought with them howled to the moon in triumph and joy, and the ambulance kicked into gear right away. A miracle had been achieved, and people celebrated, but they had to take immediate action to save lives. The 2 people trapped in the level 5 dungeon had returned alive after 4 days, 11 hours, and 28 minutes. Kudos to the people who had stood outside for that long, waiting for them to come out. The news had of course taken lots of pictures as soon as those two came out. This matter had attracted enough attention that soon the news was floating everywhere. Both of the victims had been taken to the hospital afterwards. The director was asking stupid questions about why they were hugging so tightly. Maybe it was because being locked in a dungeon with ugly orcs for 4 days was traumatizing brah. There were lots of internet articles about the incident with all sorts of titles. A lot of them were being called miraculous and all that. The reporters were being too openly provocative. Miso pointed out that if someone had not blown the whistle, things would not have gotten to that level. Now the Awakener director wanted to change the subject. They needed to figure out how to resolve the situation instead of assigning blame. The briefing continued, and they covered the newly arising problems. As mentioned before, the news reported concerning the 2 hunters had become widespread due to this incident. Scouts from several countries' intelligence agencies had been arriving in the country. The director could not believe how rude they were all being. Those jerks had clearly come in with the intention of stealing their newly found and publicized talent. There was an agent from Russia, another agent from Israel, and the vice chairman of Tokyo's Awakener Federation, Murakuji. Those shameless thieves had clearly come all this way for one reason alone. They were especially not happy to see anyone from Japan here again. After all, they had been the person to take Lee Sung-woo away. Miso personally suspected that America was a bigger threat now. They had likely heard of the Lee Sung-woo drama and understood that Korea was a great place for harvesting talent. So it was quite unfortunate that harvesting talent was their specialty. First, they had to make sure that they did not lose Park Soo-ho, and the director wanted to know if they had a more secure method than the contract they had. If they pushed the boundaries and put that boy in jail, they would end up right where they had started, like the case with Lee Sung-woo. As long as the boy's family was in Korea, they were pretty sure that he would not be leaving anytime soon. All of these old men had gathered together to discuss how to profit the most from our guy, without once considering what he could perhaps get in return. However, they seemed to understand that he did put more importance on family than money. Well, the data did say that the returner had lived with wolves for 1,000 years, while he mourned the loss of his family. It would make sense that he was so protective of them. On the contrary, the returner had now started missing the wolves since he came back to Earth. Our guy was one heck of an oddball, but he was an oddball that these pencil pushers had to please if they were going to cash out. Besides, since the boy they were talking about was so simple-minded, then he would be easy to control. Well, for now, they needed that simple-minded fool on their side, so they were going to give him territory where he could live safely with his family, and there should be no attempt to invade it. A breach of trust would sell him immediately to their enemies. While they were at it, Crummy Director 2 wondered if they should block the foreign scouts from making contact and stirring up trouble. There was an abandoned factory in Namyangju, Gyeonggi-do, that could be useful to them. It would be the best to give that area to the Suho Guild as their territory and mark the surrounding land as private property. It was a bit far from downtown, so even if a portal to a new world did open around there, most people would be relatively safe. The buildings that they were checking out also looked alright, and the clan should be fine once they were repaired a bit. Then they wondered if Choi Soo-hae would continue watching the guild for them, since she was like their little blonde spy. She was still the most suitable person for the job, though she had not really woken up yet. The blonde was still trying to rest after a very traumatizing near-death experience, but the higher-ups wanted to know if she could write a report. Well, Blondie did write a report, and she reported that their jewel of Korea was a dog-like man. Gotta love her sense of humor. The director sighed and decided to proceed with what they had. It was not like they could find anyone better for the spying job anyway. An announcement went out to all of the SPFC fans around the world. The world's greatest fighting competition to determine the strongest one. Finally, they would start the day's main event, the final match. The audience cheered with unstoppable joy. It was like they were watching a football match, if the football match consisted of grown men bashing each other up. Plus, the man of the moment had arrived, the infamous Okita hero. There was a huge cheer among the people. They were absolutely ecstatic about the situation at hand. The people were now introducing the arrival of the champion, the current #1 hunter in the world ranking, who was going to defend his title for the 21st time. The one dude who remained undefeated in 45 SPFC matches. The strongest creature in the history of the planet had appeared, and the hope of the people living in these desperate times. This dude had so many titles. Apparently people were also calling him the SS rank irregular, and the most powerful magic swordsman. The weapon was raised by Japan, which was a blood lie because he was born in Korea. But sure, Okita Hero had appeared, looking cool, calm, and collected. Anyone would look that cool after winning 21 times, to be fair. The crowd went wild. They were of course excited at the appearance of this living legend, the man that they had all been waiting for. The man stood there and pulled out his signature weapons, and the crowd went even wilder. They looked ready to give him their firstborn child. His little assistant watched from the sidelines as the main man mounted the stage. As soon as he was mentioned, Hero jumped. He put on a little bit of razzle-dazzle for the fans, even summoning a super cool phoenix, just to make them drool a bit. The fans were eating the whole thing up, squealing about how this meant that he planned to end the fight with just sword aura. It was unbelievable. His opponent was Zorbus. They thought he should be taking the fight a bit more seriously, but no one got scared when their opponent was weak. Hero entered the field in the razzle-dazzle style of breaking the concrete underneath him. So many hunters did this that one would wonder why they even bothered fixing the floors around town. Bro did look cool though. He had aura farming up to 100 points. The champion hero had arrived in the field with his trademark blazing phoenix. Now it was time for the challenger to appear. The SAR rank human weapon and the rising star Michael Zorbus has appeared. Bro was undefeated in 13 matches, and he was known as Russia's Mad Bear. The bear dude was feeling really confident, but that might as well be a necessary requirement considering who he was fighting. Immediately Big Bad Michael leapt onto the stage, grinning like a devil. Honestly, he already did not look like a winner with all of that very loud showboating. Bro hit the concrete, and he immediately broke it like every other hero that came before. As soon as his feet touched the ground, Zorbus started charging in right away. Zorbus yelled that he was going to end the greatest hero right there, and right now, the big man charged, and the announcer yelled that Hero was in danger. The hero in question did not even flinch. It was clear that the Dark Swordsman was clearly not even slightly in danger. The people had come to see a fight, so he would give them a little bit of a show. The people's beloved hunter dodged out of the way, letting the bear's weapon eat concrete. Michael called him a rat, but he was just pissed that Hero had the sense to dodge. Only an idiot would stand there and take an incoming attack. Then Zorbus turned around and fired with his mana Gatling wild shot, intent on shooting the hero down. The mana Gatling bullets were randomly hitting the iridium barrier that was protecting the audience. Hero was dodging completely at an unbelievable speed. Zorbus locked in with a mana bazooka and fired that too. Bro had really brought guns to a sword fight. Actually, he had brought a bazooka, and he was shooting that gun like he needed to unload all of his pent-up rage on the great winner. Well, the Dark Swordsman had gotten a bit tired of the razzle-dazzle, so now he was fighting back. His sword aura rapidly attacked Zorbus, and it now looked like Michael was sweating. Bro was losing to an aura, and it was not even the aura of a person but a sword. Well, the big bear dude was not about to go down that easily. He had made it to the big leagues for a reason, and he countered that attack with his own mana Gatling. It seemed that everything this guy did was gun-based. Hero was attacking once more with sword aura, and Zorbus managed to block. Great thanks to the announcer for announcing every single move thrown into that fight, just in case the audience was too stupid to keep up. However, the battle had only just started, and Michael seemed to already be suffering. He was not going to best the greats with that kind of attitude, especially because the swordsman had no intention of even trying to slow down, not even a little bit. The big gun guy then switched to some very potent white laser-looking attack. Of course, the aura farming legend dodged. Not only did he dodge, but he somehow used some kind of windswept attack that had him sliding on his knees and then walking down his opponent, who was falling apart in shambles. Oh, but good news. Michael was still standing, and he was still trying to fight. In fact, he got the all-time winner all wrapped up in chains, and he was ready to bully him. But the hero was not done just yet. Zorbus was giggling a bit that he had caught the bro, and now he was going to crush that hero once and for all. His biggest stupidity was believing for a second that it would really be that easy. Hero's hair was not even messed up. The hero sighed and noted his opponent. The seventh villain, Michael Zorbus, was already dead. The man stared and then coughed up blood. The hero sounded like a villain from the 90s, but he was right all the same. The big warrior was indeed dead, and he went crashing down, blood gushing from him like a giant vampire fountain. Well, the chains all fell from Hero, and the crowd was stupefied. The announcer dude was also suspiciously silent. It seemed that the resident hero had moved a bit too fast for anyone to keep up with. The big dude came crashing down, and the people went wild. The crowd was cheering, and the announcer went wild. Zorbus, who was on a winning streak, suddenly spat out blood and fell. The referee had called for a timeout. The medics came to escort that loser off the battlefield. The medics were trying their best to render immediate first aid, but that poor Zorbus dude was not moving at all. The referee had made the verdict that he was unable to revive. It looked like the hero had killed his opponent. Hopefully not. Hero had won once again. His clothes were not even slightly tattered. His hair was gorgeous, and his face was deadpan like he had not even fought anyone or anything. The champion, Okita Hero, had defended his title for the 22nd time. His followers, who were dressed as if they belonged in a secret cult, asked about the new technique that had been used by their ultimate hero. The man had just pushed his sword aura into Zorbus, and then he had let go, that was all. He had taken down that big and boastful man in an attack no one expected. The man thanked his team, told them that they had done great, and said that they would go and grab a drink later. After that, he retired to his quarters, and was greeted by his girl. The lady was worried, asking that tall and handsome murderer if he had actually killed his opponent. The man sighed and said that Zorbus was going to be one of the 7 villains in the future, so he had to do it. There was no report on how he even knew this information. The brunette was a bit uncomfortable with this information, and she gently told him not to try to do everything by himself. Nothing strange had happened while he was out fighting, but there had been a call from the bureau. The director had called and just told the top hero not to get hurt. That was all. They would get ready and leave since everyone was waiting for them to come back. When they entered their quarters, his girl then informed the big hero that the little upcoming Korean hero had actually managed to get out of that level 5 dungeon. Now that was immediately interesting news to the big hero. Apparently they were sure that this new dude would be the second coming of Lee Sung-woo in Korea, and they were waiting expectantly. There were also a few reports starting to say that their Department of Defense was very interested in him. Now all of this was very curious news. First of all, the big hero needed a name. He wanted to know the name of this person of interest who was sweeping the world like a storm. The boy was called Park Soo-ho, and she was confused about why the hero did not seem to remember the dude. She had even gathered information about him since she had thought that he would be interested. The man looked at the boy's picture and his information. He did not remember a single thing about a boy like that. The hero then wanted to know if the boy had awakened as a swordsman, since a swordsman should not appear until a year from now. It seemed that this Japanese hero had future sight abilities of sorts. However, this new guy was a druid. If the boy was really a planet returner, they said there was a chance that he would connect a 4th planet to Earth. Surely this hero with future sight should be able to remember such a person of importance now. Nope, it still rang no bells to hero. So his girl started listing off as much as she knew. He was an F rank, but he was amazing for an F rank. Meanwhile, the main hero just smirked. There was no way that a 4th planet was coming to Earth, and he felt so sure of it because this was his 25th regression. This man had repeated the same events over and over again for a total of about 500 years. Bro was really old. As a result, he could remember all the awakeners who would make a name for themselves in the future, and a general outline of major events that were sure to happen. However, for some reason, this returner knew absolutely nothing about Park Soo-ho. In the long period of 500 years, no one with that name had ever become prominent once, let alone a returner from a 4th planet. He was almost sure that our guy was just some one-day celebrity. History might change a little depending on his actions, but there was also a limit to the butterfly effect, or so he believed. For example, one of the 7 villains who would show his evil in 10 years had died. Now, Akiko, his girlfriend, should have died 2 years ago, but she was safe and sound. These were all things that fell under the butterfly effect. However, major events like the time when a level 7 dungeon appeared, or when the planet was connected to a 4th planet, had never occurred. Besides, the new planet was not supposed to appear until 5 years later. However, what Hero did not know was that our dude was 1,000 years old. That was twice the age of the 500-year-old bloomer, and our dude was about to rock his world and the timeline.